Disclaimer. I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Title: Naruto, Sunagakure Village, Prosperous Village, Strong People. Chapter 81 Parents of the Resurrected Scorpion. Chapter 81 Parents of the Resurrected Scorpion, 4K. After receiving the signal from Shoha, knowing that Gaara and the others are safe, Luo Sha is relieved. On his side, Yi Tsong was resting aside due to lack of strength. Scorpion has already been unsealed, even with the strength of the shadow level, but at this moment, he is helpless like a child. Going around Chio and Ibino, constantly urging the medical ninja to treat Chio and Ibino. The injuries on half of his body were serious, but not fatal. Chio looked at Xia lovingly and suddenly laughed. Scorpion, you said that you have reformed yourself too much. Grandma is hurt like this. If you had been crying before, you can't even shed tears now. Hoo-hoo, let Mr. It's so disobedient. Hai Laozong teased, my sister is obviously very happy, but she insists on saying such things, it is really dishonest. Indeed, although the injury was serious, Chio couldn't hide the smile in the corner of his eyes. Chio said, you deserve it. When I left like that, I worried the old lady for so many years. Now I have to worry about him for a while. As he spoke, he raised his good other hand and stroked Scorpio's cheek. Have you worked so hard for so many years, silly boy? Do you miss Grandma? Grandma cared too little for you back then, I'm sorry. Grandma, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Scorpion could feel his regenerative core throbbing violently, and his emotions were extremely sad, but after transforming himself into a puppet, he could not cry, and his face had lost all expression forever. Chio held Xia's hand and said, Xia, since you made a mistake, you have to make up for it. Luo Sha is a good Kazekage. I promise Grandma, stay and don't leave again. Xia was angry that he couldn't feel Grandma's temperature. Grandma, I promise you, I won't leave. You must supervise me, otherwise I will make mistakes. Luo Sha came closer inside. Come here, go ask Xiangling to come over. Shanling has greatly restored her vitality after being nursed back to life. She also told Luo Sha that as long as she does not do it more than twice a month, she also hopes to do her best to help the people in the village. However, Raza has never been willing to give up. Now that Chio and Ebizo are in the situation, they can only rely on Xiangling's power. Unexpectedly, Chio immediately stopped Luo Sha. Luo Sha, don't save us. Physical healing can indeed heal the two of them, but their minds are no longer on their own. He raised his head and looked at Luo Sha clearly, full of apology. I'm sorry, Luo Sha. Because of the old woman's willfulness, we almost put the village in danger, and we almost committed an irreparable crime. The originally good situation was almost reversed. If it weren't for Luo Sha's strong strength, Sha'in village, which had just risen, would have been ruined by the two of them's plan of using themselves as bait. Grandma Chendai, don't say that, just like you said, this time the filth of the village has been completely cleaned up, and you two are great heroes. Luo Sha, who vaguely understood what was going on, stopped her. Chio shook her head. We will always be sinners in Sha'in village. Luo Sha, you can see it too, I'm really sorry, old lady, I've been self-willed all my life. Chio and Ibino are not so noble, they have been living in guilt, walking like corpses in order to prevent the village from completely falling into the hands of Orange Juro and Daimyo. Luo Sha's rise gave them hope, and he also promised to accept Xie, and the two had no regrets. Moreover, the prestige of the two of them would be an obstacle to Luo Sha no matter what. As long as they were around, the two of them had no intention of surviving in the end when they made the plan to use their bodies as bait. A wind shadow that sweeps everything away is the most perfect ending. Luo Sha indeed guessed. Grandma Qiandai, you promised to continue to work hard for me, so you can't take your word for it. Ha, what a black-hearted Kazekage, he won't let go of two old bones, but it's a pity, old people don't have to say anything. Xie also understood that Grandma wanted to die. Grandma, don't be like this. Obviously the biggest sinner is me, not you, and I will die if I die. Chio patted Scorpion's head to stop his panic. Scorpion, this is Grandma's choice. If you really feel sorry for Grandma, stay and help Luo Sha develop Sha'in village. then turned to Luo Sha. Luo Sha, I have another request, don't kill Yi Dao. Luo Sha frowned. After the river released the sand and iron storm, it was controlled by the ninjas of Shine Village. His whole body was sealed and he couldn't speak. He raised his eyes and looked at Luo Sha and the others unwillingly. Shio said, he was just blinded by hatred. This is what the old woman owes him. Can you grant the old woman's dying wish? Mother-in-law Chio, you are too holy, that's all. I'll tell him the truth of the matter. While walking, he summoned other gods. Whether the host chooses to merge the kaleidoscope Sharingan Tianqian into the Eye of Gold Dust, consuming 30,000 points. Although distressed, I chose fusion. You can expect this kind of paranoia to understand the thinking of 3 generations as a joke, so Luo Sha chooses the simplest way. Hadao, you are confused, you have no idea what the 3rd generation is thinking. The Eye of Placer Gold landed, and suddenly turned into a riding wheel eye, with 3 hooked jade emerging, spinning into the shape of other gods. To outsiders, Luo Sha seemed to be trying to reason with Yi Dao. After a while, the seal of the river channel was released, and the river channel immediately cried bitterly, "What have I done?" Weeping, he climbed up to Chio and Ebizo. 2 advisors, I'm sorry for you. I didn't know there were so many inside stories. I was just fascinated by power, and I just didn't want my family to lose Kazekage. I'm just a shameless person. I'm sorry for the 3 generations. I'm sorry to the 4th generation, I'm sorry to you. Shio was stunned. You activate Tianqian once, consuming 1,000 system points. Unfortunately, other gods don't have unlimited use. The ability of the Sharingan is okay, but compared to using it once and cooling it down for more than 10 years, 1,000 points are worth it. I just told him about the 3 generations of filth. Thank you so much, Luo Sha, my last regret is gone for such an old woman. We are the remnants of the old era, and we have lived long enough. The hidden sand village has grown new soil, and we don't need old guys like us. Pointing fingers. He and Hai Laozan looked at each other, and they nodded. Each took out a scroll. The psychic produced 2 human puppets, 1 male and 1 female. Scorpion, don't be afraid. If Grandma and Uncle are not here, there will be someone with you. They are the ones who should accompany and supervise you the most. Luo Sha, although the old lady broke her promise and can no longer help you, she left you 2 helpers, no worse than the old lady. Brother, I'm really sorry for you. I've been with my wife all my life, and now I'm going to die with her. Hai Laozang smiled and said, I'm used to it, I would really get lost without my sister. Forge the mark of reincarnation, and inject your own life and chakra into the puppets of father and mother. 2 souls were called back from the Pure Land. As the 2 puppets slowly sat up, the 2 old men closed their eyes forever. Thus ended the rebellion in Hidden Sand Village. In fact, most people had no idea that the rebellion even took place. It was only through the news released by the Kazekage building the next day that we found out that Orange Juro had joined forces with the Retsu clan, the Mon clan and several other small clans to plan a coup, but Lord Raza discovered and stopped it in time. The Orange clan, the Jing clan, and the Men clan were all executed. The Lai clan was also executed except for those in the dungeon who did not cooperate with the rebellion. There were other die-hard sub-tribes involved in the rebellion. When the news spread, it did not cause panic. These tribes had already withdrawn all the ninjas who were outside into the tribe, and the border remained stable. All of a sudden, everyone was more convinced of the reality of the rebellion of several tribes. It took so long to prepare, and at the same time they all yelled, Cheyenne Village has just developed so well, and you were so frantic to destroy it. Master Luo Sha just treats civilians equally. Fortunately, Master Luo Sha stopped the rebellion, otherwise Sunagakure village would have returned to its former days of dire straits. The host's popularity in Hidden Sand Village has almost reached its peak, and his points have increased by 50-100. The host quelled the Hidden Sand Village rebellion, wiped out the hidden dangers of the Hidden Sand Village, and increased the points by 50-100. Through the continuous development of the host, Sand Hidden Village is updated to Yuminzu Village, and the daily points are increased to 100. Almost no major damage was caused, and everything in Sand Hidden Village remained as usual. Of course, there are also some sad things. Chio and Ebizo, the two advisors of Hidden Sand Village, unfortunately died in this rebellion in order to cover Lord Luo Sha. The older generation of Sunagakure village completely entered history with the death of Chio and Ebizo. At the same time, Scorpion, who had been away from the village for many years, returned to Sand Hidden Village, and found the Sandai Kazekage who had been missing for many years. It turned out that the death of Sandai Kazekage was caused by Orochimaru. With this prestige and achievements, Scorpion became Kazekage advisor after Chio and Ebinozo. Another piece of good news is that Yi Tsong successfully broke through to the shadow level and became another Fomian consultant. That is to say, although Chio and Ebizo passed away unfortunately, the high-end combat power of Hidden Sand Village has not decreased, and considering the H factor, it has become stronger. Some countries that have thought about it have put away their thoughts. What they don't know is that the residences of Chio and Ebizo also hide two shadow-level masters, Scorpion's father, Biku, and Scorpion's mother, Nectar. The host gains the loyalty of the shadow-level expert Scorpion, and the points increase by 400. The host gains the loyalty of the shadow-level master Monk, and the points increase by 400. The host gains the loyalty of the shadow-level master Gonlu, and the points increase by 400. The reincarnations of Chio and Ebizo were successful. They said that their souls were originally in the Pure Land, but were suddenly pulled by power to the present world, and they suddenly came to life. In the end, my mother and uncle paid the price with their lives. Listening to Luosha's narration of what happened after his death, Biku and Nana were also very moved. They are no strangers to Luosha, 3 generations of apprentices, both of them belonged to the junior generation when they were alive, and now they are the strongest Kazekage in history. The Biku said, speaking of which, Sandai was forcibly summoned a few days ago. He said that he saw you and grew up so much that he couldn't believe it. Luo Sha recalled the fight with the 3rd generation of the Dirty Land not long ago, and confirmed, "What is the Pure Land, and will everyone go there after death?" The monk replied, "That's not true. The Pure Land seems to deliberately put together related people. The Pure Land space we are in has the 1st generation, the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, Monzaemon, Funfu and us. It is estimated that the mother and uncle will go too." Xia sat quietly beside his father and mother. When Yen said, "Will grandma and uncle really go to the Pure Land?" Ganlu held Xia's hand and said, "Silly boy, grandma and uncle will go. You, don't blame yourself too much. Sandai actually didn't blame you. He was very sorry because he didn't listen to grandma. That's why you were taken advantage of by bad people, who are always worried that you won't forgive yourself." After so many years, the 3rd generation had already told the monks and Amrita about his death and expressed his apologies as soon as he arrived in the Pure Land. He killed his eldest brother and sister-in-law, and made Scorpion bear a heavy burden that he shouldn't have to bear. If I had listened to Chio and Ebizo from the beginning, this would not have been the case. Instead, Biko and Ganlu were embarrassed. It was obvious that their own children killed the 3rd generation, but the 3rd generation was so magnanimous. Scorpion stopped talking after hearing this. Everything today happened because of themselves. Grandma and uncle also chose to reincarnate in their own lives in exchange for their parents because of the guilt in their hearts. Grandma and uncle completed their own redemption. Then he has to atone for his past sins. He looked at Luo Sha firmly and said, "Lord Kazekage, please let me help you build Sunagakure village and atone for my past sins." Luo Sha. There are so many sins that come and go. Speaking of which, I was careless this time. The strength of the peak shadow level was a little bit drifting, and I clearly reminded myself to hold on. I am proud to have won 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo. The 2 old men are not fighting for life and death, so there is nothing to be happy about. And the plan will never keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that Obito Uchiha and Deidara could get together? You must be careful when you act in the future. Unfortunately, the points could have upgraded the bloodline of the Whirlpool to excellence, but it is not a loss to merge with other gods. Luo Sha set a small goal for himself: first break through to the Whirlpool bloodline to excellence, then break through a physical limit, and then go out to surf. Although it took more than points, it will soon make up for it. Countering the rebellion added 11,000 points, and 12,000 points for Scorpion's family of 3. In addition, there were constant breakthroughs in Scorpio's life, and the points accumulated again to 36,600. More than one is fast. Even if I only rely on daily bonuses and handling government affairs, it will only take about 100 days. What's more, the effect of returning life is still continuing. Luo Sha is still more interested in the Pure Land that Bisho and Ganlu said. As long as the Shadow class dies, it will go to the Pure Land. They didn't see the predecessor, which proved that the predecessor was completely replaced by themselves. Two of you, two consultants, Chio and Ebizo, passed away unfortunately. Do you have any ideas for new consultants? It's a pity that I originally planned to be the shopkeeper as soon as the matter is over. Bhikkhu and Nectar both refused. The Bhikkhu said, Lord Luosha's trust is appreciated by us, but we are all dead people, and we are not suitable to appear in public again. Of course, as long as we are needed as a husband and wife, we are bound to define it. Xia took the initiative to step forward and said, Master Luo Sha, can I be this advisor? So the consultants of Shiyin Village became Xia and Yi Tsong. On the third day, Shiyin Village held a grand funeral for the ninjas who died in the rebellion. Looking at Grandma's tombstone, Xia made up his mind to assist Luo Sha well. Luo Sha sighed softly and laid the flowers in front of Chio Ebizu's tomb. Iwagakure Village, Konoha Village, Daimyo, it's time to settle this account, Pure Land. Confused Chio and Ebino opened their eyes. They are not dead, where is this? Immediately, the third generation, second generation, Monzaemon, Fanfuku and first generation appeared. The third generation was very ashamed. The two consultants blamed me. Chio stopped Sandai, laughed and said, It seems that we have succeeded. Do you miss us? Let me tell you, our Shiyin Village has produced a great Kazekage. Not killing Kato seems to be a bit of a saint, but this treatment is more in line with Chio's character and also brings out the role of other gods. Anyway, this character will probably not be online in the future, so please forgive me. End of this chapter. Chapter 82 You will always be a daimyo. Chapter 82 You will always be a daimyo. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Office Building. Ma-ji personally came with Luo Sha's handwriting, and received the highest standard reception from Konoha Ninja Village. Tianzong has already heard the news of Danzong's failure. The third generation can only secretly rejoice that they clearly told Tianzong not to participate in any actions of Danzong. Konoha originally planned to push it all away. What Danzo, our Konoha's rebellious tolerance was defeated by Luo Sha a few days ago, and we were unwilling to take revenge. It's a good time to die now. Sunagakure Village will eliminate the harm for us. Anyway, Itachi seems to be rescued by a mysterious person, and it can be pushed away completely. When Maji came, the third generation was about to say a few polite words, but Maji caught them all by surprise. Hokage-sama, Kazekage-sama ordered me to express my gratitude. A few days ago, there was a turmoil in our sand-hidden village. Danzo-sama came to help after learning the news. Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Danzo-sama was defeated and lost one of his eyes. One arm was cut off. He is really a good ally of our sand-hidden. By the way, Mr. Luo Sha also asked us to remind you that the person who injured Mr. Danzo is suspected to be the Uchiha masked man who caused the Nine-Tails Rebellion. Let Muyi must be careful. Just don't mention Uchiha Itachi. Giving Hiruzuru Sarutobi a cut, Koharu and Mito Menyan asked directly. Are you sure you mean Danzo? Looking at the stunned look of the three of them, Ma-ji felt secretly refreshed. Originally, he also wanted to execute Danzo, but Master Luo Sha had the foresight. Send Danzo back to fight for power and profit, weaken Konoha, and get benefits along the way. By the way, now Danzo-sama has the full authority to receive treatment in our hidden sand village. Lord Raza generously stated that they are all allies, so there is no need to pay for the medical expenses. It is just that the medical level of hidden sand village is not enough. I hope Master Hokage can save the wood. Let me take back his medical knowledge so that I can treat the disease for Lord Danzo. In addition, Danzo-sama also promised to bring a copy of Konoha's scientific knowledge to Sandine. As a thank you, we didn't need it, but Danzo-sama asked me to mention it to you. By the way, what's more, this time the rebellion destroyed the hidden sand village a lot. Tianzong said that he couldn't bear to have his achievements destroyed, and hope to build a house for the hidden sand village for another 3 months. Sarutobi Hayazaki. Turning bed Xiaochun. Vitamin Yen. Are you sure this is what Danzo wants and not what you want? Medical technology, science and technology, Tianzong continued to build a house for 3 months. Is it still 3 conditions, or 3 conditions that are not excessive? Do not agree. Turning to bed. What did Koharu and Maida Minyan think of me? Sarutobi Hiruza only felt the horror of Luo Sha. It would be better to kill Danzo. We two are arguing. Since this is the case, Konoha would like to thank Sain for his generous help. I will prepare these things and try to bring them back to you as soon as possible. Maji replied, in that case, thank you, Hokage-sama. By the way, Kazekage-sama said that there were some small mistakes in the Beiman Duinjie you gave last time, and he has already corrected them for you. I am afraid that Konoha's cultivation is not right. I specially asked me to bring it back, so you can take a look. Also, you can announce about the 3 Kazekages. Sarutobi Hayazaki. Luosha's actions are very clear, stop making small moves. Maki left, and Koharu and Maida Minyan were also silent after going to bed. Hiruzuru Sarutobi sighed, the current Luo Sha is not simple. Turning to bed, Xiaochun said, that group of Tibetans. Hiruzuru Sarutobi was powerless for a while. The Shimura clan holds important positions in many positions in the village, and the 3 conditions are not excessive, and must be redeemed. Even for the peace of mind of the 2 of you, you have to redeem it. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Maida Minyan said, Uchiha Itachi was rescued by the masked man, and it is said that the Uchiha clan was inseparable from the original Nine Tails rebellion. Hiruza, don't hesitate any longer. Masked man, Nine Tails, for generations. Instead of destroying Sand Hidden Village, he sat and watched him rise. First Yun Hidden Village and then Sand Hidden Village. If Shiraya, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shirdai are all still there, why is Konoha here? Am I doing something wrong? The next day, Maji put the materials prepared by Konoha into the sealing scroll, and at the same time brought a scroll of reverse spiritism, saying that there is no need for treatment in Hidden Sand Village, and Konoha will do follow-up treatment. Meanwhile, Iwagakure received a harshly worded letter of accountability. Asked why Tsuchika Jinoki's personal disciple Didera colluded with the traitors of Sand Hidden Village, destroyed Sand Hidden Village, caused immeasurable damage, and even blew up Sand Hidden's ally Danzo to serious injuries. Anoki was also speechless. He released Didera originally to support the front line and prevent the Hidden Sand Village from launching a war. As a result, he disappeared as soon as he arrived in Didera, and Anoki also wanted to find him. The attack on Hidden Sand Village was entirely on Didara's crazy attention, and had nothing to do with Anoki. Anaji explained to Luo Sha. Claiming that Deidara had defected, everything he did had nothing to do with Iwagakure village. Luo Sha said to this, since this is the case, I will go to see the customs of the land of earth in a few days. After looking for Konoha and Iwagakure, the last person I found was the daimyo of the land of wind. Occupying the richest land in the north of the Kingdom of Wind, nearly half of the ninjas in Sunagakure village are stationed at the northern defense line to protect this rich land. The daimyo's residence was magnificently built, but the luxurious residence did not give daimyo a sense of security. Ever since the news of Orange Jiro's death came, daimyo has been living in panic. Worrying about his own safety all the time. Hired a large number of ninjas to protect themselves through the black market. But today, as the screams continued to come from outside the palace, Daming hid on the bed, covered with a quilt, trembling. Although there were many ninjas, they were all mobs. Following the footsteps of Luo Sha and Xia, the hired ninjas fell down one after another, and finally ran away directly. Luo Sha lifted the cup open. The daimyo directly cowed out and begged for mercy. Luo Sha, please let me go, it's all done by Chung Jiro, I don't know anything. Appropriate, how much Shine village needs in the future appropriation, can't I give it? Kazekage and daimyo had naturally met each other. Luo Sha disdained, if I kill you, I will have as much as I want. Don't. The fat body stepped back, there is a daimyo protection agreement, you can't kill me. Tell you Luosha, I have killed my own son and grandson completely. There are also dignitaries from the Land of Winds. No one in the Land of Winds can inherit the title of daimyo. If you kill me, other countries will not let this excuse go. No wonder there was such a strong smell of blood in the palace. The eyes of gold dust swept over, and it turned out that there were many dead people. Luosha suddenly smiled. Daimyo, I have a high regard for you. Since you want to be a daimyo so much, I will satisfy you. I will not change your daimyo. You will always be the daimyo of the Land of Winds. Thank you Luosha, I will never have other thoughts in the future. Daming kowtowed like garlic. Luosha patted Xia on the shoulder. I'll leave it to you later. Xia stepped forward with a blank face, and grabbed the daimyo. With the sound of tinkling reformation and pig-killing screams, a few hours later, a puppet daimyo with an expressionless face and thoughts was born. Rosa smiled lightly. I said, you will be a great name forever. Well, the plot of Sunagakure village is basically over. When it was first conceived, Shio and Ebizo sacrificed themselves in exchange for the resurrection of Scorpio's parents. The first big plot is over, and the following plots have not been conceived yet. I will try my best tomorrow. If it doesn't work, I can only get 6,000 first. This chapter will be written at 9:50. And the plot of the next volume is yet to come. Not well conceived. End of this chapter. Chapter 83 With your strength, you still dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara? Chapter 83 With your strength, you still dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara? 4K. Luosha thought that he would take revenge if he had a grudge. Although the result was good this time, the process almost turned over. Konoha village, Iwagakure village, and Uchiha Obito were all beyond their reach, but your name is right under my nose. Can I still let you run away? Although Xie's parents tried to stop him, how could they have no resentment towards the real culprit who caused his death in the first place, and they knew they couldn't stop Luosha. They weren't Chio and Abino, and they didn't have such a deep bond, so they simply didn't stop them. By understanding the current situation, after the Third War, the countries are not ready to fight again. The desert is the home ground of Sand Hidden Village. The current shadow-level masters of Sand Hidden Village are almost the same as those in their heyday. Even if all countries really attack, Sand Hidden Village will be sure to defeat them. The Hidden Village is undefeated. Just as the Manbei was destroyed, the Shinchikamatsu Ten were recovered, and the two of them started to transform their own puppets. With Chiyo's 10 Chikamatsu people, plus the 10 Chikamatsu people left behind by Manbei, the two of them were not worried about insufficient combat power. What surprised Luosha the most was Scorpion. When Luosha was about to settle accounts with Daming, Xia actually stopped her. I hope Lord Luosha will put the interests of the village first. When he said something against the agreement with a blank face, Luosha wondered for a moment whether Xia had been swapped. Xia has indeed changed. Although his parents are resurrected, the deaths of Chio and Ebizo still make Xia feel guilty, yet he didn't dare to forget that his grandma's last request was for him to help Luosha develop Sand Hidden Village well. That being the case, Scorpio decided that the agreement with grandma must be carried out. He took the initiative to learn how to handle official duties with Maji and Yu Liang, and because of being a puppet, Scorpio would be fine without resting for 24 hours. Scorpion instantly turned into a workaholic, and the efficiency made everyone call it unscientific. Problem: Scorpio not only works by himself, but also drags Luosha along with him. In the past, Maji and Uritoki were still lazy, but now they were faced with a Scorpion who might appear in front of them at any time, with an expressionless and serious face. Lord Luosha, please handle this matter. Lord Luosha, please deal with this matter again. Luosha has a big head, but fortunately, as long as it is not working hours, Xia will not come to you, and will only work overtime by himself. Luosha didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have such a workaholic and efficient and tireless consultant. Luosha was forced to find Biku and Nectar several times, and he had to persuade Xia to combine work and rest. As a result, the two of them were also detained by Xia without waiting for persuasion. Father and mother are puppets just like me, so why don't you contribute to Cheyenne Village together if you don't feel tired? Biku. Honey-do. Scorpion, our resurrection is to urge you, not you to urge us. Besides, we have been dead for so many years and have finally enjoyed life. Why don't you let us rest? So he ran away on the pretext of being familiar with puppet art and making puppets, and told Luo Sha clearly that there was nothing Xia could do about it. In the end, Luo Sha was helpless and told Xia clearly that your serious involution has destroyed the positive and fair working environment of Sunagakure village. It's okay for you to be tireless. The other people in the Kazekage building are flesh and blood. Your 24-hour overtime behavior has made many people feel ashamed of themselves. If things go on like this, it will greatly reduce the enthusiasm of normal people, so they must go home and sleep at night. Scorpio fought hard and won the right to work until 10 o'clock in the evening. A Scorpio who is serious about just working is downright scary. So even though he also hated the daimyo in his heart, when he heard that Luo Sha wanted to take revenge on the daimyo, he still spoke out to stop him. Scorpio, it is better for you to be as unruly as before. However, after Luo Sha and Xia finished talking about their revenge methods, Xia immediately agreed, immediately ended his busy work, and followed Luo Sha to the capital of the Kingdom of Wind where the daimyo was. The transformation was entirely carried out while the daimyo was still alive. It should be a little painful, but you have to stand at attention when you are beaten. Who told you to do something wrong? After some transformation by Scorpion, the daimyo will be free from disease and disaster, and will be almost immortal. Since ancient times, emperors have only dreamed of receiving treatment. In all, the daimyo should thank me. The daimyo's expression was fixed in a smile. The still obese body is very flexible now, and he bowed to Luo Sha. Please rest assured, Lord Luo Sha, I will definitely manage the Kingdom of Wind well and cooperate with Sha-in village to become the strongest ninja village. The daimyo always smiled, and could only smile. No one wants to know what he has experienced under Xia's hands. The current daimyo has been ordered by Xia to cooperate with Luo Sha in building Sha-in village. Although the daimyo still has his own thoughts, he will only do this one thing according to Scorpion's instructions. Xia wiped his red hands and said expressionlessly, Kazekage-sama's idea is very outstanding. I never thought that human puppets can be used in this way. Such a great name will never betray Sunagakure village, and he will be a great name forever. Not only that, I also set up an automatic counterattack system for his body. It uses precious materials that I have collected over the years. If I make a puppet, it is enough to make 3 or 5 shadow levels. Although it is only used on the daimyo. It has quasi-shadow level strength, but even if it is a shadow level surprise attack, the automatic counterattack can protect the core immediately and then escape, which is not a waste of investment. In order to make the daimyo obedient and easy to use, Xia took out the treasures he had collected for many years. Sheng Sheng transformed the ordinary and useless daimyo into a quasi-shadow level human puppet to avoid any accidents that might happen to the daimyo. At the same time, Scorpion's grievances over the years have really been vented. How could it be possible not to hate? How could it be possible not to want revenge? Now the idea given by Luo Sha is far more effective in revenge than killing the daimyo, and can also make Sunagakure village stronger. Grandma, uncle and 3 generations, you can all truly rest in peace. I really agree with Luo Sha from the bottom of my heart. Regardless of how Luo Sha was before, the current Luo Sha is indeed impressive both in terms of his governance methods and his charisma. Courageous and not pedantic. Master Kazekage, thank you. Xia said sincerely. It was the first time in so many days that Xia sincerely expressed his gratitude to Luo Sha. I met my grandma and uncle, resurrected my father and mother, returned to Sand Hidden Village openly, and now I have taken revenge with my own hands. So it's time to make a break with the past self. Lord Luo Sha, now that I have come to the capital, I have something to do. Now I have decided to return to Sand Hidden Village, but I still have to tell Akatsuki to withdraw. Akatsuki has a stronghold nearby. Luo Sha heard the words, if you quit, will there be troubles, such as not letting people go? Xia shook his head, no. Shao will not restrict people from leaving, but most of the people who join Shao are homeless, so basically they will not quit. Now Akatsuki, although Nagato's purpose has changed to capture tailed beasts, it has not been widely advertised. Now the public purpose is still Yahiko's method, to bring peace to the ninja world. The requirements for membership are not strict either. Xia joined because he had nowhere to go, and was defeated by Shao Nan. He had no purpose in life, so he might as well join Shao. Now that she has promised grandma and returned to Cheyenne Village, she naturally wants to quit Shao. You have never seen the masked man who saved Uchiha Itachi and Deidara that day in Akatsuki. Sia thought about it carefully and replied, "Indeed, Master Luosha, I have never seen such a person in the years since I joined Shao. I will ask the leader later." Uchiha Obito is still wearing Uchiha Madara's vest, and now only Nagato and Konan are aware of Obito's existence. Although Scorpion joined Akatsuki for a long time, he didn't know the existence of Uchiha Obito. It's no wonder that Nagato will tell you that you quit. Luosha didn't care and said, "Forget it, don't ask, it's you, do you want me to go with you?" Sia refused and said, "It's still unnecessary. Akatsuki's contact point is a cave." Although there should be no threat, Mr. Kazekage still doesn't want to personally take part in the danger. The leader of Akatsuki has the legendary reincarnation eye. We don't know what this eye has. How many means? Luosha no longer persists. Akatsuki is still in the stage of saving up and should not want to expose her strength. There is really no need to meet him too early. With Luosha's approval, Sia arrived at the cave of the Akatsuki organization not long after. The peripheral members had already retreated. Apparently they knew about Sia's rebellion and abandoned this contact point. It seems that Kazekage is right, the mysterious person who rescued Uchiha Itachi and Deidara is indeed Akatsuki's person. Otherwise, Shao would not have been able to give up so decisively. In the cave, Scorpion came to his jade finger. Not long after, Zero and Bai's fingers lit up, and the figures of Pain and Xiaonan flashed. Xiaonan said, "So, Xia, are you really sure you want to quit Akatsuki?" Scorpio admits. "Yes, I have returned to Sand Hidden Village and become a phonying consultant." Pain's tone was full of disappointment. "Scorpion, you have chosen the wrong path." Scorpion denied, "There is no complete road, no one can know which is the right one, I think the current road is more correct than before." Different road non-phase plan. Xiaonan said, "Xia, since you have made up your mind, then you will have nothing to do with Shao from now on. Maybe we will be enemies next time we meet." This was within Xia's expectations, and it was impossible for them to remain friends. "This is what I want to tell you, don't attack Cheyenne Village, or I won't be polite." Would someone like you do it for the village? Pain disdains that the tailed beast plan will be implemented sooner or later, and it is necessary to take action against Sand Hidden Village, and the two sides will become enemies one day. There is no need to continue the conversation if there is more than half a sentence. Thinking of the masked man, Sia suddenly asked, "The masked man who rescued Itachi Uchiha that day was also from Akatsuki?" Pain and Xiaonan froze at the same time. Pain said, "Who told you?" Although there is no direct answer, the answer is obvious. Sia shook his head and said, "It seems that there are many secrets that Shao and I don't know." Zero and Bai, then goodbye, but I hope never to see each other again. By taking the initiative to end the call, Scorpion had achieved his goal, and it was impossible for Pain to tell more about the rest. Scorpion had a premonition that he would run into Shao sooner or later. As an enemy. Akatsuki's stronghold. After finishing the communication with Scorpion, Yahiko and Konan turned to face Obito Uchiha behind them. Pain said, "Your existence has indeed been exposed." Obito caressed his abdomen. The wound left by Raza that day was aching. Raza's placer gold sword also had the effect of alluvial gold corrosion. Obito struggled for a long time, but in the end it was better to cut off the meat covered with gold dust. Not only that, Obito felt that the other party knew his abilities well, which made it difficult. Not only Obito, Uchiha Itachi and Deidara also feel the same. Whether it's Amaterasu, the Juken sword or the 8-foot mirror. The other side is prepared. I and others have never used these abilities. And the other party snatched Shirsue's eyes as soon as he came up, and he knew Danzo very well. Deidara finally threw C3 and 0.18, but the opponent quickly avoided it and took sealing measures. How did Luosha know about these abilities that were almost never exposed to anyone? It is impossible for the departments in Sunagakure village to predict things before they happen. Uchiha Obito even faintly felt that the other party even knew his true identity. What makes Obito the most angry is that despite saving Itachi, Itachi doesn't appreciate it at all, and even fights Obito as soon as he recovers a little. Itachi has not forgotten that the Ninetales rebellion was caused by the masked man in front of him. He is also the one who pushed the family and the village to the point of no return. Obito decisively threw Itachi out of the Kamui space, avoiding being burned by Amaterasu. Repaying kindness with revenge, Uchiha Itachi, is not the right thing for you to do. Revenge for kindness? I want to catch you and hand it over to Hokage-sama, so that everyone will know that the Ninetales rebellion had nothing to do with Uchiha. Catch me? Do you know who I am? Sharingan, Kaleidoscope, I'm not interested in knowing which Uchiha traitor you are, as long as I bring you back to Konoha Faluo. If you catch the masked man in front of you, it will definitely ease the relationship between the village and Uchiha. Traitor? Lost? Obito couldn't help laughing. No one in Konoha can judge me. Let me tell you, kid, I am the Uchiha class. Konoha was built by me, send me? Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, and then said with disdain, "You think I will believe it, and think that having a kaleidoscope is a big deal? Who can pretend to be Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito. Why am I no longer Uchiha Madara? I am the heir of Uchiha Madara's will. Maybe you don't believe it, but I am indeed an Uchiha class. I did not die in the battle at the Valley of the End, but used Izanagi to fake death to escape, so now I only have one Sharingan left. I can't save you. What I need you to do for me is just because you are from the same clan and your talent is pretty good, don't think I have any purpose. If you weren't the one who had to destroy the Uchiha clan, Obito wouldn't want to talk nonsense." However, Uchiha Itachi still sneered, "Stop the boring fantasies. Maybe you have something to do with Uchiha Ban, but as far as I know, if you are really Uchiha Madara, you can't be beaten so badly when you meet Luo Sha, worse than me. Uchiha Obito. Luo Sha, I'm not finished with you." End of this chapter. Chapter 84 Yenin Village, Luo Sha, you want to see the scenery, right? Chapter 84 Yenin Village, Luo Sha, you want to see the scenery, right? 4K. Obito instantly misfired. Yes, how to say, the myth of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara was beaten by Raza and fled, although Obito is shameless, he still has to save some face for Madara. But the main reason is that I only have one Sharingan. If I have two Sharingans and two divine powers, I may not be any worse with Susanoo than Raza's Kinsanunhu. No, definitely stronger. Even now I can force it open, but it takes too much energy to fight Luo Sha. But facing Uchiha Itachi's ridicule, there is nothing to refute. Obito's pretense ended in failure this time. But even so, Obito still slapped his swollen face to pretend to be fat. I just couldn't use my full strength for some reason, otherwise you thought Luo Sha would be my opponent. Consciously losing face, Obito decided to wait until he returned to Wuin Village, and he must intensify his efforts to harass Shien Village, so that the coastline of the Land of Winds will never be peaceful. Don't pretend to be Uchiha Madara, get caught quickly, and go back to Konoha with me to accept the sanction. Uchiha Itachi doesn't care if the opponent is Uchiha Madara, even if it is, it's just someone who betrayed the village decades ago. Compared with Konoha, it is nothing. The recovery of pupil power was even greater, and he directly used Susanoo's almost complete body, and slashed at Obito with 10 fists and swords. If dealing with Luo Sha is still due to orders, facing the masked man, Uchiha Itachi's hatred value has already been fully drawn, and it is the masked man in front of him who dominates the Night of the Kyuubi, causing the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village to be completely heated. It also indirectly led to Jishui's death. Knowing that the person in front of me mastered the spacetime ninjutsu, he attacked with all his strength. However, Uchiha Itachi's fighting consciousness was still not as good as Obito's. The moment Itachi took action, Obito used his divine power to disappear and then appeared in the distance. Uchiha Itachi, I don't know you the same way. I look forward to the day when I can meet you again. Leaving behind a pretense of profound words, Obito completely disappeared from Itachi's eyes. Itachi regretted that he could not leave the masked man behind, so he identified the direction and headed towards Konoha. Obito returned to the Kamui space and ran towards Akatsuki's base. Deidara was full of curiosity and said to Obito, "You said you are Uchiha Madara?" Daibu said angrily, "You don't believe it either?" Deidara said matter-of-factly. Ha, isn't it good to be yourself? The old man told me that back then, the Uchiha class could not think of any resistance with just one look. The second generation Tsuchikage Muya was not an Uchiha at all. The opponent of the class, I think you are better at running away. Obito. Throw Deidara out of Kamui Kong directly. I am class Uchiha. I just can't exert my full strength for the time being. Deidara thought to himself, his temperament was similar to that of Uchiha Madara mentioned by the old man, so he stopped arguing. Yes, you are Uchiha Madara, can I believe it? By the way, your organization is so interesting, can you let me join too? The old man is too boring to play art together, thinking about it every day. Let me marry her granddaughter, women will only affect my art. Do you want to join Akatsuki? Obito hesitated for a moment, then felt that it was not bad. Deidara's strength was strong, and his actions were crazy enough, which was in line with Akatsuki's style. In addition, after this time, Scorpion will definitely withdraw from Akatsuki, so Deidara's joining is tantamount to supplementing Akatsuki's combat power. Yeah, am I not more qualified than that Uchiha Itachi? For some reason, Deidara just can't get used to Itachi Uchiha, and wanted to compete with Itachi several times in the Shunwei space. You are indeed qualified, but I am not the leader of Akatsuki. I need to take you to let Pain decide whether to let you join. You also said that you are Madara Uchiha, not even the leader of an organization. Deidara couldn't help complaining. Obito's face darkened under the mask. That's just because I don't want to do it. This is quite similar to Uchiha Madara. It is said that when Konoha was established, Uchiha Madara said the same thing. It is obvious that everyone did not choose him as Hokage. Obito. He still brought Deidara to Akatsuki's stronghold. After some interviews, Pain readily accepted Deidara and gave Deidara the green ring. Let Deidara join Akatsuki several years earlier than the plot. Later, Obito told Pain and Konan what happened in Sunagakure village. Xia will definitely withdraw from Sha this time, and Luo Sha, we must take precautions early. Is Luo Sha that strong? Pain frowned. Orochimaru said so, and the masked man said so. We have underestimated Luo Sha all these years. How weak is a person who can suppress Shoha in the desert? It was estimated that he was just hiding his strength. My conclusion is that his strength is at the peak shadow level, maybe only a little worse than you. Although the masked male god is mysterious and always says he is Madara Uchiha, he still has some vision. Maybe Luo Sha is very strong, but Nagato, who has already surpassed the Kage class, also has 6 puppets, so he doesn't take it seriously. And now Nagato's idea is to seize the land of rain first, to avenge Shihiko, and secondly to serve as Akatsuki's fixed base. It's a pity that Hanzo always couldn't get out, and Pain never waited for a good opportunity. Even if he had the strength to kill Hanzo, it would not stop him from escaping. But now that Danzo, who has been cooperating with Hanzong, has been abolished by Luo Sha, maybe my chance has come. On this point, I should thank Luo Sha very much. The capture of Hidden Rain Village should be possible earlier. Luo Sha, I will pay attention. Do you have anything else? Or do you also want to get a ring? Now is indeed not the time to deal with Raza with all his strength, and Obito also knows that. The time has not come. It is not the time for me to appear in front of the stage. However, sooner or later, the implementation of the Tailed Beast project will directly confront Luo Sha, so we should not take it lightly. Obito rejected the idea of appearing in Akatsuki now. He still has work to do in Kirigakure village. Uchiha has not exterminated the clan, and it may not be bad to delay for a few years. Luo Sha's age has entered a period of decline. Obito naturally sneered at the rumor circulating in Sunagakure village that Raza was rejuvenated. If there is a secret technique that can rejuvenate, the real Uchiha Madara will not die of old age. Tsunade does not know about it, but he still understands it, but it is a secret technique that slows down the speed of aging. Luo Sha is probably the same. After a few years, Luo Sha's strength will weaken, and it will not be too late to take revenge at that time. Pain said indifferently, with me and you, Uchiha Madara, no matter how strong Luo Sha is, Yue will be in our pockets sooner or later. Obito heard the sarcasm in it, and his heart was almost going crazy. I lost too much vest today. Pain had entrusted him with taking action to seize the hidden rain village before, but Obito always made excuses. There is no way his real strength, combined with Mudun, may be able to reach the peak of the Shadow class, but it is not as good as Pain unless he gets back the complete Sharingan and uses Susanoo. Being questioned again and again, Obito didn't bother to defend himself. Believe it or not, I am you, Tomo, Nami, and Madara. Activate Kamui and leave. Obito, who was denied one after another, put all his anger on Luosha's head, and only wanted to return to the country of water as soon as possible, so that Wuin village could take revenge on Sandine village. Pain shook his head, further proving the conjecture in his heart. How could Uchiha Madara be so unqualified? At the beginning, he was really frightened by the masked man, but as his strength improved, especially after surpassing the shadow level, Pain no longer believed in the masked man. People like you are Uchiha Madara. How low is the ninja level in the Warring States period? However, with the information about the masked man, Pain and Shaonan were prepared for Sei's withdrawal from Akatsuki, and they evacuated the stronghold ahead of time. Moreover, Deidara's joining also made up for Scorpion's lack of combat power. However, with Deidara's joining, Yenin village is in a state of desperation. The reason was Luosha's harshly worded accountability letter. For so many years, Yenin village has never been threatened so blatantly. You also need to look at the local conditions and customs of our land of earth. You Luosha do not think much of our Yenin village. Is the scenery of the land of earth what you want to see? Although you, Raza, have been in the limelight recently, fighting against the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo on your own at the border of the land of fire, and it is said that one of you hit 3 Kage levels when you suppressed the rebellion, our Iwagakure village is not a fool either. In the land of fire, most people won't fight you to the death. In your own territory in Sand Hidden Village, not to mention 1 against 3, 1 against 5 is normal. What's more, you have the help of Hakura, Chio, and Abino. How dare you look down on me, Yenin village? Yes, during the Third World War, our Yenin village besieged and killed Liuying and killed tens of thousands of elites, but you, Shine village, did not insult you whenever you wanted. You must know that the 2 kingdoms of earth and wind have always been old enemies, but it has always been the hidden rock village that suppresses the hidden sand village to fight. Even the surrounding small countries, the country of stone, the country of bears, the country of ghosts, and the country of marshes, have all surrendered to the country of soil. This made the kingdom of wind very embarrassed. The arrogance since ancient times made the land of earth unable to bear the ridicule from Luosha. Iwagakure village meeting room. Anoki rubbed his temples with pain. I originally thought of letting Deidara out to support the front line before letting him go, but as soon as he was released, I couldn't find him. He even went to Sunagakure village to throw bombs. Just throw them, and you'd kill Luosha. Let Luosha seize the opportunity to cause trouble in the village. But Luosha, you really don't take my Yenin village seriously. In the past few days of compulsory education, information has been sent to Konoha. Raza promised not to target Konoha, so it is obvious that it is aimed at our Iwagakure village. Konoha is not easy to chew, so Iwagakure, should be treated as a soft persimmon, right? These years of keeping a low profile and developing the village have made you drift away to the point where you forgot that the northern border was built to stop who was established. In this case, he raised his head and glanced at the high-level officials of Iwagakure village who were present. Tell me, what do you think of Luosha's letter? Sand Hidden? If it weren't for the lack of resources in the desert, Sand Hidden village would have been wiped out during the Third World War, and they dared to threaten us with brazen words. The afro-haired hunter said disdainfully. For a long time of absolute suppression, no one took Sain seriously. Although Shine Village's bright side is stronger now, with the 3 shadow levels of Luosha, Xia, and Yitsong, as well as Gaara's personality, but Yenin village also has 3 generations of Tukijin King Mu, although Lao Zi and Inoki discord, but once it involves a national war, it is not stingy to contribute. Moreover, although there are fewer shadows, there are many shadows in Yenin village, such as Huang, Chitu, Wenya, Shou, etc., and the elite Jonin are far more than Shine village. The ants would bite the elephant to death, and the 3 Quasi-Kage and 7 or 8 elite Jounin surrounded him. The Kage level was not invincible or even killed. And after many years of Will of Stone, although Sha'in also launched the Will of Sand. But the cohesion is still stronger in Iwagakure. The bearded man also echoed, "Indeed, although our losses in the Third War were not small, the consumption of Shine Village was also very large. Don't forget that the battlefield at the beginning was Shine Village. The bottom of the 5 ninja villages dared to threaten, we cannot back down." Huang Tu also said, "Whether Luosha or Shohai is good, their abilities can only be displayed to the greatest extent in the desert. The land of earth and the land of wind are blocked by cliffs. In terms of terrain, we are more advantageous. Don't be afraid of them." Han said, "My strength has increased. If I completely transform into a tailed beast, I can control it for 10 minutes without going berserk. A tailed beast that can act without hesitation for 10 minutes has huge destructive power." Everyone came to the unanimous conclusion that there was no need to take the threat from Sunagakure village to heart. Anoki thought so too. After all, in Iwagakure's view, Kumogakure village, which also had many elites and had 2 perfect Jinchuriki, the 2 tails and the 8 tails, was a greater threat. What I'm afraid of is that Cheyenne village will really go to war, and Yunin village will be attacked by the enemy. Anoki said, "I didn't take Luosha's threat seriously, but since Luosha doesn't take our Yenin village seriously, we can't ignore it. We must punish Luosha's ignorant provocation." Everyone was excited when they heard the words. Without him. After World War III, Yenin village was silent for too long. The 5 major ninja villages, Konoha and Kumogakure, compete with each other. Cheyenne village is at the bottom, followed by Wuin village, the 3rd oldest child in Yenin village. Because of the huge losses in the Third World War, Yenin village, which has been developing with peace of mind, has already shown signs of decline, and it is even said that it is out of date. A strong battle will naturally shut up many people. Didn't Luosha say that he wanted to come and see the scenery of our Kingdom of Earth? We in Yenin village have not seen the scenery of the Kingdom of Wind for many years. Han, you will lead the team and make a surprise attack on the northern defense line of the Kingdom of Wind. Let Luosha I know the consequences of provoking Iwagakure." Han immediately took orders. "Lord Taing, Han takes orders." People around him immediately gathered around him. "Han, let me go with you." "Han, choose me." Anoki snorted coldly, "Luosha, since you took the initiative to provoke me, you can't blame me. I, Iwagakure village, cannot start a war, can you, Sunagakure village, do it? There are natural rock walls as obstacles, and the Konoha and Wuin behind your hidden sand village are also restless, and everyone is in the same place. After blitzing the northern defense line, shrink your strength. What can you Luosha do if you are not reconciled?" Anoki didn't believe that Luosha dared to launch a war. At this time, Luosha was looking at the message flashed by his system speechlessly. It has been detected that the host has actually controlled the name of the Kingdom of Wind, secretly controlled the Kingdom of Wind, and obtained the achievement Uncrowned King. The system will be updated soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 85 Returning to the Northern Fortress, the Coming Rock Hidden Village. Chapter 85 Returning to the Northern Fortress, the Coming Rock Hidden Village, 4K. The host has actually controlled the daimyo of the Country of Wind, controlled the Country of Wind, and the system points have increased by 10,000. Looking at more than 46,000 points, the excellent Whirlpool bloodline is within easy reach. The system update has been completed. A strong village will make the country strong, and a prosperous village will make the country prosperous. The Sunagakure village under the governance of the host has become so powerful that Konoha does not dare to defeat it, but no one knows it. If wealth does not return to its hometown, it is like walking at night in brocade. It is necessary for the host to spread the power of Sunagakure village throughout the ninja world. Because the host has completely controlled the Kingdom of the Wind and achieved the achievement of the Uncrowned King, the effect of the Blessing of National Fortune is activated, and the host can consume points to activate the Blessing of National Fortune. After the host activates the Blessing of the National Games, according to the rating of Hidden Sand Village and the status of the ninja world, he can get additional blessings, and his own strength will be greatly improved. Rating of Cheyenne Village, Uminzu Village, plus 15%. Current ally of Sand Hidden Village, Konoha, hostile relationship, 3% bonus. Current affiliated country of Hidden Sand Village, none. Comprehensive blessing effect, 15% for self, 3% for allies, 0 for dependent countries, overall 18%. Is this because an NEI asked me to go outside? Blessing of the National Games, an interesting skill that can comprehensively improve one's own strength. 18% is not obvious at first glance, but this skill is against the sky because it is not limited by the upper limit of the body. That is to say, with my current state of forbearance, 10 in magnetic escape gold LV10, if I turn on the blessing of the national luck, I can break through the limit of the shadow level in an instant and reach the super shadow level. This is a bit interesting. Because even if you activate the Uzumaki bloodline now, the improvement in strength will not be too obvious. You must rely on your own efforts to break through the limit, or add some breakthroughs, let alone those who have less than 10 abilities. After turning on the blessing of the national luck, ninja, and sit and placer gold can break through 10, and they can directly have super shadow level strength above the limit. Even if it costs one to activate it once, points will continue to be consumed in the activated state. Although it is easy for me to earn points now, I don't need to spend so much. But when it is necessary to turn it on, it is the magic weapon of the Een Man. If you have this skill when facing the siege by Itachi and others, after you activate it, you won't be afraid of 2 more Kage levels. Maybe Uchiha Obito can be left behind. If you want to increase the effect of the National Games blessing, one is to vigorously develop Sunagakure village and increase the rating by 5%. One is to let other countries recognize Sand Hidden Village, respect, or fear. Even if the relationship with Konoha is hostile, there is still a 2% blessing. The basic neutral bonus is 2%, and the order from low to high is hatred, hostility, neutrality, friendliness, respect, reverence, and worship. Luosha did some research and found that positive blessings give more, 2% at a time, the upper limit is worship 10%, negative blessings, 1% more at a time, the upper limit is hatred, 4% blessing. Interesting, the system seems to give you a choice, but the benefits are also visible to you. A little kindness is worth hating. But that's all for later. There is no dependent country in Sand Hidden Village, and it doesn't matter whether it is friendly or hostile. Therefore, it is still safe to develop Shine Village. Now the Land of the Wind is in charge from the daimyo to the ninja village, and the Hidden Sand Village can enter a period of rapid development. Instruct the daimyo to act in accordance with the previous style for the time being. Now that there is a gold entertainment city, in fact, daimyo's appropriation is not so important, but no one thinks too much money. My basic plan is still Sandine Village, step by step. If the steps are too big, it is easy to pull the crotch. In the current situation, I have obtained the medical technology and scientific knowledge I wanted from Konoha, and I have avenged my daimyo's revenge. The next step is to go to the Land of Earth. When you say you want to see the scenery, you have to see the scenery. Deidara would definitely not be able to fight on this matter, but with a little bit of trouble, Luosha was still sure to get the medical technology and scientific knowledge of Iwagakure village. When Xie came back, he told Luosha about the process of meeting pain. Luosha understood. Because of the existence of Gaara, after all, there will be a day of conflict with Akatsuki. According to Nagato's late-stage dirty soil strength, it's not that Luosha is arrogant. Give yourself a few years, and Nagato will also deliver food when he comes. Even if it is Uchiha Obito, it is useless to go together. However, since I snatched Shursue's other gods, I must snatch Kakashi's Kamui Sharingan when I have time. Luosha has researched that the Sharingan fused with the golden eye can be replaced, but it needs to be replaced with points. Jishue's kaleidoscope is 3, and Shinwei must have a price. However, if you activate it once, you don't need to spend points if you change it back. Even if it is to restrain Uchiha Obito's Kamui, Kakashi's Iroza must be obtained, otherwise there is no solution to this kind of space-time ninjutsu. Stealing Kakashi's Sharingan can not only prevent Obito from fusing 2 eyes, but also help Kakashi reduce the burden on Sharingan, which can serve multiple purposes. Perfect. Obito Uchiha, I want to run when it's cloudy, think beautiful. Right now, it is better to complete the trip to Yenin village first. Scorpion, the matter with the daimyo is over, you and I will go to the Land of Earth together. Xia murmured, Hidden Rock Village? If Master Kazekage wants to declare war on the Land of Earth, I suggest waiting another 2 years. It has nothing to do with the declaration of war. Deidara dropped so many bombs in Sunagakure village. We have to find some interest to get them back. Besides, the northern defense line has been passively resisting the invasion of Iwagakure village for so many years. I also want to try to fight. Let's take a look at the Land of Earth. In the end, everyone said that I supported you as Kazekage advisor because of Chio and Ebizo. You don't have Kage level strength, so you might as well show up. Scorpion nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The sudden return of Xia, the last time he showed his strength was the elite Jonin more than 10 years ago, and the spies from various villages rated Xia's strength as a quasi-kage. The only ones who know the strength of Xia are Luo Sha and Xiao. Proper muscle strengthening is also a must. The deterrent power of shadow level and quasi-shadow is not the same. The two left the capital of the Kingdom of Wind and headed north all the way to the border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Stone, the fortress of the northern defense line of Hidden Sand Village. Before coming here, there was a message from Luo Sha. The name was very legitimate, and condolences to the ninjas on the northern defense line. As the most important line of defense, it protects the most fertile northern region of the Land of Winds, and there are about 2,000 ninjas stationed in the northern line of defense. There are 3 people in charge: Sand Gravel from the Luosha Tongsha clan, Feiyu from a commoner background, both of whom are elite nin, and Agni from the Lai clan, whose strength is quasi-shadow level. When Luo Sha arrived, the 3 of them naturally went out to greet him. The headed burly man knelt down and said, "Master Fomying, the Lai clan rebelled, and the same crime as Lihua, please punish Master Fomying." Luo Sha had a headache. Just like the Lai Ji clan, after the rebellion ended, those members of the Lai clan who were imprisoned demanded to be executed one after another because they failed to fulfill their duty of persuasion. As the tribe of the first generation of Kazekage, people with general knowledge still accounted for the majority, so Luo Sha did not kill them all, and even stopped them slowly, and some committed suicide. The matter of treason has already been dealt with. You don't have to do this, Li Hua. I also know what you have done in the northern border these years. If there is any place in Insha village that was the first to abandon tribal stereotypes and best integrate the tribes and civilians, it would be the northern border defense line. The hidden rock village of the Land of Earth, the bandits of the Land of Stones, and the ninjas of the northern defense line are the ones who have the most belief in defending their home and country. The environment of the defense line in the north is difficult, and the wind blowing from the country of stone is cold and rough, hitting people's faces like a knife. Unlike Konoha's superficial alliance, Kirigakure's small-scale harassment. There were constant conflicts with Yenin village. The Kingdom of Stone is a paradise for bandits, and they often follow the ninjas of Yenin village to take advantage of the fire. The northern defense line is also the place with the highest death rate of sand-hidden ninjas. Therefore, basically those who came to the defense line of the northern border came here on their own initiative to sharpen themselves. There is no barrier between tribes and civilians here, and they are all the purest ninjas. During the rebellion, those small tribe ninjas who were unwilling to attach themselves chose to come here. However, Luo Sha did not deal with Li Hua, but Li Hua felt sorry for Luo Sha. He is Lai Yang's younger brother. He came to the northern border to defend his family and country because of disagreements in his early years. Never thought that my elder brother would lead the tribe to rebel. How could he be worthy of his dead grandfather? When the news came, Lai Hua immediately handed over the work. He didn't think he could be alone, and he didn't want to betray the village. He made up his mind that once the village wanted to deal with him, he would go to the Land of Earth to kill himself and serve the country with his body. As a result, he waited and waited, but he didn't wait for Luo Sha's decision. Instead, it was a letter from the family, telling him not to worry. Master Luo Sha was lenient, and did not pursue those who did not participate in the rebellion. Agni doesn't understand. Although news of Luo Sha has been coming from the village recently, Agni's understanding of Luo Sha is still in the period of the elders. If it was during the Third World War, the person in charge of Luo Sha, who was decisive in killing, should have been dismissed even if he was not held accountable. The result is that there really isn't any follow-up. Then yesterday, Luo Sha sent a message saying that he would come to the northern defense line to express condolences in person, and Liewa had trouble sleeping and eating again. The guess in my heart really came. At the beginning, he didn't deal with himself, but it was for the stability of the defense line in the north. Now that the situation is settled, he, a traitor of the Lieji clan, can't stay in the north. So take the initiative to accept the punishment. But it seems that Kazekage-sama still has no intention of punishing himself. Agni hesitated and said, Master Foamying really won't punish me? Luo Sha patted Li Hua's sturdy back. Defend the northern border with peace of mind. I, Luo Sha, can accommodate you. The raging fire surged with blood in an instant. This is the wind and shadow of Cheyenne village, with a good heart and a strong spirit. You get the allegiance of the shadow-level Master Agni, and the system points increase by 2,000. Agni used to be loyal to the village, and now Agni is loyal to the village led by Luo Sha. Sure and Fei Yu, who were traveling together, also breathed a sigh of relief. One of them was of the same clan as Luo Sha, and the other was a commoner. The same goes for Fei Yu, who asked Yi Tsung, and Yi Tsung clearly informed Luo Sha of his thoughts. After all, as the most important line of defense in the northern border, if a person in charge is really replaced, it is still a prestigious one like Agni, and it is inevitable that the army will be unstable. Many years of friendship, and I don't want this to happen. The first time he got the news, he told Agni, but Agni didn't believe it. It made it impossible for the two of them to grasp it. Now that the matter is resolved, everyone is naturally happy. Shaylee couldn't help but said, I'll tell you that Mr. Luo Sha is magnanimous, but you won't believe me. Fei Yu also complained, you really should apologize to Master Luo Sha. Agni immediately bowed and said, Master Foamying, Agni misunderstood you, I apologize to you. You have offered your loyalty, so what else do I care about? Luo Sha is very satisfied with the single-mindedness of the defense line in the north. He casually asked, there's no need to apologize. Has there been any change in Yenin village recently? Agni groaned and said, recently, it's been pretty safe, especially since we have practiced Master Kazekage's life return, and the wind and sand breathing method. The strength of ninjas in the northern defense line has improved rapidly, and their physique and physical skills have improved. Our battle losses have dropped significantly. Combat skills improve most quickly during combat. The breathing method deduced by Luo Sha was almost tailor-made for the ninjas of Sunagakure village, and it reduced the probability of injury to the northern defense line by %. Coupled with the effect of life return, Sand Hidden village has an overall advantage recently, and Yenin village is stepping up cultivation after stealing life back, so the harassment has decreased accordingly. Luo Sha nodded. Just be useful. Grit then added, there is also the will of the sand you proposed. It is now widely chanted that unity is strength, coupled with the good news that is always coming from the village. The northern border is now united as one, just like you said, gathering sand into a tower. Many teams rely on the will reverse the disadvantages and killed the ninjas in Yenin village. The will of the sand and the catchy unity is strength had a huge impact on the defense of the northern border. The sand ninjas who came here in the past all had a bit of bitterness. They felt that the village was dark and wanted to stay away from the power struggle. Now I am full of energy and keep my family as a village. The disbandment of the elders, compulsory education, the opening of ninjutsu, the spread of life return, and the wind and sand breathing method, the rebellion was wiped out, and the successive good news in the village made the ninjas on the northern defense line high in fighting spirit. Regardless of the fire, the gravel, or Fei Yu, they all admire Luo Sha. Luo Sha never thought that the effect of his actions would radiate so far. Hearing what you said, I'm very pleased. The northern border is not easy. I can help you because I, Foamying, have lived up to my name. Li Hua said, Master Foamying is self-effacing, this is not a place to talk, let's go back to the fortress. Agni came here to be tortured, and several people were still at the door. Only then did they enter the northern defense line fortress talking and laughing. With the entry of Luo Sha, the entire northern fortress burst into cheers. Long live Master Luo Sha. Long live Kazekage-sama. The ninjas in the fortress have been watching to see if Luo Sha's actions will punish Agni. After fighting side by side for many years, they sympathized with Li Hua, but Luo Sha's series of actions made them also loyal to Luo Sha. Originally, he was in a dilemma, but when he saw Luo Sha and Li Hua entering the fortress intimately, he couldn't help shouting anymore. It is said that Master Luo Sha clearly rewards and punishes, which is a good Foamying. Everyone recognized Luo Sha from the bottom of their hearts. The host has been unanimously approved by the ninjas of the Northern Frontier Defense, and the system points have increased by 4,000. At the same time, on the cliffs of the Land of Earth and the Land of Stone, Han in red steam armor and 200 carefully selected elites of Yenin village were ready to set off. The target is the fortress on the northern border of the Kingdom of Winds. End of this chapter. Chapter 86 The Sneak Attack That Failed Before It Started. Chapter 86 The Sneak Attack That Failed Before It Started. At night, the northern frontier fortress is brightly lit. Huge bonfires were lit in the square. In order to welcome Luo Sha's arrival, the largest bonfire martial arts performance in the northern fortress was held. It is also the tradition of the northern fortresses to learn from each other to increase their strength. The difference is that this time there is Luo Sha watching the ceremony, and the people who come to the stage to discuss are working harder than usual. Luo Sha sat at the main seat, waving to the ninjas below from time to time, causing cheers from the audience. The significance of Luo Sha to them has been promoted from idol to belief. Luo Sha has always underestimated his influence. The first is to open the authorization of ninjutsu. Why are the former northern ninjas unwilling to return to Cheyenne village no matter how difficult it is? There is no distinction between tribes and civilians in the northern border. Most civilian ninjas can learn ninjutsu in the northern border. However, if this ninjutsu is learned back in Sand Hidden Village, it will be illegal and will be held accountable. Simply stay on the northern border defense line. But Luo Sha opened up the restrictions. The second is compulsory education. Like Ziluo, there are many civilian children in the northern border who cannot afford the tuition fees in Insha village and cannot go to school. Luo Sha's compulsory education policy gives their children the opportunity to go to school. Later, the combination of return life and nutritious meals was launched, so that some children who were only close to the goal also successfully qualified to be ninjas. In Luo Sha's eyes, what is not worth mentioning is a gift of rebuilding to these families. In particular, Feiyu learned from Mr. Yi Tsang that the idea of nutritious meals was proposed by Mr. Luo Sha. Otherwise, civilian children would not be able to afford the nutrition even if they were given life. After telling everyone this information, the tribe became sour and said that Luo Sha was the Saint Kazekage. For most common people, Luo Sha was the real Saint Kazekage. Finally, the treatment of ninjas was improved. Those ninjas stationed in the north received an extra monthly station allowance, and the ninja tools in the northern strongholds were uniformly replaced. Life return improves their physical fitness. The wind and sand breathing methods improved their physical skills and reduced casualties. One by one, Luo Sha's decisions that he felt were easy to make had completely changed the fate of many people, so the northern ninjas' acceptance of Sands was unprecedentedly high. Unity is strength and is used as a battle song to inspire everyone. The recent Iwagakure village really didn't want to fight with these people who sang songs to increase buffs for no reason. It was obvious that they would win, but in the end they were overturned inexplicably. So the atmosphere of the bonfire party is unprecedentedly high. Then everyone discovered that a ninja couple was taken by Feiyu to sit next to Luo Sha, talking intimately, and they all said that Master Luo Sha was approachable, and it was true. But who is this, who can be honored to sit with Master Luo Sha? It made everyone present envious beyond recognition. Zidian and Sun sat next to Luo Sha anxiously, and they didn't expect Luo Sha to summon them suddenly. Although I received Ziluo's letter and knew that Ziluo was very valued by Luo Sha, it was still Ziluo and had nothing to do with my husband and wife. They never thought that their son, who had no talent in ninjutsu or illusion, would be valued by Kazekage-sama for the 7-day breathing method created by supplementing nutrition, and he also developed such a magical skill as return of life. They don't have the talent of their son Ziluo, and they can't learn the 7-day breathing method, but returning life is much easier. Especially after Sun, who was in poor health, started practicing, his original lung disease gradually healed on his own. When they were still worried about whether it would be good for such a precious skill to be taught casually by Ziluo, Luo Sha immediately promoted it directly. Not to mention letting Ziluo, who was only talented in physical arts, enroll in school, and often personally guide her. For the couple Zidian and Sun, Luo Sha is not only Kazekage, but also the person who changed the fate of their family. See Kazekage-sama. Luo Sha waved her hand and said kindly, "It doesn't have to be like this. Ziluo and I have been friends for many years. I should visit you too when I go to the northern fortress. I heard that Madam is not in good health. How is she doing now? Sun immediately said, thanks to Master Luosha's concern, my body has basically recovered since the cultivation of life and I no longer need to take medicine. This is also thanks to Master Luosha. Life is born out of Ziluo's 7-day breathing method. You'd better thank yourselves. Smiling and pulling homework. Soon Zidian and Sun lost their inhibitions and started talking to Luosha with confidence. This scene made the ninjas in the audience refresh their understanding of Luosha again. Although Luosha's various policies prove that Luosha has no sectarian bias and is sincerely doing good for the common people, guessing and seeing are two different concepts. Luosha's lack of heirs made everyone regret that she didn't give birth to a good son, so that she could also chat and laugh with Lord Kazekage. The harmonious atmosphere made the martial arts contest on the martial arts arena even more exciting. From the confrontation of the lower ninjas to the middle ninjas and the upper ninjas, even Grit and Feiyu couldn't help but come on stage to add to the fun. For a while the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. After Shali and Feiyu finished their discussion, someone in the audience shouted something. Master Kazekage, can you show us your strength? We all want to see it. The rest immediately followed suit. Kazekage-sama shows off his skills. Kazekage-sama shows off his skills. Liehua immediately said with a straight face, nonsense. But he was stopped by Luosha. It would be nice to mingle with everyone occasionally, not to mention the atmosphere was so good. Luosha came to the center of the martial arts hall. Everyone immediately held their breath in anticipation, but they didn't expect that it was just a booing statement, but Master Fonying actually satisfied everyone. Luosha condenses chakra, and now that he is on stage, he will give the strongest blow to let everyone know how strong the ceiling of Shayin Village's combat power is. Countless gold deposits gathered together and condensed into a huge golden Gundam. All the onlookers were stunned. This time Luosha was happy. The condensed gold was as high as 30 meters, and the Vulcan cannon on his forehead condensed into the largest golden ray ever, shooting towards the border of the Stone Kingdom outside the fortress. That is, at the same time. Han led the Iwagakure ninjas to move forward at night, through the Kingdom of Stone, and arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Wind. Not far away was the towering northern defense line fortress. They did not approach rashly. This kind of border fortress generally has perception ninjas to sense it around the clock. The position that Han Dai people are in is the extreme position of ordinary perceptive ninjas. There are more than 200 people in the group, led by Han. The deputy captain is a quasi-shadow hunter, and the rest are also elites. Their purpose is very clear, to give some color to the increasingly arrogant Sunagakure village. Retreat after the surprise attack. Listen everyone, I will transform into a 5-tailed beast in a while, and I will completely transform into a tailed beast in 10 minutes. You follow me into the northern fortress, and retreat immediately when the 10 minutes are up. The main focus is Shayin Village, who was caught off guard and left after showing off his muscles. The crowd nodded yes. Han immediately entered the tailed beast coat state, and then began to fully transform into a tailed beast. But before Han's transformation was completed, a huge golden laser shot out and accidentally exploded at the place where Han and others were ambushing. Raza's most powerful all-out attack since awakening the Golden Gundam. On the other side, Luosha's eyes suddenly flashed system information. The host foils Yenin Village's surprise attack on the northern fortress, and the system points increase by 2,000. Sorry, only the 6,000-word basis has been updated today. Recently, work is really inseparable. I can't take care of it. I can't stand staying up late. The author wakes up at 4 o'clock to type, but just this week, the next week in September will not be so busy. I will try my best to write this week. If I can write 8,000, I will make 8,000. If I can't write 8,000, I will promise to put 6,000 on the shelves. I have tried my best to control the number of words to an integer. Thank you, forgive me. Thank you all. Thanks to the book friends who voted monthly. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 87 Master Tukage, are you sending me a subordinate country? Chapter 87 Master Tukage, are you sending me a subordinate country? 4K. The huge explosion shocked the wilderness. The The sand ninjas in the northern fortress saw fire rising in the distance, and the earth shook slightly. As expected of the Kazekage-sama, this attack is probably more powerful than the tailed beast's tailed beast jade. There is also Jinzonengu, who is shining with gold, a circle bigger than a tailed beast, and looks mighty and domineering. This is the strength that the ceiling of Hidden Sand Village should have. With such a strong Kazekage-sama, Hidden Rock Village has nothing to fear. Sooner or later, there will be a day when our northern fortress will counterattack your Yanin village. Just as everyone was about to celebrate, they discovered that the situation had changed. A huge white horse-like creature stood up dangling in the thick smoke, with 5 tails. Does it look so much like 5 tails? No, it's 5 tails. A few people flew out of the shadows in the thick smoke. Only then did everyone realize that they were people from Yanin village. So, it was the Kazekage-sama who discovered the sneak attack of the Iwagakure village ninja in advance and deliberately shot the powerful golden beam? At this distance, even the strongest sensing ninja in the northern fortress cannot sense it. Kazekage-sama is indeed Kazekage-sama. Although they don't know how to discover the ninja of Yanin village, everyone thinks it's normal to deliver such a fatal blow. So, what are you waiting for? The northern fortress has been fighting all year round, and everyone's fighting awareness is very fast. The sand ninja who is in charge of guarding outside the fortress has already killed them first, and the rest of them will not fall behind. So what about Wu Wei? We have Master Luosha here. I just left you Wu Wei here today. Han is dumbfounded. He didn't understand the distance, how he and others were discovered, and Kanola's white eyes couldn't see so far. And what happened to that laser just now? At this distance and with this power, even my own tailed beast jade was not as powerful as it. Han has no doubts, if he hadn't been half turned into a tailed beast, this blow would have gone directly to the Pure Land. Even if the tail turned into a beast, Han's body was seriously injured, and half of his combat power was scrapped. This time, there were more than 200 people who sneaked into Yanin village. After the golden beam focused fire, there were less than 20 people left in an instant, and even the quasi-shadow level hunters were dead. Directly melted and vaporized by the high temperature of the golden beam. The remaining people were able to survive entirely because Han's huge body blocked them after transforming into a tailed beast. Even so, all of them were disgraced, wounded, and without much fighting ability. When I came here, I was very high-spirited and said that I would show Yanin village a look. As a result, just seeing the fortress, they were beaten into pieces and suffered heavy casualties. The looming golden giant in the fortress should be the Jinzonengu that Luosha grasped in the information. So why is Luosha in the northern fortress? Could it be that there was a traitor in Iwagakure village and leaked this information? However, it was too late for Han to react. The sand ninjas in the fortress knew were overwhelming, and there were less than 20 people left in Yanin village, so it was impossible for him to fight, even if he had himself. Wrap up the injured Iwa Nin with his tail and run away. Luosha was also confused. He really just released a full blow casually. He accidentally seriously injured the Iwa Nin who was preparing for a sneak attack. Now that Han was escaping, how could he not do something like beating a drowned dog? Luosha directly flew into the air with his sword and chased after him at a gallop. Scorpion then followed. But after all, the distance is very far, and Han escaped in the form of a tailed beast, and he returned to his human body after he couldn't control it, and he still opened the distance from Sand Ninja. Gradually, the only ones who could keep up were Luosha, Scorpion, Agni, Gravel, Feiyu, and a few elite Jounin. Luosha asked Kaguya to return and not leave all at once, leaving the fortress empty. Then continue to chase with the rest of the people. This pursuit led them to the border between the Kingdom of Stone and the Kingdom of Earth. A natural barrier with a wall height of meters appeared, and Luosha directly turned the placer gold long sword into a giant sword, and said come up, carrying the accompanying 12 sand ninjas, and flew directly up the cliff. The sand ninjas were all extremely excited, even Agni. Decades. Since the establishment of the northern fortress, this is the first time that they have chased the Iwagakure to the land of Earth. In the past, they have passively defended the Iwagakure village from attacking. This time it was really fun to chase. Lord Luosha took the lead, and the five-tailed Jinchuriki who chased him was like a lost dog. He vented his anger well. A group of people landed on the land of the Kingdom of Earth. Luosha didn't know if this fulfilled his dream of coming to the Kingdom of Earth to see the customs and customs. However, the scenery of the land of Earth is not very good either. It is similar to the Kingdom of Stone, with strong winds and howling, and mountains as far as the eye can see. The only thing stronger than Sand Hidden Village is the unity of the monarch and his subjects. It is the country with the best relationship between the daimyo and the shadow among the 5 hidden villages. The daimyos of Earth Country have always fully supported Iwagakure. In the third battle, Iwagakure lost ninjas, and children were mobilized from across the country to support them. This is the correct way to open a daimyo. It's not like the Kingdom of Wind. Oh, the Kingdom of Wind will never happen again. After several hours of chasing, Han and a dozen ninjas from Iwagakure village were running away as far as they could see, but Raza stopped the Suna ninja who was about to pursue them. Look to the sky. Lord Tsuchikage, why don't you show up yet? Anoki, who had been hidden in the sky with a blindfold, appeared. Behind the dense forest and behind the rocks, thousands of rock ninjas also appeared one after another, surrounding Luosha and others. Kazekage-sama really does what he says. He said he came to our land of Earth to see the scenery, but he came to see it. But after seeing the scenery, it is not easy to go back. Luosha didn't care. Lord Tsuchikage, are you sure? I feel that many Quasi-Kage and Elite Jounin do have the confidence of hard steel. After the 3 wars, are you sure you want to fight with me for the few remaining elites in Yenin village? I have to pay the price of ninjas for besieging the 3rd Reikage. If I leave Yenin village, I'm afraid your Yenin village will be wiped out. Directly turning on Jinzu and Ango, a golden light flashed, and a rock mountain in the distance exploded into dust. The IWA ninja present became nervous instantly. Is this the Jinzua Ninghu that Luosha heard about? It's really scary. After Konoha's deliberate dissemination, Jin Zeno has become Luosha's signature skill. As old enemies, Yenin village and Cheyenne village have fought a lot. Originally, Luosha's magnetic escape gold dust was suitable for group battles, but now he has awakened this kind of Jinzwanung who integrates offense and defense. Even though the ninjas of Iwagakure are not afraid of sacrifice, such meaningless sacrifice will only repeat the tragedy of besieging and killing the 3rd Reikage. Anoki was a little reconciled. When was Sanin, who was obviously the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, suddenly rode on the head of Yenin village? Anoki also had to admit that it was not impossible to keep Raza, but the price was too high, and Iwagakure village, which had not recovered from the 3 wars, could not afford it. Luosha, are you interested in taking a gamble? Bet? What to bet? First of all, I have to admit that the cost of keeping you is very high. But don't underestimate Iwagakure village. Are you sure you can bear the cost of a full-scale war with us? If Iwagakure village destroys the village, your Sunagakure village will be fine. Where are we going? The 2 of us will fight to the death, and the only profit will be the other 3 villages. I could hear the softness in Anoki's words. So what's the stakes? Subordinate country. I know that your Sunagakure village has always wanted to have its own subordinate country, so as long as you Sunagakure wins, our Iwagakure village will lose several of your subordinate countries. Luosha. So Anoki, did you know that I upgraded my system and sent me benefits? The subject country is indeed an embarrassing problem for Sunagakure village. If it were not for the obsession with the subject country, it would not have been in World War II because the Rain country was assassinated by Konoha. Between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire there is the Kingdom of Sichuan and the Kingdom of Rain. The Kingdom of Sichuan is dependent on the Kingdom of Fire, while the Kingdom of Rain is strong and independent. It is even more densely connected with the Kingdom of Earth. There are the Kingdom of Stone, the Kingdom of Bears, the Kingdom of Ghosts, the Kingdom of Swamp, and the Kingdom of Craftsmen. These countries are all dependent on the Kingdom of Earth. Small countries on the sea are all attached to the country of water. Among the 5 major countries, the Kingdom of Wind does not have a single vassal country. Very embarrassing. A vassal state is a symbol of the strength of a big country, and losing a vassal state is a very embarrassing thing. Luosha couldn't help but said, "Are you sure?" Anoki laughed and said, "Luosha, are you so confident that you can win? Luo Sha said, however, this bet seems to be a bit of a disadvantage for Yanin village. After all, the Kingdom of Wind has no subordinate countries. Anoki's eyes flashed brightly. The things in your hidden sand village are much more precious than those in the dependent country. Luo Sha, if you lose, I need all the training methods of Return of Life. I heard that there are 4 stages in your Return of Life. How about we fight 4 times? We win once and we lose a dependent country once you win. The current Yanin village is in trouble. Luo Sha's life return is a training skill. Even if Yanin village studies it with all its strength, it cannot deduce the subsequent training methods. If you get the complete life return, then the rise of Yanin village can be saved by 10 years. Okay, I'm betting, and I don't need anyone else. You can choose 4 to fight with me? Luo Sha moved his muscles and bones. Anoki said quickly, no. 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 We have all been famous for a long time, and we should give others some opportunities. How about this, let each of our subordinates compete? Just kidding, I can't even take the move you Luo Sha just made, old man. I have to feel that time is not forgiving. If I am 10 years younger, Onaji is confident that he will not be inferior to Luo Sha by relying on dust escape. Now unless Luo Sha fights with him head-on, he won't be able to use up the energy. What a good calculation. This time, the sand ninja who came with him only had Agni, a quasi-kage level, and the others were only elite jounin. However, there were 8 quasi-kage in Iwagakure village. But your calculation is wrong, I still have scorpions. Anoki, are you sure? Anoki asked, Kazekage-sama, do you think it's unfair? Fair, very fair, come on Xia. Scorpion nodded and stepped forward. Without saying a word, he summoned Fei Liuhu and entered Fei Liuhu's body. After returning to Sand Hidden Village, it was not appropriate to use the 3rd Kazekage, so the 3rd Kazekage was laid to rest. Yanin Village saw that it was Xia who played, and although he was nervous, he was relieved. Scorpion, they all know it. They fought against each other more than 10 years ago. Shio's grandson is indeed strong in puppetry, but he was only an elite jounin back then, even though Sunagakure village claimed that Scorpion had Kage-level strength. However, the puppet master's shadow level all depends on the puppet. Yanin village and Sand Hidden village have been fighting for many years, and they have already had methods to deal with the puppet technique. Facing the puppet master, the rough-skinned Iwagakure is confident. As the son of the Tsuchikage, Lus stepped forward and said, since I am the Kazekage advisor, let me be your opponent. Xia looked at Huang Tu and shook his head. You are not enough. The Lus veins were exposed. Shao, what do you mean? Xia said lightly, the 4 battles are too slow to fight one by one, so you 4 should fight together. Scorpion says it doesn't matter. Dare to look down on people? The fist turned into a rock, and Lus directly attacked Scorpion. Fei Liuhu blocked Huang Tu's rock fist with his iron tail, then raised his arms, revealing the cylinder containing the poisonous 1,000 books, shwa, shwa, shwa like a pear blossom needle in a rainstorm. Huang Tu withdrew and retreated, using the earth escape to raise the rock wall to block the Scorpion the poison 1,000 books. Xia said expressionlessly again, am I not clear about what I said? Then he pointed at the 3 people one by one and said, you 4 go up together, and solve the battle at once. The 3 people are Akatsuki, Wenya, and Ippanyaki. They are all quasi-film masters. As soon as the experts make a move, they will know if there is any. Through the fight between Xia and Lus, everyone could roughly see that Xia did have shadow-level strength, and the puppet Fei Liuhu was not weak either. But you, a puppet master, actually chose to single out 4 quasi-shadow levels, which is a bit shady. As Inoki's bodyguards, Huang Tu and Chitu, the cooperation between the 2 is no weaker than that of an ordinary shadow class, let alone 4. Even if you are a shadow-level person, you are too generous. Luo Sha's Jinzu and Engu is pretty much the same. Anoki asked Raza, what do you mean, Kazekage-sama? Anoki didn't originally plan to win all 4 games, but with Luo Sha, there were only 2 quasi-shadow levels. Even if he won 2 games, it would be good to have the second stage of life return. Now Xia asked to fight 4, and if he won, he would have obtained the full version of life return. Lidwa quickly stopped him and said, Master Fenging, you can't do that. Although Master Scorpion is a shadow level, it's still too hard to face 4 quasi-shadows. If there's a team fight, Lidwa also wants to fight. Feiyu said, Feiyu also please fight, although my strength is not at the quasi-shadow level, but my speed is extremely fast, and I can guarantee that I will not lose, and will not cause trouble to Lord Xia and Lidwa. The remaining Sand Ninja also asked for a fight one by one. Luo Sha waved her hand, no need, trust Scorpion. Scorpion has hundreds of maneuvers, and the competition is not a deathmatch, Scorpion is definitely confident. Luo Sha replied to Inoki, the fighting scorpion of the scorpion decides for itself. Anaji immediately said, didn't you hear that, you still haven't met the requirements of Lord Kazekage and Advisor Scorpion. A few people were originally afraid that the siege would be unpleasant, but now they couldn't blame the 4 of them. A national war is not a fair time. 4 people surrounded Xia from 4 directions. Huang Tu said, Xiao, this is your choice. Don't blame us for bullying the few. Xia took back Fei Liuhu and took out a new summoning scroll. The mechanism on his body made a chirping sound, and the core shot out more than 100 chakra lines. More than 100 puppets appeared densely in the sky. You're right, don't blame me for bullying the few. As we all know, the more puppets a puppet master controls, the stronger the puppet master's ability is. However, the average puppet master only has 10 fingers, so the most peak puppet now is recognized as the Chikamatsu 10 men of Manzaman. But how do you explain the more than 100 puppets in front of you? Then under the control of Scorpion, more than 100 puppets arranged in attack formation. Everyone in Yenin village, I'm going. End of this chapter. Chapter 88 above the shadow level is just the starting point. Chapter 88 above the shadow level is just the starting point, 4K. After destroying more than half of the puppets, Scorpion finally won the battle. There was dead silence among the IWA ninjas. The Suna ninja burst into loud cheers. The 4 of them teamed up, and their strength far surpassed the shadow level, but in the end they were not at the shadow level. With these slight gaps, they were defeated by Scorpion's puppet crowd tactics. After all, sparring is not a battlefield, and many methods cannot be used, which greatly limits the performance of a few people. On the battlefield, a few people can temporarily avoid the edge, but in sparring, you must fight to the death, especially if you have the numerical advantage. If it's a fight to the death, it's still unclear who will win. However, during the competition, the conventional antidotes prepared by the 4 of them were ineffective against the poison carefully prepared by Xia. One by one they fell down. Anoki's face was ashen, he never expected that 4 quasi-shadows would lose to Scorpion. Still under the witness of Qin Yu Yenrun. Simply a shame. Naturally, Scorpion was not having a good time, percent of the puppets were scrapped, and the rest were somewhat damaged, and he walked with a limp. But anyway, it turned out to be a win. Golems can be repaired, and the battle only happens once. He took back the puppet and came to Luo Sha. Master Luo Sha, fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Luo Sha nodded and turned to Inoki next to him. So Lord Suchikage, don't forget to send us the credentials of the 4 vassal countries. Of course, the handover of the dependent country cannot be just a verbal talk between the 2. When they surrendered to the land of the country's daimyo sent the letter of credence. Inoki gritted his teeth. Don't worry, Kazekage-sama, our Yenin village is naturally willing to admit defeat, and our credentials will be presented to you soon. Lus and others failed, and the morale of the IWA ninja was completely shattered. Inoki was thinking about how to save it when he heard Raza say, that's it for the certificate of credence. I don't know how Tsuchikage-sama plans to solve the matter about Deidara. Again, you, Luo Sha, are taking advantage endlessly, right? Inoki said angrily, I already told Deidara that he has betrayed the village. If Lord Kazekage doesn't believe me, there is nothing I can do. I still want to find this traitor. Lord Kazekage, please tell me clearly what you want? Thinking of Deidara Anaji, he was angry. I had trained him to be the next Tsuchikage, and I wanted to recruit him as my grandson-in-law, but I patted my ass and ran away. Explosions every day. Luo Sha said, I know the whereabouts of Deidara. he joined the Akatsuki organization. If Master Taiying wants to find someone, he can find an important person from Shao. As for what I want, you like to bet, but I like to make deals. Master Ing is so interested in Return of Life, I can use the first stage of Return of Life to make a deal with Yenin Village and trade the medical and scientific technology of Yenin Village. How about it? Misfortune is coming to the east, it is best for you Yenin Village and Shao to fight. Anoki was happy at first, and Luo Sha was going to exchange Life Return, but when he heard that it was only the first stage of Life Return, he was speechless. The first stage of Return to Life is taught a lot, and spies from all over the world have long since stolen it. What's the point of exchanging it, but it can't be said that spies are secretly acquiescing to it. It's another thing to put it on the table. Moreover, the level of medical ninjutsu in science and technology, Hidden Sand Village is higher than Hidden Rock Village. After all, they are good at poison in puppets. What is the point of exchanging Hidden Sand Village? It's not a disadvantage if you really exchange it. At least compared to several other countries, Yenin Village can say that it is officially authorized, and the name sounds better. Anoki said with a smile, Master Kazakage's suggestion is good, but the old man was also itchy when he saw us and the others fighting just now. Since Master Luosha said that I love gambling, why not bet again? You and I will fight. The time limit is 3 minutes. After all, the old man is getting old. As long as Lord Kazakage wins, Lord Kazakage's conditions will come naturally. How about that? He couldn't afford a war of attrition with Luo Sha, but if the battle was resolved quickly, he could fight it out. The failure of Lus and others had such a bad impact that Anoki felt that even if he couldn't win against Luo Sha, he would still fight to a draw to boost his morale. Luo Sha chuckled, seeing through Anoki's thoughts. Since Lord Tsuchikage has an idea, I will naturally accompany you. It only lasts for 3 minutes. How about you and I each use our strongest move, and one move determines the outcome? Anoki was overjoyed. You sure? His physical strength is not as good as that of Raza, and he is not sure in 3 minutes. One move can determine the outcome, which is very beneficial to Anoki. However, I want to increase the bet. If I win, Yenin Village will hand over medical treatment in science and technology, and at the same time, sign an alliance treaty with Shine Village. If I lose, the complete cultivation method of returning life will be handed over to you. Of course, no matter what win or lose, that's all for Didera. Okay, I, Yenin Village, accept it. This condition is completely beneficial to Iwagakure Village. The most important thing in each village is ninjutsu and secret techniques. Medical ninjutsu and scientific technology are types that can be traded. This is why Konoha easily agreed to exchange Danzo. Otherwise, if Raza proposed Konoha's ninjutsu, it would be impossible to conclude the deal so happily. As for the alliance between shinobi villages, that's the same thing. Yushain and Konoha are still allied, so you should fight or not. In that case, I'll use Gold Sononu and Tsuchikage-sama use Dust Release. Luo Sha is not idle. Even if the medical and scientific methods of Sand Hidden Village are higher than those of Iwagakure Village, things like knowledge can always confirm each other. The same goes for alliances. Do you think I really want to form an alliance with your Iwagakure Village? What I want is for you to be on my system. With the restriction of one move, Anoki will definitely use the Izuku boundary peeling technique. This technique of killing Uchiha Madaraji's clone Susan with one move must have exceeded the upper limit of level 10 in terms of level. Raza also wanted to see the power beyond the limit. Take the lead and use chakra to condense the Golden Gundam. Then signaled Anoki to attack. Anoki attached great importance to this blow that could save the face of Iwagakure Village, and concentrated all the chakra in his body. Dust Escape, the technique of stripping boundaries. The huge cube surrounded the Golden Gundam, and was then broken down bit by Dust Escape. Sure enough, it was just that the max-level Golden Release couldn't resist the Dust Release. As expected, even Uchiha Madara used Susanai with all his strength to withstand it. Although the current Inoki does not have the chakra assistance of the other 4 Kages, he is not Uchiha Madara. But Yuanoki doesn't want to lose, and neither do I, Luosa. Silently turning on the national luck blessing, his points instantly dropped by. A mysterious force helped Luosha break through the limitations of his body. Luosha immediately increased the input of chakra, and the Gundam, which had reached its limit, was strengthened again. The body of more than 30 meters increased by more than 10 meters. The body decomposed by Chindun was reshaped and expanded directly out of the scope of Chindun. Anoki was sweating profusely, and wanted to increase his chakra, but there was no chakra for him to increase. Finally, he could not maintain his dust escape, and fell from the air, only to be caught by the waiting Lus. Lost, totally lost. Anoki didn't understand. Luosha's Jin's Wunung had almost been disintegrated by dust dun, and at the end of the battle, why did he suddenly seem to have received a boost to resist the limit stripping technique, and still have the strength to hold back? Under my strongest dust escape, the technique of stripping boundaries. This defeat has far more serious consequences than the failure of Huang Tu and others. The face and foundation of Yenin village were gone. Looking at the 50-meter-tall golden giant, Anaji was slumped, and the rise of Sand-Hidden Village was already unstoppable. This strength reminded Anaji of Uchiha Madara back then. There was a time when Konoha's family was the only one. Do you want to change to Sand-Hidden Village now? If you, Luosha, want to go this way, it would be great. You should know that an individual who is too powerful will be regarded as a public enemy by the ninja world, just like Konoha once. Luosha took back Jinzu and Engu. As soon as the National Games blessing was activated, the 1 system points were gone in less than a minute, but it also made Luosha know what it was like to be above the limit. His current strength is far from the end. Not to mention that there are 6 levels above the Super Shadow level. There is nothing to be happy about in defeating Anoki. But the Sand Ninja who followed Luo Sand couldn't help but cheer. Not long ago, he defeated the 3rd Hokage in the Land of Fire, and now he has defeated the 3rd Tsuchikage. Lord Raza is now not only the ceiling of combat power in Sunagakure village, but it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the number 1 among the shadows. Do Mizukage and Reikage dare to take the technique of stripping the boundary? Ono Kimoto's already old face became even older. Don't worry, Kazekage-sama, I will send someone to Cheyenne village after finishing sorting out the state documents of the subordinate countries, the alliance documents of Yenin village, and related technologies. Luosha laughed. I will also give the first stage of life return cultivation methods to Awagakure village. Lord Tsuchikage, there is no need to be depressed. I am just relying on my youth and strength. Anoki almost fell down again. Thank you so much. When this happened, Luosha took Suna Ninja and left. Huanta finally couldn't help but said to Anoki, Father, just let them go. I think it won't be easy for Luosha to take over your dust escape, so why not make a desperate move? Anoki said, after a desperate gamble, it was divided up by Kumogakure and Konoha. The losses to Awagakure village in the 3 battles were too great. We can't afford the gamble. Besides, you can definitely keep Luosha after you gamble. You can fly this way, but no one can guarantee that you can trap Luosha. But, are you really handing over the 4 dependent countries? Chito, Wenya, and he turned black, and they lost in 4 fights. The 4 of them felt extremely uncomfortable. Anoki explained, if you lose, and I lose too. Don't just think about fighting for a moment. Compared with personal honor and disgrace, the survival of the village is more important. If you are really not convinced, give me a breakthrough 1 by 1. To the shadow level. Didn't Luosha's rise happen in the past few months? Although the return of life at level 1 has little effect, it is just a last-minute thing for you. If you are dejected here, you might as well remember today's humiliation, get it back twice as much. Several people instantly turned shame into strength. Yes, we will never forget today's humiliation, and break through to the shadow class as soon as possible. Anoki nodded in satisfaction. At the beginning, the 2nd generation of Tukage and the 2nd generation of Mizukage died together, and the Yenin village that he took over was even more messy, but he survived. Moreover, the more subordinate countries, the better. Sunagakure village wants the subordinate countries to improve their reputation, but we don't need it. I have decided to hand over the Kingdom of Demons, the Country of Swamps, the Country of Bears, and the Country of Craftsmen to Sunagakure village. Several people immediately understood Lord Tsuchikage's good intentions. As the core of Iwagakure village, these countries have long caused Iwagakure village a headache. The kingdom of ghosts and the country of swamps have sealed ancient monsters, and there have been frequent changes recently. The witches of the kingdom of ghosts have written to Awagakure village many times to help seal them, but there is no manpower in Awagakure village to mind their own business. There is a star ninja village in Xiongjiwa. The leader calls himself Xingying, and a small ninja village calls himself Ing. However, the location of the Hoshi ninja village is isolated from the miasma and poison, and the Awagakure village does not want to waste its troops at all. And the land of craftsmen. The country is nominally subordinate to Awagakure, but the country of craftsmen creates nearly % of the ninja tools in the ninja world. There are ninjas stationed in various countries to ensure the timely delivery of the ninja tools in each country, and it is even more of a chaotic place. The donation of these 4 countries is simply to reduce the burden on Yenin village. Iwagakure village sorted it out as quickly as possible, and then the alliance letter and the credentials of several countries were sent to Sunagakure village. You and your subordinate Scorpion defeated Inoki in the 4 major quasi-shadows of Iwagakure village respectively, greatly damaging the morale of Iwagakure village, and the system points increased by 50-100. Iwagakure village hands you a letter of alliance. The allies at Iwagakure village. The relationship is hostile and the points are increased by 50-100. You have received credentials from the Kingdom of Ghosts, the Country of Swamp, the Country of Bears, and the Country of Craftsmen. The number of affiliated countries has increased, and the points have increased by 80-100. Ghost Country, neutral. Swamp Country, neutral. Bear Country, hostile. The Country of Craftsmen, hostile. Luo Sha only found it interesting. I haven't found you yet, but you are already hostile to me. In the past few days, I have learned a little bit about the situation in the next 4 countries through the intelligence department, and I can basically guess what Inoki is thinking. Just throw away the baggage. But it doesn't matter to Luo Sha, as long as there is a subordinate country hanging underneath. If it doesn't work, just brush the relationship to hatred, which is also a 4% increase. Although it is not obvious now, this blessing of national luck, once you reach the top of your cultivation, you will face when they are all 6-level enemies. That's when it really comes into play. After the battle with Inoki, Luo Sha decided to temporarily adjust the direction of strengthening. With the blessing of national fortune, the higher the basic ability, the more obvious the improvement. Compared with improving the whirlpool bloodline, it is better to improve one's 6-dimensional data first. So Luo Sha gave himself a boost, and the current data has arrived. 10 tenths 10 tenths 8 tenths 9 tenths 10 tenths 9 tenths 10 tenths 8 tenths 7 4. 6 tenths 9 tenths 8 tenths 7 tenths 5 tenths. Blood succession boundary, magnetic escape gold placer 10 out of 10. Hidden talent, Uzumaki bloodline, normal. Available points, 15225. I used the points I got in the recent period, and accumulated more than 6 points, all of which were used. Body, strength, and essence were all increased to 10, leaving more than 1 for spare. Now the increase of points is no longer a problem. The rapid development of Sand Hidden Village has basically inexplicably increased hundreds of thousands of points every day. Raza will soon become the perfect hex warrior. In addition, there are now 5 more countries supporting us. Once the full strength is broken out, Nagato is the only one who can fight in the ninja world now. However, Raza felt that the ninja world was more dangerous. When fighting Inoki, he temporarily broke through to the shadow level and felt a gaze inexplicably. Thinking of the Sage of 6 Paths who was secretly watching over the ninja world, I was probably only able to protect myself now. So there is nothing to be proud of. This is one of the reasons why Luo Sha gave up the priority of improving the Uzumaki bloodline. No matter how good the acquired bloodline is, can it be compared to the orthodox bloodline of the 6 Paths Sage? There is a long way to go. My own strength is far from enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 89 Changes in Hidden Sand Village, The Arriving Tsunade. Chapter 89 Changes in Hidden Sand Village, The Arriving Tsunade, 4K. Today is a very meaningful day for the Daimon family. After more than a month of application and review, their moving permit was finally approved, and Sunagakure village reassigned them a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The address is located in Xingfu District, Xinsha-in Village. Say goodbye to the cramped old house and pack the furniture into the moving scrolls that are uniformly distributed in the village. The process is extremely convenient, as long as you return the scrolls to the village after you are done. The family packed up directly and went to the newly built bus station. They boarded the tram recently developed by Baizu, the new head of the ninjutsu research department, and drove quickly to the new residential area. After a period of promotion, the tram has been completely accepted by the residents of Sunagakure village. Although the speed of driving is not as fast as that of a ninja running, it is simply a perfect means of transportation for civilians. The tram stations are spread all over the entire Shine village, and there are more than a dozen routes, which can go to every place in the Shine village. In 10 minutes, we arrived at the happy community where our new home is located. The neatly planned buildings are scattered in an orderly manner. There are more than 200 buildings in total. Each building is 5 stories high and has 2 households on one floor. As long as it passes the review, it will be distributed to the residents of Sunagakure village for free. Came to the 5th building 201 of my house. Open the door with a key, and the living room is so spacious that children can run freely. The bright sunlight shines on the wooden floor, as if heralding their happy new life. The whole family is very happy. Both son Dalong and daughter Yazi excitedly chose a room, and Damon and his wife live in the master bedroom, so the whole family no longer needs to squeeze into one room. This change is all thanks to Lord Kazakage Raza. Compared to a few months ago, the whole family felt as if they were in a dream. Just a few months ago, Damon was just a bitter genin of Sunagakure village, who only knew the most common wind release in sand ninjutsu, and his family lived in a small house of more than 10 square meters. I saved some money to worry about whether to raise a son or a daughter. The family struggled to make ends meet. Nowadays, Daimon has successfully been promoted to Chunin through practicing, returning life. Because of his hard work and honesty, he was promoted to the giant scorpion traffic team of Sunagakure village and contracted with a desert giant scorpion. Specially responsible for picking up and sending other Chinese nationals from the border to Shine village. The income has doubled several times, and the family has enough food and clothing, and no longer has to worry about food and drink. The wife entered the glass factory run by the village to work, and she also had a monthly income. The daughter enjoys the compulsory education in the village, and has shown a good ninja talent, and has been cultivated by the school. The only regret is that my son, Dalong, did not have the qualifications to be a ninja even after practicing, returning life, so he had no choice but to drop out of school, hoping to find a way to make a living. But Master Luo Sha once again gave a child like Dalong a chance. Even for children without ninjutsu qualifications, the village did not give up. It built a special school for ordinary people to learn cultural knowledge, so that children who could not become ninjas could continue to learn cultural knowledge, and those who were talented could be hired by the village to engage in scientific research. The treatment is the same as that of a ninja. Gradual modernization. The village has accepted the concept that scientific research talents are very important, and no one criticizes it. Unfortunately, Dalong is also a fool in studies and cannot learn the knowledge taught by the teacher at all. However, Dalong's excellent hands-on ability and strong physical fitness were discovered by the teacher, who asked Dalong if he was interested in studying abroad and studying in the land of craftsmen. Casting. The family hurriedly agreed. Dalong has had a lot of energy since he was a child, and he also loves manufacturing. The cost of studying abroad was entirely borne by the village. After returning to the village after completing his studies, he went directly to work in the forging department. I can also serve the village. Dalong was so happy that he didn't sleep all night. For such a trash like himself, Lord Luo Sha never gave up, giving himself chances again and again. Not only myself, but also the village has made arrangements for most of the children in the class who have no academic talent. Some go to the land of earth to learn pottery. Some went to the country of vegetables to learn how to grow vegetables. Master Luo Sha did not give up on every villager in Sand Hidden Village. Now who dares to say something bad about Mr. Luo Sha in Cheyenne Village, the angry crowd will beat the person who speaks to death. The family took out the furniture from the scrolls and furnished the new house. The wife took out a large watermelon from the refrigerator, cut it up and put it on the dining table. The family ate the iced watermelon, feeling indescribably refreshed. This is also thanks to Master Luo Sha. The Ninjutsu Research Department has developed the black soil technology and successfully opened up a planting area in Shain Village. In the past, precious vegetables and fruits that could only be imported at high prices have become common items for every household. Everyone can afford it, and freedom of vegetables and fruits is truly realized. The door said, "Everyone is tired from moving today, so there is no need to cook today. Let's go to a restaurant to eat." Okay. X3. The decision to open the door was approved by the family. Sunagakure village is no longer as isolated as it was in the past, and businessmen from all over the world have settled in it. For this purpose, the village has specially planned a commercial street that covers everything. Among them, the food street is the most popular, with delicacies from various countries. As soon as I opened the door, the opposite door just opened and came out. There were also a family of 4. The door immediately smiled and hugged the male host on the opposite side. "Good horse, I didn't expect our 2 families to become neighbors. Is your hand okay?" Liangma patted the door with his backhand, raised his right hand, and the half-mechanical, half-flesh puppet bionic prosthesis moved its fingers flexibly. "Thanks to Sir Luosha, I thought I was doomed in this life, but I didn't expect that Sir Luosha actually developed a puppet bionic prosthetic arm for the disabled like us. You see, it is no different from a real arm." Liangma couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. During the civil strife in Insha village, he was in charge of attacking the Menji clan. He lost his right hand in the process. He thought he would not be able to be a ninja anymore. Who would have thought that Master Luo Sha would develop a bionic that is comparable to flesh and blood? Prosthetics. After the good horse is installed, it is no different from your real hand. You can continue your ninja career again. Master Luo Sha naturally thinks about us. I heard that bionic prosthetics have made new breakthroughs. They are not only limited to arms, but also bionic thighs. People who have injured their legs in Laoma also have hope. One by one they are all ranked and registered and waiting for the trial. It is our blessing to have Mr. Luo Sha in Shain village. Yeah, who would have thought before that we civilians could live in such a nice house for free? And Shain village has undergone tremendous changes today. We must work hard to repay Master Luo Sha. That's right. You guys want to go out to eat? Just right, we're neighbors. Let's eat together today. I'll treat you. That won't work, the treat must be mine. The hostesses and children of the 2 families held their foreheads helplessly. There was nothing they could do, not to mention that their husbands were happy, so why were they unhappy? They regard Master Luo Sha as their reborn parents, so why don't we? The residents of the entire Xingfu community are the same. Luo Sha brought earth-shaking changes to Sunagakure village. The gate and the good horse were naturally drunk. However, the ninja's physique still allowed Damon to wake up on time the next day, start a new day's work, and drive the giant desert scorpion to the border. The Juxi traffic team has 3 teams, which are responsible for pulling people from the northern border, eastern border, and southern border. Originally, it took half a day for the ninja to walk, but after driving the giant scorpion, it only took about an hour. When the giant scorpion was driven to the border, many people had already lined up. Daimon has become accustomed to this. With the booming development of Sunagakure village, countless people want to go to Sunagakure village every day to look for opportunities. Lord Luo Sha has already made restrictions. Otherwise, even the newly built Sunagakure village would have been destroyed by others. It was packed. The gate drives the giant scorpion to the designated location, and the sand ninja who is in charge of charging begins to release people. A giant scorpion can seat 20 people. The 2 leading women suddenly aroused the curiosity of the gate. Not only the gate, but the rest of the men couldn't help but look at the 2 of them. The woman in black clothes is quite conservative, but the other woman with blonde hair and golden eyes and a big ponytail is too beautiful. She has a slender figure, white and tender skin, rough waves, a tea-green long coat, cropped trousers, and a pair of low-heeled shoes. He has a very bold personality and smiles. The door coughed twice to remind myself and the other men present. Everyone put their minds aside. In the past, there were always people with bad intentions, but the giant scorpions were all chunin. Coupled with the desert giant scorpion, no one in the desert was strong enough to challenge Sunagakure village. Some desert bandits tried to rob them a few days ago. As a result, more than a dozen heads are now hanging high on flagpoles along the border. When the number of people was gathered, the gate drove the giant scorpion towards sand-hidden village, but at this time, the woman with choppy waves took the initiative to come over and stood on the head of the scorpion. The giant scorpion immediately hissed in dissatisfaction. As soon as she stepped into the kingdom of wind, Tsunade was shocked. A traffic station, the ninjas of Sunagakure village called it this, and they were all well built. Ticket window, waiting room, not only TV, but also air conditioning. Anyway, the waiting process is not boring. All countries disdain to invest in this kind of border stronghold, and a minor conflict will destroy it. Then there is the desert giant scorpion, a kind of vehicle. Although the appearance of the big insect is not pleasing, it is extremely stable to sit on. Each desert giant scorpion is equipped with an awning on its back, so it is comfortable to sit on it. Tsunade once thought that she was what kind of holiday destination are you going to? Guest, if you have nothing to do, please go back to your seat and sit down. The desert giant scorpion doesn't like people other than its owner stepping on the top of its head. Moreover, although the desert giant scorpion drives smoothly, it is still very unsafe to stand up. Seeing that the woman was still not returning to her seat, Damon reminded her tactfully. The gate also showed that the woman should be a ninja. Although the giant scorpion was galloping smoothly, it was very fast. If an ordinary person stood up, he would be blown down by the strong wind, but the woman stood firmly and was not affected at all. But it doesn't matter to ninjas. Since the establishment of Shinsha Hidden Village, ninjas from other countries can be seen every day, but they usually hide their identities. It is rare for them to be so blatant as women. Oh, I'm sorry. Tsunade said sorry, and stepped back 2 steps out of the range of the giant scorpion's head, still not intending to sit down. Damon shook his head and took the initiative to start a conversation. The guests should go to the Golden Entertainment City. Oh, how did you know? Tsunade asked curiously. I don't think it's hard to see the big gamble on your clothes. Haha, I forgot. What about the Gold Casino? As a gambler, of course I have to check it out. An unexpectedly bold woman, such a person should not be a spy or a spy, and Damon naturally did not strike up a conversation for no reason. If this is the case, I believe the guests will not be disappointed. The gate remembered the day when the Golden Entertainment City opened. It was a huge crowd, almost all the nobles from the Land of Winds came, and seeing the Golden Entertainment City, everyone was so intoxicated that they even knelt down and kissed the Golden Land. Knocking it with your hands and biting it with your teeth, you were checking each one to see if it was true. The people in Sand Hidden Village didn't think it was anything, because they had done this kind of thing secretly. After confirming that it was really an entertainment city built with gold, they frantically poured into the Gold Entertainment City one by one, and did not come out for several days and nights. Damon vaguely heard that the weekly income of Gold Entertainment City has exceeded the annual allocation of Cheyenne Village by several times. Not only that, through continuous word of mouth, more and more wealthy people are coming here. There is a special window at the traffic station just for the wealthy. Tsunade said, "Is the Golden Entertainment City really made of gold? How much effort does that require?" Damon smiled and said, "It is indeed made of gold. This guest can confirm it in person when he arrives." Tsunade asked curiously, "It's all gold, aren't you afraid of someone stealing a piece of it?" Guests should not have this idea. The Golden Entertainment City was built by Master Kazakage's magnetic escape. As long as they leave Sunagakure village, they will turn back into ordinary materials. Only in Sunagakure village are they gold, and in Sunagakure village it is a serious crime for the village to destroy the Golden Entertainment City. I see, Luosha's ability? Tsunade thought about the days when she fought against Raza, and wondered if she would have such ability if she practiced the magnetic release sand gold to the extreme. Knowing about it, Tsunade simply returned to his seat. A few days ago, Tsunade was having fun in the casino of Yuno country, when Konoha's ninjas suddenly found her. It was actually the third generation who wanted to invite Tsunade back. Tsunade felt that it was unprecedented. After so many years, when did the old man find him? He also heard about recent events. Konoha announced that Orochimaru had assassinated Sandai Kazekage and was wanted all over the world. Sandai lost to Rasha at the border, Kage-Anoki's dust escape. He and Luo Sha built an extremely luxurious golden entertainment city. The casino owner of Tang Country also complained that the original tourism and gambling business of Tang Country was taken away by Sand Hidden Village. Golden Entertainment City, with its name, how can it compete in the high-end market? As a gambler, Tsunade immediately rejected the request to return to the village, and came to the Land of Wind to see what happened to the Hidden Sand Village, which has been in the limelight recently. The giant scorpion stopped at the entertainment area of Sunagakure Village and said at the door, "Everyone already knew the rules of Sunagakure Village at the traffic station, but I still want to tell everyone that Sunagakure Village is a ninja village. Except for the entertainment area, other areas or if it's not open, don't wander around, you'll lose your life. Except for spies who are interested in prospecting, no one else can go to other areas of Hidden Sand Village." Tsunade and Shizen jumped off the giant scorpion, and as far as they could see, the huge golden entertainment city was dazzling. There is no way to work overtime. I just finished writing 4K, and I will continue to write now. There must be a second update today. I will post it in the afternoon or evening, sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 90 Chapter Reply of the Holy Land, you are not the one chosen by fate. Chapter 90 The Holy Land's reply, you are not the one chosen by fate. In the Fomying office building, the messenger eagle brought back the news, and someone immediately reported it to Maji, who immediately went to Luo Sha after reading it. With a bitter face, Luo Sha signed the documents that Xia handed over one by one, then glanced at the documents that were still half a meter high, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Thanks to Xia, an office freak, Luo Sha has endless files to deal with every day. Luo Sha has begun to doubt whether she was right or wrong in bringing Xia back to Sand Hidden Village. Scorpion, are you repaying favor or revenge? Luo Sha also thought about directly delegating the decision-making power to Xia, but Xia resolutely refused, and gave Luo Sha a lesson on how to be a good wind shadow. Luo Sha finally realized Yashimaru's helplessness in the face of Maji. But the one who suffers now becomes himself. When I saw Marky arriving, I immediately felt like I was seeing a savior. Marky, you are here. Do you have something important to report? Let's go to your office to discuss it in detail. Xia handed the power core to Luo Sha with an expressionless face. If Master Luo Sha is worried, just destroy my core. Xia is willing to accept the punishment. Luo Sha. Scorpion, can you change your move? Luo Sha wanted to cry, but every time he showed a little distrust or slack, Xia would hand the core directly to Luo Sha and demand to destroy it, muttering that he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a good subordinate, and sat and watched Lord Luo Sha walk into the room. Things like being guilty of going astray. There is no way for people to survive. Because the scorpion is playing for real. It was pointed out that Xia's parents, Biku and Nana, no longer lived with Xia. Because as soon as they saw Xia, Xia would use the will of the sand and the principle that human puppets should not rest, and asked them to complete the work that Xia brought home together. What can Luo Sha do in the face of Scorpion, who can force his parents to dare not go home? You can't just kill your subordinates because they are too loyal. So there are reasons why loyal ministers have not been liked since ancient times. Ma Ji didn't dare to interrupt. He had already been reprimanded several times for excusing Luo Sha, and was often blamed by Xia for not doing his best. Please, you are not tired. I am tired, I am still flesh and blood. Then Xia asked Maji very sincerely if he would also accept body modification, absolutely guaranteeing that Maji's strength will be raised to the shadow level, and he will never get tired. He was immediately rejected by Maji. In fact, it is not that important whether he is a film or not. Joining strength is also sufficient. Maji couldn't help but envy Yura, who was sent to the capital to cooperate with the daimyo. In front of Xia, no one dared to call himself loyal minister and qualified. Scorpio wasn't like that at first. At first, Xia stayed in Sand Hidden Village simply to atone for the promise he made with his grandmother. However, after dealing with the daimyo, untying his knot, and heading north to the Earth Country with Luo Sha, he had the idea of repaying his kindness, but was also attracted by Luo Sha. Impressed by his strength, he unknowingly regarded Luo Sha as a wise king who must be assisted. The requirements are naturally stricter. Luo Sha can only suffer by himself, because Xia requires that he must be his own body when handling official duties, which shatters Luo Sha's last thoughts. Whose avatar goes out to play, and the main body is struggling to work. Now we have it, Luo Sha, the memory of coming home every day, receiving a clone to take care of the children, and being admired by the people is simply too painful to live with. Although theoretically they are all themselves, there is a feeling that they are playing themselves. After installing the core back into Scorpion's heart, Luo Sha accepted his fate and said, "Ma-ji, tell me, is there any news from Orochimaru?" Ma-ji nodded. Orochimaru said he was very sorry. Although he tried his best to promote it, the White Snake Sage didn't seem to want to see you, and he bluntly said that he would not teach you the cultivation method of celestial arts. Luo Sha spit out, "Really, even the qualifications are you not willing to give it to me?" This was already the second Holy Land that rejected him. When the Golden Entertainment City opened, Raza had already contacted Jiraiya through the owner of the largest publishing house in the ninja world and wanted to go to Mtinyamu to practice celestial arts. Jilai also quickly responded to the news, saying that the Toad Immortal of Myamu Mountain clearly expressed his rejection, saying that Luo Sha was not the one chosen by fate, and with the Intimate Paradise series as a guarantee, I absolutely did not engage in petty tricks. Then Luo Sha sent someone to Tianjigua to contact Orochimaru. Orochimaru really wanted to repair the relationship with Luo Sha, so he immediately channeled Takiji Cave, and the White Snake Immortal also clearly refused. Then there is no need to talk about it. It's not that Luo Sha insists on learning immortal arts, it's just that when he was fighting Inoki, when he surpassed the shadow class, the vague spying made Luo Sha feel a thorn in his back. He was certain that it was the immortal of 6 paths without a doubt. For thousands of years in the ninja world, the sages of the 6 paths have been watching in secret. Luo Sha doesn't believe that he doesn't know Heiju's little tricks. In the plot, the sage of the 6 paths cooperates with Naruto to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki, acting as the guardian of the world. But if you are really the guardian of the ninja world, why didn't you intervene earlier? Do we have to wait for Black Zetsu to release Otsutsuki Kaguya? The whole world was turned into a mess, and then he appeared like a savior, leaving behind the legend of an immortal. This shows that it is difficult for Luo Sha to regard the immortal of 6 paths as a good person. However, chakra was born from the sacred tree. Even if it may be energy that has existed in the world for a long time, it has been mastered more thoroughly by the Otsutsuki clan for tens of thousands of years. Raza has not yet broken through the limit, and it is estimated that the Sage of 6 Paths has reached the limit. In short, must guard against. Although he has the bloodline of the Whirlpool, no matter how powerful the bloodline of the Whirlpool is inherited from the Sage of the 6 Paths, he is a complete détente new bloodline. There must be a power that can compete with the Sage of the 6 Paths. Looking at the ninja world, the power that can compete with the 6 Paths Sage is pure physical and Senjutsu Chakra natural energy. However, in terms of physical skills, unless it can reach the level of continuous explosion of the 8-door Duanjia, although Luo Sha and Zi Luo have carefully developed it recently, the progress has not been smooth. Only the 5th activity of the 7-day breathing method has been deduced. Although the system can make up for it, the power is inferior to the 8-gate Duanjia, so it is not necessary. Then there is Senju Chakra, but Senju Chakra in the ninja world has only 3 holy places to practice. Now Myamu Mountain and Takiji Cave have rejected me, and the rest of the Wetbone Forest may be the same. Opening your mouth and keeping silent about fate, it's obvious that you are just standing in Konoha. Do you think your 3 holy places have made contracts with others? Luo Sha deeply suspects that the immortals of the 6 paths are behind the scenes? There is only one last method left, which is to inform people to search the black market for people who are not crazy, that is, the news about Chongo. Hearing that Luo Sha wanted to practice immortal arts, Xia couldn't help but said, "Lord Luo Sha, I have heard about the practice of immortal arts. Your strength is already at the peak of the shadow level. There is no need to take risks to practice immortal arts." Luo Sha didn't know how to explain it to Xia. He couldn't say that he was guarding against future enemies, and he might be the ancestor of the ninja world. Even if there is no problem with the 6 Paths Sage, the ordinary ninjutsu used by Otsutsuki to deal with them is not effective, and senjutsu must be learned. Scorpion, you will understand in the future. The ninja world is not as simple as you think. He then said to Maji, keep looking for that child named Django. Let me know as soon as you have news. Is there anything else going on in the village today? Marky took out 2 photos from the folder. One was when Tsunade first entered Sand Hidden Village, and the other was when Tsunade gambled. One of the Konoha Sannin, Tsunade, came to Sand Hidden Village and disappeared after losing money. Sorry, the time is a bit late, and the number of words is also a little less. It's not that the author is lazy. I wrote a 4,000-word chapter at the beginning, but when I checked, I found that the plot was that Tsunade entered the casino, Tsunade gambled, and Tsunade lost money and ran away. Lou, the plot doesn't make any sense, so I didn't post it, sorry, and then I wrote the current chapter to pave the way for the fairy art, because I promised to update at least 6,000 per day, and I finished writing today's goal first, although there is an outline, but there is a bit of caving, the connection with the next plot, and the work is too busy before the end of the month. After all, it is a part-time job, so I don't force you to write 8,000. I will finish the work in the past few days and continue next month. In short, sorry for the waiting readers, I'm going to write now, and try not to delay the manuscript tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 91 Master Slug, please Kazekage-sama. Chapter 91 Master Slug, please Kazekage-sama, for K. Luo Sha couldn't help laughing. It's really in line with Tsunade's style. Every village has information on the masters of the shadow level. Among them, Tsunade is particularly important because she has cracked Sunagakure's poison many times. After learning that Tsunade left Konoha, Sunagakure village breathed a sigh of relief. Therefore, everyone knows that Tsunade likes to gamble, and because of his unfavorable gambling luck, he has the title of legendary fat sheep. It was discovered as early as the moment Tsunade entered Sand Hidden Village. The main reason is that Tsunade didn't make a disguise. After obtaining the science and technology and medical ninja from Konoha and Iwagakure, although many technologies overlap and secret technologies are also hidden, each field of expertise has its own strengths and weaknesses. The enlightenment gained by Sand Hidden Village is not small. Baizu relied on the scientific knowledge of the 3 ninja villages to develop a chakra-driven tram and a surveillance network similar to Blue Star's Skynet, which significantly revolutionized electronic technology. The Kage level, Quasi-Kage, and named ninjas from each village were all entered into the system. After uncovering many spies who sneaked into the hidden sand village, Tsunade was naturally identified and monitored by the Skynet system. At the same time, it was fed back to Onbu in the monitoring room and reported to Maji. However, Tsunade just went to the casino to gamble, so Hidden Sand Village just waited and watched, and took no further action. After all, Konoha's Sannin and Orochimaru rebelled, and Tsunade and Jiraiya have also announced their departure from Konoha Village, and their positions are now in doubt. It's just that Tsunade didn't expect that after losing more than 100 million in a row, he would go missing. How about your self-esteem as a film master? Although the casino has a defensive force, how can it stop Tsunade, who is determined to escape? But Tsunade can run, and the accompanying Shizune is not so lucky. Every time Tsunade escaped in the past, Shizune was naturally able to keep up. After all, although he is good at medical ninjutsu, Shizune is also a Jonin after all. But this time it was different. The strength of the Jonin was naturally not weak, but this time he was facing Sunagakure village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, and the strength of the Jonin was not strong enough at all. The casino itself is guarded by elite Jonin who are good at wind escape. Jing-Yin was controlled before he left the casino. Luo Sha was really dumbfounded. Bring Shizune to me. A broadcast will be made throughout the village, notifying Tsunade to come to the Kazekage building to collect people. To the Scorpion, a tempting request. Scorpion, it's not that I don't work, Tsunade will come in a while, how about I let the clone handle government affairs with you? The expressionless Xia revealed helpless emotions, lamented and acquiesced to Luo Sha's method. After all, he couldn't delay Master Foaming from dealing with business. Luo Sha finally let out a long sigh of relief in the face of the gold dust avatar who betrayed me. In fact, with Xia's help, Luo Sha is quite at ease. Among other things, for more than a month, the points have accumulated to 7. As long as Luo Sha wants to, he can become a perfect hexagonal warrior at any time, or upgrade his bloodline once. But ever since he regarded the immortal of the 6 paths as an imaginary enemy, Luo Sha was not so keen on upgrading his bloodline. The improvement of points is not so urgent. Because Luo Sha had a secret feeling that the stronger the person, the more attention he would receive from the Immortal of Six Paths. If breaking through the shadow level will be monitored 24 hours a day, then it will be later. Let yourself have more cards. And even though Miaomu Mountain and Ruji Cave rejected him in front of him, it wasn't that Tsunade came to his door again. Even if the chances were not high, there was no loss in asking along the way. Not long after, Jingyin was taken to Luo Sha's office. Luo Sha took a look at Jingyin and motioned to sit down first. Shizun was a little embarrassed. After all, she lost money in gambling, was caught by the casino, and was twisted in front of the Kazekage. Master Fomying, don't worry, I will definitely pay back the money owed to the casino as soon as possible, and even the interest will be counted as a penny. Shizun is very sorry. She is originally a shy character. Following Tsunade these years, she has dealt with a lot of things, and she has also cultivated her face. However, they were small countries in the past, and they would sell Tsunade more or less to save face. Sand Hidden Village, which is also one of the 5 major countries, is not so confident. Luo Sha said indifferently, Miss Jingyin is out of touch now. How could Tsunade rely on more than 100 million yuan with Tsunade's strength? Don't talk about paying it back, I will pay this little money for her. But Cheyenne Village Golden Entertainment City, it has been more than a month since the opening, and Tsunade just came to join us. After all, we are not attractive enough. Seeing Luo Sha's attitude, regardless of whether it was a show or not, at least Jingyin has the bottom line in her heart, and things won't be too ugly. Although Tsunade had bad luck with gambling, the master and apprentice were not short of money. Tsunade's identity is here, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire. Although leaving Konoha, it is not a defection. Konoha will transfer Kage-class subsidies to Tsunade's account every month. In addition, the daimyos of the Land of Fire would also send money to Tsunade every now and then, and finally Jiraiya, the licking dog, would send money to Tsunade from time to time. Tsunade and Shizun lived a very comfortable life. Unless you encounter a game or fraud, every time you mute, you will also make up for the money Tsunade lost. Otherwise, Ninja Casino would have rejected Tsunade long ago, and would still have the title of legendary fat sheep. As for Luo Sha, who said that he came late to Golden Entertainment City, Tsunade actually wanted to come a long time ago. However, because of Tsunade's special status, he has deliberately avoided going to other 5 major countries these years. If it wasn't for a special reason this time, Tsunade still wouldn't come, even if the attraction of the Golden Casino was really great. No, the Golden Entertainment City is really the most luxurious entertainment place I have ever seen. I am not afraid of Master Luo Sha's jokes. I just went in and poked several walls. I didn't expect that it is really gold from the inside to the outside. Suspicious, Jingyin poked several holes in the wall, only to find that they were all genuine gold. It was completely beyond Shizun's knowledge, and it was too arrogant. Only turning a stone into gold can create such a miraculous Golden Entertainment City. It's okay, you're pretty good. Do you know how many bricks and tiles have been stolen from Golden Entertainment City since it opened? You can't stop it. Luo Sha was already familiar with the strange things, and money touched people's hearts. It was no wonder that no one cared about such a bright Golden Entertainment City standing here. So what if Sunagakure village is one of the 5 great ninja villages? Money means life. Desperate people have been banned repeatedly. It is useless to intensify patrols and hang people's heads as a deterrent. The speechless people who stole the gold will sell the gold that will be restored to the original material after the time limit is up. In the end, it will be Luo Sha's place. Luo Sha had no choice but to shorten the time limit for turning stones into gold to input chakra once a day, and let Baizu develop a gold detector, which stopped the gold theft. Poking a hole like muting is a trivial matter. The two chatted without saying a word, and finally waited until Maji came in and said, Lord Luo Sha, Tsunade is here. Tsunade had the expression of being caught doing something bad. I really don't blame him. Running after losing money has become her subconscious behavior. After all, Tsunade's gambling luck is really against the sky. But compared to the only limited win in life, the death of my younger brother in Duan, it's actually nothing to lose all the time. After all, Tsunade is not short of money, but after Tsunade escaped today, he realized that Shizen hadn't followed up. It's too late to remember that what I'm currently in is Cheyenne Village. Not every time there are 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in a small country, it's no wonder that Jingyin can run out with that little strength. Depressed, he planned to return to the casino and surrender. At this time, the broadcast loudspeaker of Sunagakure village rang. Miss Tsunade, your missing Shizen-san is waiting for you at the Kazekage building. Please contact the Kazekage building as soon as you hear the sound. Miss Tsunade. After several consecutive broadcasts, Tsunade confirmed that the silence was fine. Back at the casino just now, a sand ninja named Liangma had been waiting for him, and he took Tsunade on the tram to the Kazekage building. Without Sand Ninja leading the team, Tsunade would not be able to enter the location of the Kazekage building, which is not an open area. Tsunade once again lamented the changes in Sand Hidden Village. Sand Hidden Village and other ninja villages seem to have entered 2 worlds. Other countries still use sedan chairs and horse-drawn carriages, but Sand Hidden Villages have begun to popularize trams. According to Ryoma, an upgraded version of the tram will be launched soon, running between the border and Sunagakure village, gradually replacing the current giant scorpion, and the giant scorpion will become a tourist attraction in the future. Liangma gestured proudly, and Tsunade noticed that one of Liangma's arms turned out to be bionic, but the degree of flexibility could not be seen as acquired. Can't help but ask curiously, Mr. Liangma, what is your arm? Ryoma raised his arm. He was used to others being surprised when they saw his arm. You can't tell that this is a mechanical bionic prosthetic arm. Speaking of which, I might want to thank you. I heard that it was thanks to Konoha's medical technology that we, Sunagakure, the ninjutsu R&D department and the medical department developed the mechanical bionic prosthetic limbs. They say that you are the founder of Konoha Medical, and you have a lot of credit for it. Can I take a look? Of course. Liangma stretched out his bionic arm indifferently, and Tsunade observed carefully, and indeed he could vaguely see traces of Konoha's technology, as well as a sense of familiar blood, and always felt that there seemed to be a faint sense of Grandpa's power in this hand. Tsunade immediately denied her ridiculous idea. Konoha would never send her grandfather to Sunagakure village for research. After careful observation, there are indeed Konoha's technology and Iwane's technology, but the puppet technology of Cheyenne village is still the main one. Think it over. Trams, bionic prosthetics, and the river sand sales shop of the Wind Country, which now has a monopoly on major countries, convert the originally useless wind sand into river sand, making full use of the resources of the desert. Perhaps this is the correct application of ninjutsu. Luosha's vision and structure have surpassed the limitations of ninjutsu. Thinking of my previous self's proposal to vigorously develop medical ninjutsu, if it weren't for the constant support, my teacher would have almost vetoed it with a vote. Every ninja village just regarded ninja as a simple killing tool. Many ninjutsu that were clearly effective were lost in this way. After he left, Konoha's medical research was even more stagnant, and now he casually traded his years of experience to Sand Hidden Village, which shows how little attention has been paid to it. But maybe it's a good thing, seeing the appearance of bionic prosthetic limbs, at least Luosha has made full use of it. Luosha has really integrated ninjutsu development into every aspect of life. The news that Luosha attaches great importance to scientific research personnel has long spread throughout the ninja world with the rapid development of Sand Hidden Village. When Tsunade was waiting at the border traffic station, he saw many scientific research workers who came here admiringly. Although they all have smart minds, they are not valued in their own country. No matter how good the development of science is, it is not as good as having a ninja. This is the idea of many small countries. Even if there are any good inventions, big countries can take them away at will, and small countries dare not even resist. In this case, a scientific researcher came to Cheyenne Village and was unexpectedly reused. He was given a house with food and housing, and the most important thing was to respect him, and his status was no less than that of a ninja. There is a future community in Sand Hidden Village, which is specially prepared for the scientific researchers of Sand Hidden Village. A science department has also been set up specifically. According to word of mouth, Cheyenne Village has almost become a holy place for scientific researchers, and various talents come every day. As long as they have real talents and real learning, they will be kept by Cheyenne Village for inspection. In this regard, major countries have expressed that they do not care, while small countries have expressed that they cannot stay. It is unknown when Liang Ma's bionic prosthetic limb would be developed if it were not for the help of a researcher from the Ministry of Science. It's like Master Luo Sha's reminder to ordinary schools. Knowledge alters your fate. Tsunade couldn't help sighing that countries don't pay attention to it now, and when they really pay attention, Sand Hidden Village doesn't know what it will look like. Many just don't have the talent to be ninjas, not without wisdom. Arriving at the Kazekage building and sending Tsunade to the door, Ryoma left and was taken to Raza's office by Maki. Seeing Luo Sha, even if the position is opposite, Tsunade has to be convinced of Luo Sha's pattern. Maybe the ninja world will change because of Luo Sha. Luo Sha took the initiative to say hello. Tsunade, come to my Shine village as a guest without saying a word. It's only more than 100 million. I counted as Luo Sha invited you to play, and you can go to the casino to play casually later. I have already ordered you to waive the bill. Tsunade was even more embarrassed. Master Kazekage was joking. I, Tsunade, wouldn't do such a useless thing. I will definitely pay back the money. You don't have to be polite to me. The medical ninjutsu of Sunagakure village has improved by leaps and bounds thanks to your ideas, Tsunade. Let's consider it as repayment. Tsunade. To be honest, Tsunade doesn't understand the meaning of Luo Sha. Although Konoha and Sand Hidden Village are allies, the relationship is not good due to historical reasons. The village is very angry. Luo Sha, you are acting as if there is something inside the two of us, and you look at me differently if you don't look at Jing'in. Luo Sha didn't care about Tsunade's thoughts at all. She just wanted Tsunade to ask the slug if he had a chance. Otherwise, no matter who you are, Tsunade, can you, a princess of Konoha, still serve my Sunagakure village? Your grandfather doesn't have that much respect for me. Actually. Raza and Tsunade spoke at the same time. Luo Sha signaled Tsunade to speak first. Tsunade had no choice but to say, actually, to tell the truth, I came to Sand Hidden Village to see the Golden Casino. More importantly, please ask Kazekage-sama if you have anything to do. The first update today, before the second update at night. Let's talk about something else. It's a bit depressing to be reported to go to work and write novels, and now the follow-up is around 300, and the writers say that I am on the street. I also admit that the golden finger is a bit behind the development of the protagonist, or you can directly open the big golden thigh, but that will just push it horizontally, so try to be in the circle as much as possible. To add some restrictions to the protagonist, the original intention of this article is actually to write like Gu Outyen. I am trying to return to the direction of the outline. They persuaded me to write 4,000 words a day and spend 3 months full attendance, but when it was put on the shelves, it was originally expected its 200 first orders, everyone's affirmation. Let's take the first book as your own experience, and don't consider other things for the time being. The listing was too hasty. The author was handicapped, 8,000 words in an hour and a half, and consecutive listings, a bit confused, but I gradually got used to it. But I didn't expect to be so busy with work this month. Let's adjust. Thank you for your support. After the last chapter was published, a lot of people voted for me. Since there are still affirmations from everyone, I will work hard to write. Thanks. End of this chapter. Chapter 92 Udon and Amp, hashtag 039, T want me to go, then I will go. Chapter 92 You don't want me to go, then I will go, 3K. Ha, Luo Sha was puzzled and calm on the surface. And this good thing. I didn't say anything, so the slug came to me first? Begging and being begged are two different concepts. If you ask me for something, then you can't refuse me if I want to learn fairy arts. I don't know if the slug fairy needs my help. Tsunade said sternly, Lord Luo Sha, have you ever heard of the legend of sprites? Are you talking about the monsters that have been sealed in the marsh country by generations of witches in the ghost country? Seeing that Luo Sha also understood, Tsunade said directly, Master Luo Sha also understands and it will be easy to handle. The thing is like this, sprites do not belong to our world, they are monsters from another world. It destroyed the world at one point, and was later sealed by the clone of the slug fairy and the first ancient priestess, but the sprites are immortal and will recondense after a period of time, requiring the power of the priestess to continuously strengthen the seal. Slug-sama received a reminder from the witch Mithrea that the sprite is about to break through the seal. The seal of the sprite is a promise made by the slug fairy and the witch. Originally, the kingdom of ghosts belongs to the subsidiary country of Yenin village, and I also agreed with Yenin village. Konoha will take action to solve this matter. But now that the Oni country has been transferred to Sand Hidden Village, it is natural to make it clear to Kazekage-sama that there is no need for Sand Hidden Village to take action. Konoha will solve it. There is such an inside story. Luosha felt that it was novel. In the plot of the theater version, Tsunade sent Naruto to deal with the monsters. What happened during Miroku's time was not detailed. However, the strength displayed by the monster is not up to the level of destroying the world. As far as the terracotta warriors and horses are concerned, to be honest, Gaara can solve them now, and when he finally fought Naruto, he was an elite jonin. Although it seemed that it was because of incomplete strength, Luosha still felt that something was hidden. Since the matter is so serious, how about Tsunade summoning the Slug Immortal to discuss it in detail? Tsunade also knows that she can't win Luosa's trust with empty words, but this kind of thing doesn't require Luosa's help. She just nods, so it shouldn't be difficult. If it weren't for Yenin Village's transfer of the subsidiary rights of the Ghost Kingdom, Konoha would have been dispatched by now. Konoha didn't want to do this kind of thankless thing, but the three holy places have a special status for Konoha. If this matter was just proposed by Tsunade, Sandai would definitely not agree. But what the slug demands cannot be denied. The three generations have to agree if they agree, and they have to agree if they disagree. Even if the leaves are green and yellow, the talents are withered. This is also something Luosha wonders. When did you, Konoha, become noble enough to maintain peace in the ninja world? The Kingdom of Ghosts is at the junction of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth, and it was Shine Village and Yenin Village that took the lead in what happened to the sprites. You, Konoha, are right behind you, taking the initiative to solve the crisis of destroying the world. It was so noble that Luosha was moved to tears. Tsunade more or less guessed what Luosha was thinking. This kind of long-arm jurisdiction was too selfless and it really didn't make sense. Then let the slug talk to you. A psychic seal was formed, white smoke flashed, and a blue and white slug was psychically released by Tsunade. Small in size, normal human size. However, Luosha did not underestimate it. The three Holy Lands are full of descendants, and the Wetbone Forest has only one slug fairy from the beginning to the end, and all the ones summoned are split bodies. 1/10 came out separately. Hello, Master Kazekage. Slug greeted him proactively. Slug Immortal, I heard from Tsunade about the sprite. Is that sprite really so terrifying? Can it destroy the world? It's a pity that the slug has no face, so it can't tell whether the expression is hiding something. The four tentacles turn and make a gentle sound again. Master Kazekage, this is absolutely true. Today's sprites only have 1/10 of the power. In ancient times, complete sprites almost destroyed the world. Even I can't do it. With the help of the power of the Miko, it was just sealed. Since the matter is so serious, it is related to the survival of the world. To be honest, Konoha's situation is not optimistic. In addition, the country of ghosts is now a subsidiary country of our Sandy village, so don't bother Konoha. Our Sandy village will take action. Yes, tomorrow I will send people to the Kingdom of Ghosts. No, I will go to the Kingdom of Ghosts myself to help the witches seal the monsters. The more exaggerated it is, the more it proves that the inside story is not small. Luosha has already aroused interest, a monster that can make the immortals of the Holy Land think about it, and there is no loss if you look at it. Now that the development of Sunagakure village is on the right track, Konoha and Iwagakure village will not be foolish enough to provoke provocations for the time being. Except for Kirigakure, who is controlled by Uchiha Obito, he has been constantly harassing the coastline of the Wind Country for more than a month. Luosha was so angry that he wanted to go directly to Wuin village several times. However, they were all stopped by the subordinates. How to let Luosha go into danger alone? Now Yitsong has gone to support the coastline, and using the sea tribe as a base, he has begun to build a coastal fortress and simultaneously build ships. The next step is to wait for the ship to be built before launching an attack on the country of water. Because Luosha plans to open a second trade route nowadays, the Kingdom of Wind is highly dependent on trade with the Kingdom of Fire. It will inevitably get stuck during the war. The Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind are blocked by cliffs, and it is not suitable for non-governmental trade except for ninjas. The vast coastline and port, rich sea resources, through the ocean can trade with countries in the ninja world, no longer subject to Konoha. But Kirigakure controlled by Obito is like a Japanese pirate, attacking every country on the ocean and banning all trade. What Luosha wants is long-term stability of the coastline. It is easy to solve Uchiha Obito, and it is easy to untie the controlled 4 generations of Mizukage by yourself with other gods, but it is not difficult to guarantee Kirigakure's surrender. Then beat him until he surrenders. Sand Hidden Village has begun intensive shipbuilding work, which will officially launch a war against the Kingdom of Water. This proposal was passed unanimously among other things, since Luosha completely unified the Kingdom of the Wind, the coast has been stable, and using the sealed scroll, countless seafood poured into Cheyenne Village every day, nourishing the appetite of Sand Ninja. Maritime trade began to rise, and the country of vegetables and tea came one after another, allowing everyone to see the potential of maritime trade. At this time, if Kirigakure makes sneak attacks every day, wouldn't it be like killing someone's parents and killing their parents? Not to mention that the Ninjutsu Research Department has successfully realized the ninjutsu of desalinating drinking water from seawater, but most of the seawater conversion factory was destroyed by Kirigakure the next day. It is the unanimous next step policy of Sand Hidden Village. Coastline stability must be ensured. Build ships to defeat Kirigakure. Since it's all about waiting, let's go to the Kingdom of Ghosts first to see what kind of medicine Slug sells. You didn't want me, the Kingdom of Wind, to intervene, so I intervened anyway. The Kingdom of Ghosts is my vassal country, how can you stop me? In fact, the daimyo of the ghost country also sent a message asking for help, but Luosha didn't have time to deal with a lot of things. After all, an inside is not ready yet, so we must stay behind when fighting outside. However, the slug still struggled and said, I know the strength of Kazekage-sama, but it's better to leave this kind of matter to Konoha. If Konoha does it, the slug will be able to stare at it, but if you leave it to Luosha, the slug will not be able to intervene. The name of the 3 holy places is not easy to use in Luosha. Luosha waved his hand, isn't that what the immortal said, this is a serious problem of saving the world, so I have to do it myself. The slug is too embarrassing to stop. He turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade agrees, Luosha thinks it would be best to go. She has also heard about Konoha's current situation. The famous and powerful people are either old or under surveillance, and they can't send any elites for the time being. At the request of the slug, they will have to lead the team by themselves in the end. But because of his hemophobia, he really couldn't guarantee his combat effectiveness. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Kazekage-sama. Although the slug was unhappy and its tentacles were twirling around, there was no reason to stop it, so it could only follow, then please leave it to Lord Kazekage. We must seal the sprite as soon as possible and don't listen to her nonsense. I'm coming. The more others don't let you do it, the more they don't want to share it with you. Sure enough, there are stories about the sprites, Luosha, I love to hear stories. Don't worry, I will guarantee to seal the sprites. Immortal Slug, I have a request. I heard that the 3 holy places are proficient in the magic of chakra. Do you think I have the qualifications for this practice? Although it was a bit of a repayment, that was Luosha's plan. For normal communication, Miamu Mountain and Ryuchi Cave both rejected me, and now Wetbone Forest has a request for me. What do you say, Slug? If the slug had a face, it would be smiling awkwardly, but even without facial features, the sound was still awkward. It is said that cannibals have short mouths and soft hands when taking people. Luosha just agreed to personally seal the sprites. Although the slugs are very rejected in their hearts, it is obvious that you have to go. But it didn't work. Master Kazekage, not everyone can learn the art of immortality, and it takes a long trial. If Master Kazekage really wants to learn it, I can make a contract with Master Luosha first, and after sealing the sprites, I can take Master Luosha to Shirgu Forest to test whether he has the qualifications to learn immortal arts. Tsunade was puzzled and said, Kazekage, do you want to learn the fairy chakra? It's so difficult. Except for my grandfather, my second grandfather didn't learn it, and I am the same. And if you fail, you will directly become a slug-sama part of it. I recommend you not to try it lightly. Mount Myoki turned into stone. Long Daidong went crazy and was eaten. The slugs are directly fused, no wonder the slugs are so big. Luo Sha is not stupid, so he naturally understands that the slug doesn't want to agree to the delay. Anyway, I knew from the beginning that there was no drama. The three holy places were colluding, and those two rejected it. It was normal for Slug to give an uncertain explanation. Even if someone agrees, Luo Sha thinks it is more likely to be Longdi Cave. That's all, let's look forward to Yugo. There are also sprites. The dark medical ninjutsu of the believer Huang Quan is also very interesting. In short, the more the ninja world refuses me to learn celestial arts, the more I, Luo Sha, have to learn it. It is definitely weird to have a monopoly behind closed doors and only teach people designated by the immortal of six paths. Luo Sha has a feeling that the secrets of the three great sacred lands will be found in the sprites. I'm just complaining. Thank you for your encouragement. I don't mean to be a bad person. After all, no one is forcing you to write a novel. I just want to say that I would rather be a bad ending than an eunuch. Although both of these are not good, I insist. Finishing it is my bottom line. If the update is less than 6,000 words that day, then I must have messed up. End of this chapter. Chapter 93 Destruction of the World with This Strength. Chapter 93 Destruction of the World with This Strength. Ghost Country. The temple where the witch was located was now surrounded by dense terracotta warriors and horses. Huang Quan, who was controlled by the demons from behind, had a strange light shining in his eyes and directed the terracotta warriors and horses to come forward. Ordinary soldiers are no match for the terracotta warriors at all. A casual blow is either seriously injured or directly killed. In the temple, even if there were 3 layers of soldiers inside and 3 layers outside to protect the witch Mithraea and Zion, it would only delay the arrival of death. Huang Quan smiled arrogantly, directed the terracotta warriors to come forward, and stared greedily at Zi Yuan in Mithraea's arms. He could feel that Zi Yuan was the most suitable body for him among the witches of all ages. As long as he gets Zi Yuan, he can further restore his strength, and then he will gradually be able to get back everything that was taken away. And this time finally no annoying Konoha ninja stopped him. Over the past few decades, every time I break through the seal, there will be ninjas from Konoha to help Miko seal herself. He could feel his disgusting aura from Konoha's ninja. But there is no way. His strength is less than 1% of his peak, and he will be sealed every time. But this time is different. Although I don't know why, the longer the time delay is, the more beneficial it is to me. It has absorbed the dark power of many people in the ninja world. This time, the monsters are stronger than every time. Just a few simple ninja couldn't stop his footsteps at all. Mithraea saw that the ghosts were determined to win, and watched with distressed soldiers who were all flesh and blood died under the attack of the terracotta warriors. I was anxious, but there was nothing I could do. She is just a priestess, she doesn't have ninja attack methods, although she has the ability to restrain the terracotta warriors, but she must wait until the sprites are close enough to use it. That's a move that will lead to death together. Maybe this is fate. When sprites just woke up, they sensed it, and notified Slug in time. Slug contacted Tsunade, Tsunade contacted Konoha, and also went to Yenin village, and Yenin village also agreed. Trouble in the kingdom of ghosts happens every few years or more than 10 years, and Iwagakure village also helped in the beginning. However, monsters from other worlds like sprites are not vegetarians. They will lose people every time, and then they are no longer willing to deal with them. Anyway, the kingdom of ghosts is located between the kingdom of earth and the kingdom of wind. If something goes wrong, we can all handle it together. I can't do charity alone in Iwagakure. But later, Konoha didn't know why he had to play a role, expressing his willingness to take over this mess. Yenin village saw that there was such a good thing, so it naturally offered it with both hands. From then on, every time the sprites go berserk, even in the Ninja World War, Konoha will send troops to deal with the sprites. Originally, it was agreed this time. Who would have thought that Yenin village would give the ghost country to Sandy-in village? If Konoha wanted to rescue him, he would have to ask Sandy Hidden Village for his opinion. As a result, after a delay, the monster not only came out, but also absorbed a large amount of dark power in people's hearts, becoming even more powerful. Maitreya even doubted her own power and whether she could seal the monsters. She had never thought of escaping from the mission passed down by witches from generation to generation. After shaking the little hand of his daughter Cheyenne, with the other hand he picked up the pearl ornament on Cheyenne's chest and made a decision. If it really comes to the point of no return, as long as Ziyuan is still around, there can be a day of reversal. He said to the remaining hundreds of people present, "Everyone, I will use the power of the Shrine Maiden in a moment to stop the attack of the terracotta warriors and horses. Please take my daughter Cheyenne away and leave hope for the ninja world." Ziyuan immediately hugged her mother and cried, "Mother, don't abandon me, and Ziyuan will not leave you." Maitreya gently hugged Cheyenne back. Shaking his head slightly, he asked with a smile, "Ziyuan, no matter what, you cannot fall into the hands of the demon. Mother will open a way for you in a moment. You must leave and go to Konoha village to find someone named Tsunade. She will protect you, and she will seal the monsters in the future when you have the strength." Ziyuan cried harder. Don't, Ziyuan, don't leave mother, Ziyuan, don't leave mother." Miroku bit his lower lip and winked at the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard understood this and stepped forward to hit Ziyuan on the back of the neck with a knife. Ziyuan lay limply in Maitreya's arms. Maitreya gently kissed her daughter's forehead, pinned the pearl ornament on Ziyuan's chest again, and then carried it to the head guard. Then he gently held the hand of the captain of the guard and activated his precognition. An Xian said, "Take Ziyuan and go, your future is not dead." Using his precognitive ability to confirm that Cheyenne was safe, Maitreya began to gather the power of the witch in his body, and the next moment Maitreya's body began to shine with dazzling light. Under the light, the terracotta warriors and horses stopped one by one, their eyes dimmed for an instant, and then collapsed. Maitreya immediately signaled the chief guard to take Ziyuan away, and the chief guard saluted Maitreya with tears in his eyes, turned around and started to run away. The demon was anxious when he saw the captain of the guard running away, but with the power of the witch, he did not dare to take a step forward. The demon knew that this was originally prepared for him. "That's fine, Miroku has exhausted the power of the Miko, Cheyenne is still young, and no one can threaten him in a few years." I wanted to wait for Maitreya to die after exhausting his power, but suddenly a woman wearing a green gown fell from the sky and punched the ground hard. With the woman's fist as the center, a spider-web-like crack stretched for more than 10 meters, and strong winds all the terracotta warriors and horses were blown away. Also successfully prevented Maitreya's suicide. But the woman didn't continue to move forward. After looking at the corpses everywhere, she turned around and closed her eyes tremblingly. Tsunade saved Miroku with one blow, but when she saw the corpses of the guards lying on the ground, she suddenly suffered from hemophobia. Shizen immediately flew up to protect Tsunade and Miroku. Maitreya was overjoyed, it was Tsunade who came, and Konoha was finally here. "But why is Tsunade shaking? The last time he came to help me seal the sprites, he punched a terracotta warrior very majestically, brought the sprites to the front, and was then sealed by his own mother." The demon who controlled Huang Quan was also very confused. He recognized that the trembling Tsunade was the woman who beat him hard last time, but what is the situation now? "But since it is beneficial to you, why do you want to do so much?" He immediately commanded the regrouped terracotta warriors to come forward to encircle him, and at the same time, his own body emitted a black chakra snake and bit Tsunade. Maitreya just wanted to activate the witch's power again, but was caught by Jing Yin and signaled that it was unnecessary. When he was confused, he saw a red-haired man in the sky stepping on a golden giant sword leisurely, and there were two children standing on it, a little girl with bright red hair and a little boy with dark red hair, who looked similar to Ziyuan. "Big. Be careful," Maitreya reminded. However, as soon as the little boy raised his hand, the land was instantly sanded, and countless sands surged up, directly submerging the hundreds of terracotta warriors who attacked. The terracotta warriors and horses, which are invincible against ordinary people, are like people in a flood in front of the sand of Gaara, unable to fight back at all, and being dragged towards the underworld. The ghost controls Huang Quan to jump up, and the two dark snake heads rush towards Gaara. Before the snake head could get close, two diamond chains stretched out from Xiang Lian's belly and tied the snake head directly. Gaara continued to control the sand, wrapping Huang Quan in 3 layers inside and 3 outside. The monsters are all stupid. Are all children nowadays monsters? His terracotta warriors were knocked down in an instant, and the dark snake condensed by his dark chakra was easily locked, and this familiar feeling, are they all descendants of that woman? Ancient memories suddenly came to the demon, and it began to twist like crazy, and was about to break free from Gaara's sand. Gaara stretched out his other hand again, and took out a sealing scroll. Countless gold dust poured out from the scroll, entangled the sprites, and the sprites, which were about to break free, were combined by Gaara's sand and gold dust. The skill is directly locked. Since the last time he fought against Menbei, Gaara has completely integrated the use of sand and sandgold. Now even if they don't rely on keeping the crane, they can already defeat the Jounin with the technique of manipulating sand and magnetic escape sandgold, and the elite Jounin is also a Tai. The strength of children in the ninja world cannot be limited by age. There is also Xiang Phosphorus. The last time Sunagakure village rebelled, Xiang Phosphorus was unable to help and had no opponents. As a result, the diamond chains that he had worked hard to cultivate were not used, and he was very angry. This time, I was so happy to be called by Luosha to carry out the task. Combined with Gaara's gold dust, he then wrapped his own diamond chain around the monster's body. The sprites were completely subdued. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. Shanlin said directly, "Uncle, do you want to seal it directly?" One of Gaara's eyes turned into a money eye. "Ho-ho, are you ready to work, Luosha?" Black characters floated on the gold dust, and Shikaku was also about to perform the sealing technique. This is also the reason why Raza brought Gaara and Kaso. Monsters cannot be killed, they can only be sealed. A witch's seal requires a life price, so what about the sealing technique? Xianglin's diamond chain. Shikaku's desert layer burial seal. Even if Luosha didn't resist the combination of these two sealing techniques, it wouldn't be enough, let alone a sprite. Without Luosha taking action, Gaara and Xianglu restrained the demon.so, slug, you said this thing can destroy the world. Let's see, is it possible, this strength? It's a waste to leave the country of ghosts. You try and see if you can seal it. Maitreya was even more confused, why did he still take my job? So when did the demon become so useless? So what is it that the priestesses of our ghost country have sacrificed their lives for generations? Maitreya even doubted his mission. Then I felt something was wrong. Sunagakure village could do it, why couldn't you Konoha before? Konoha's sealing technique seems to be stronger than that of Sunagakure village, right? But at this time, Tsunade had her eyes closed and didn't dare to open them. Damn it, let go of Master Yao, you blasphemers. Seeing that the demon was about to be sealed, Huang Quan, who had been under control, suddenly regained consciousness and struggled violently. Since there was not enough chakra, Huang Quan directly overdrawn his life force and finally opened a small hole in the sealed circle. The monster sprang out through the small hole, dark and exuding a breath of resentment. Swept over the crowd present. 1, 2, 3, for all have the breath of that woman. There is also the inside of the little boy, and the faint breath of the woman's pet 10 tails. From time immemorial to the present. You blasphemers deserve to die. But under the current situation, it is impossible to take away Zi Yuan's body. After leaving Huang Quan's body, it will dissipate immediately, and it will take years and years to absorb negative energy to regain consciousness. This is a world I created, so why are you treating me like this? And that gazing in the dark is the power to steal oneself. In that case, let's die together. The monsters screamed. Just now he said that his awakening this time was not blocked by Konoha, and he had resurrected the most power. As long as he gets Cheyenne again, he can push this ninja world horizontally. However, it didn't even take 10 minutes to say this, and he was beaten so helplessly that he made a calculation. Even if he took away Zi Yuan's body, it was still useless. Luosha just stood there, giving him the feeling that he was invincible. Even if he gained full strength, he was only slightly stronger than Luosha, and could not reach the level of crushing at all. After thousands of years of development, has the world evolved to this point, the demon couldn't accept it. It was not that he had never fought against the strong men of Konoha, so his feeling was just average. Even Tsunade would not be his opponent in his heyday. Only then did he have the confidence to regain his complete self, announce his return to the world, and then crusade Kaguya and those traitors. But it's impossible now, a single Luosha is so strong. I heard that there are 5 such people in the world. Times have changed, unless one can obtain one's own, real power, but 1,000 years have passed, and the strength of those traitors is no less than that of oneself back then. How can one regain it? The resurrection that I have tried so hard is just to dormant afterwards and slowly recover my strength. Today, the 2 children tortured themselves so much that there is no hope of revenge. In this case, let's destroy them together. The body continued to expand, and more than a dozen black dark snakes came out of the body, attacking Raza, Gaara, and others. Afterwards, the entire black mist expanded rapidly, and it was about to explode. Don't, Luosha was worried. I'm here to ask you something. How can you seek death yourself? Blame it on me. I was beaten to the point of being autistic. You just let Gaara and Xianglin seal it well. What are you struggling for? And a collection of negative emotions. The quality of your heart is so poor. Are you just absorbing your inferiority? Just as he was about to stop it, a ball of black mud flew out quietly under the cover of the explosion. Luosha could feel that most of the monster's power was contained in that small ball of black mud. Feign death to escape? Golden cicada escapes its shell? Then I'll play along with you. Golden Realm Law. Countless placer gold intersections directly locked the monster's runaway within a certain range, and the dark snake was cut into pieces. Then it was completely enclosed in a golden ball, only to hear the whole body of Pang. There was a loud noise in the golden ball, the Luo-san scattered the gold, it was scorched black, and there was no shadow of sprites. Sprites are secretly proud. It's not that no one has discovered my plan. A piece of black mud carrying the most power of sprites quietly entered the body of a dying soldier, thinking that no one would notice. End of this chapter. Chapter 94 Asteroid Inhab, #039, S Prophecy activated. Chapter 94 Asteroids Prophecy activated. Thank you, Lord Kazekage, for your help. One moment, it was life and death of fate, and the next moment, the sprite who caused the witch's 1,000-year fate was beaten to death just like that. So, does this world really need power? The death of hundreds of witches in 1,000 years is so ridiculous at this moment. Of course, the sprite is not really dead, it is just a temporary death. As long as there is darkness in the hearts of people in this world, the sprite will be resurrected sooner or later. But if you have Luosha's strength, it doesn't matter how many times you are resurrected, just resurrect and kill him once. In the past, witches always followed the slug's instructions, and people kept coming to cooperate with the witches in sacrificing their lives to seal the monsters. But after seeing Luosha's fighting style, Maitreya is determined to change the way of sealing monsters. Even if it couldn't be killed, the sealing technique shown by the little boy and girl just now, if it weren't for Huang Quan's struggle, would have almost sealed the monster in the end. The remaining guards also felt that it was unreal. More than 1,000 of them were killed by the terracotta warriors and horses of the spies. Foning took 2 children and eliminated the spies in a few strokes. Should it be said that they are indeed the 5 people who stand at the apex of the ninja world? In other words, the 5 shadows are all the same. Anoki's dust escape can supersede the terracotta warriors, horses, and monsters in one click. Raikage's powerful body flashes physical supersession. Yakura tail is also swept away after turning into a beast. I think Sarutobi Hiruza will take a little work, but it is not a problem. It is not Sarutobi Hiruzen is weak mainly because he knows everything but is not very proficient in anything. Hikari has the title of Professor of the Ninja World. As long as he can study a ninjutsu to the extreme, Orochimaru would not dare to engage in a head-on confrontation. That's why Luosha felt more and more that the monster's destruction of the world was a joke. I really came to the 5 major countries and was taught to be a man every minute. You don't have to be polite, the witch. Now the kingdom of ghosts is a vassal of my kingdom of wind, so I should take action. Master Kazekage is very righteous. Not everyone can stand up for a small country. Although I don't know why Luosha came here in person, but for so many years, because Yenin village is stronger, he joined the Land of Earth. Apart from collecting protection fees, he has never seen what Yenrun has done. They had just taken refuge in Sand Hidden Village and had wiped out the demons. If I had known this, I should have surrendered to Sunagakure village earlier. I just heard that Cheyenne village had a bad reputation in the past. It seems that everything needs to be seen with one's own eyes. The sprites have been wiped out, and the rest is finishing work. The guards buried the corpses of their colleagues in pain, and cleared out the temple for the witches, Luosha, and others to rest. Gaara took the initiative to help clean up the scene with sand and gave the dead soldiers a decent grave. After learning that Gaara was actually Raza's son, they all praised him, saying that it was indeed the Kazekage-sama who could teach a good and sensible boy like Gaara. Luosa is also very pleased that Gaara now has a complete childhood, has completely changed his cognition, and has developed comprehensively in moral, intellectual, physical, artistic and physical development. Saving Gaara was the most correct thing Luosha did. Gaara returned to the house with his little follower Xian Lin after finishing everything, and sat next to Luosha. Tsunade also recovered at this time, although his face was still a little pale, but he was basically fine. Watching Gaara help the soldiers the whole time, I was also moved in my heart. I don't know how Luosha raised such a good child. And he is the perfect Jinchuriki, who can't help but think of the child in the village who has the same fate as Gaara. Naruto, who was isolated by the village by the old man on the grounds of protecting Kyuubi. But can that really cultivate perfect Jinchuriki? Look at Gaara in front of me. He and Shikaku have become close friends. Perhaps it is correct for Shoha to lend his strength to Gaara willingly and help the development of Shine Village. Although Kyuubi has a bad temper, in fact, when Grandma was alive, Kyuubi also recognized Grandma, not just because of Grandma's strength. Kyuubi couldn't beat her. It's because Grandma treats Kyuubi as a friend. We were brought here as containers for tailed beasts. But before that, we must find love to fill it up. In this way, even if we want to live as Ninetales Jinchuriki, we will be able to be happy, Grandma said. In the ear. It's a pity that since Grandma's death, Kushina is not strong enough to be recognized by Kyuubi. Add to this the hostility of the village. Probably it will never be possible to get along with Kyuubi as intimately as Hidden Sand Village. Thinking of Grandma and Kushina, and seeing Keirin's red hair, Tsunade couldn't help feeling kinder. The Uzumaki clan can also be regarded as his relatives. Unfortunately, both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have disappeared in Konoha. The Uzumaki was to wipe out the clan, and the Senju was to be reduced to pieces, but no matter what, the two big clans from the Warring States period just disappeared. How could you not feel sad? Tsunade shook his head lightly. Why did he leave the village, and why did he get involved in these troublesome things again? Changing his mind, he praised Gaara. Master Fengying is a kind father and a filial son, which is really enviable. Own child, of course you have to be better. But Tsunade-sama, you are actually afraid of blood. Let me know the news, but I will use it against you. Rosa was joking. Tsunade smiled bitterly. At that time, it was to prevent Mithraya's death. He didn't think so much, and exposed the fact that he was suffering from hemophobia. But it has been exposed, and it is too late to hide. This was also the reason why Tsunade didn't want to come. If Slug hadn't been afraid of Luosha's little moves, she wouldn't have come. Facts have proved that I really don't need to follow him. Luosha handles everything perfectly, and there are no problems. The sprites are also dead. If she is resurrected in the future, I am afraid that the witch will contact the Kingdom of Wind directly. However, thank you, Master Kazekage, for your action. As I said just now, the Kingdom of Ghosts is now a vassal state of my Kingdom of Wind. However, I heard that sprites are immortal. Mithraea Miko, if you find sprites resurrected in the future, just notify me directly. Mithraea said gratefully, thank you Lord Kazekage. Mithraea is worried about this matter. He will inevitably cause trouble to Lord Luosha in the future. Outside the house, the bloodstained soldiers looked at Luosha with hatred. You guys really don't take me seriously. What do you think I am, sandbags? Just hit it. Then he looked at the comatose Ziyuan. Shindao, wait, you all think I'm dead. When you relax your guard, take away Ziyuan's body, recover some strength, wait for me to hibernate above the shadow level, and see if I don't settle accounts with you, Luosha. Who do you think I am? You blasphemer. At this time, Ziyuan also woke up, opened her eyes and called her mother anxiously, and then saw her mother next to her. Mom, oh, don't leave me. Miroku said apologetically, don't worry, Cheyenne, Lord Kazekage has eliminated the sprites, and there will be no danger in the Kingdom of Demons within a few years. Really? Ziyuan's big eyes flashed. Master Kazekage, you are really amazing in eliminating the sprites. Kneeling in front of Luo Sha, he made a big salute. Luo Sha quickly helped him up. Ziyuan was in a trance for a while, and the witch's precognition technique suddenly activated. A picture flashed in his eyes. The sprites were respectfully accompanying Luo Sha, and the body occupied by the sprites was his own. Sorry for updating so late. No way, I was reported to the leader by my colleagues when I wrote a novel yesterday. The leader was nice to me. He just gave me a few words of oral education and told me not to write at work. As a result, I sued the leader today. I was really speechless, and the leader was also accused. I was criticized, mainly by XXN, and I was really pissed off. Fuck, today is really. In the end, I couldn't hold back. Breaking into her was not acceptable, and poured water on her, and then I was asked to do an inspection, and I will not be allowed to do anything unrelated to work in the unit in the future, so don't even think about apologizing. In this society, you really don't have to say anything. I'm convinced. I've been working on this mess for a whole day, and I couldn't figure out the code at night. I just promised to update it yesterday, and I don't want to break my promise. IT is estimated that the update time in the past few days cannot be determined. If it doesn't work, you can just wait and see. I am really speechless. End of this chapter. Chapter 95, Demon, My Future Self Conquered Luo Sha? Chapter 95, Demon, My Future Self Conquered Luo Sha? 3K. The night is as cold as water, and Ziyuan's heart is as cold as water. She didn't tell her mother or anyone else what she saw because it didn't make sense. Luo Sha can kill monsters, and he can kill everyone. If he really said it, his mother who survived would die, the guards would die, and the kingdom of ghosts would be destroyed. Although she is still a child, she also knows the significance of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world, and the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages can easily destroy the existence of a small country. Just like a monster, such a terrifying monster, it can wreak havoc in the kingdom of demons and the kingdom of swamps every time it revives. However, facing the Kazekage, he didn't even have the ability to resist, so he was killed. Even Tsunade, Cheyenne didn't think she could resist Raza, a person who was afraid of the sight of blood. Since we can't escape the fate of becoming a demon's host body, then, we might as well sacrifice ourselves. Cheyenne made a decision. The mother can risk her life to protect herself, and she can risk her life to protect her mother. What Phoning only values is the power of the sprites. As long as he dedicates himself to let the sprites get the sprites, the Wind Shadow will definitely leave the country of ghosts with the sprites. Then my mother and the citizens of the kingdom of ghosts will no longer suffer the killings of monsters when they wake up. Although Cheyenne is still a child, she is also the daughter of Mithraea, the witch from the land of ghosts. As much as her mother has the consciousness, Ziyuan also has it. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, glanced at his sleeping mother, apologized, put on his clothes quietly, left the room, and went to find Luo Sha for a showdown. However, as soon as Cheyenne left, the sleeping Mithraea also opened his eyes. Her eyes were full of helplessness and sadness. Silly daughter, you are not the only witch with the ability to predict. When she just held Cheyenne's hand, she also saw the scene that Cheyenne saw, but she didn't say anything, even though Tsunade was beside her. She also thought of what Ziyuan thought of. The publicity will only make Raza furious, and he will kill everyone and kidnap Cheyenne. Tsunade is no match for Raza. Mithraea hated Miko's ability a little bit. Why did he see such a bad future? Why the future he saw would definitely happen, even if it can be stopped. However, in the history of Miko, there has never been a situation where the prophecy screen has been successfully prevented. The picture shows the fate of my daughter. However, this time Mithraea wants to gamble that every generation of witches can be the host of sprites. If she has to be a daughter, then let herself do it first. Even if we can't prevent that future, we can at least prevent it from happening a few years later. This is also the only thing I can do as a mother. As for asking for help, Mithraea rejected it directly. Who could ask for help? Mithraea has already understood that Luo Sha easily killed the monsters today, and it is useless to beg anyone. Obviously, shadow-level masters can easily kill sprites, but none of the helpers that slugs have recruited for so many years have ever killed them, and in the end it was the witch who paid her life. A slug that never makes a shot is even less likely. So Miroku never thought of asking Tsunade for help. As a mother, how could she not guess what Ziyuan was thinking? How could her mother not have the awareness that Ziyuan had? He put on his clothes and followed. The soldier possessed by the monster was guarding outside. He offered to guard the witch's courtyard. First, Cheyenne sneaked out. He was so excited that he almost didn't take action directly. Even if it occupies the body of a soldier, the demon cannot exist for a long time. He does not dare to absorb negative energy to maintain it, because Luo Sha is nearby. Once Luo Sha is discovered, he is really done. Abduct Ziyuan, then occupy Ziyuan's body, restore his complete self, secretly accumulate strength, and then settle accounts with Luo Sha and those betrayers. Just as he was about to follow him secretly, Mithraea also came out. Now things are difficult. For Mithraea, the current state is not an opponent at all. However, given the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Yao Yao still secretly followed, deciding to snatch people as long as there is an opportunity. In mid-air, the golden eyes are all question marks? Luo Sha controls the placer gold eyes to track the monsters. What do Mithraea and Ziyuan mean by staying up late at night? Are you deliberately giving the monsters a chance? I didn't ask you to cooperate, did I? And the direction you are coming from seems to be your resting place. Why did you come to me in the middle of the night? After watching all the way, several people actually came to the place where he was resting. Cheyenne took a deep breath and prepared to knock on the door. Miroko covered her mouth and pulled Cheyenne aside, her eyes full of tenderness. Silly boy, what do you want to do? How can you die before your mother? Have you forgotten? My mother is also a witch. After seeing such a terrible thing, why don't you tell her to bear it alone? Cheyenne's courage seemed like a deflated ball. She hugged Mithraea and started to cry. No matter how brave she is just a little girl. When she heard her mother's words, she instantly broke through her defenses. But, the prophesied scene is destined to happen. If you sacrifice me, you can save your mother and the country of ghosts. Cheyenne is willing. Miroku gently stroked Cheyenne's hair. Perhaps the prophecy cannot be reversed, but neither can a mother's love. Even if you really die, your mother will die in front of you, silly child. How can any mother watch her daughter die for herself? Cheyenne shook her head. No, I don't want to watch my mother die again. Mithraea sighed and touched Ziyuan's neck, which scared Ziyuan back again and again. Mom, don't try to knock me out again. Mithraea! The sprites on the side finally seized the opportunity, stepped forward to grab Ziyuan, and ran away. It also completely exposed his aura. Mithraea was the first to react. As a Miko, she was the most sensitive to the presence of monsters. The next moment, the light of the witch appeared all over her body, and the sprite let out a scream of awe, let go of Cheyenne, and rolled to the ground. She was seriously injured and unable to resist the power of the witch. Just when he thought that Mithraea would completely eliminate him, Mithraea stopped outputting the power of the witch, came closer, pulled Ziyuan behind him, and said, Sprite, I want to make a deal with you. I will dedicate my body to you, but you must make a promise to me that you will never let go of my daughter and will not attack Ziyuan. The monster was stunned. It's been 1,000 years, and it's not like I haven't tried to communicate with the witch, but the witch would either beat or kill me when she saw me, and never gave me a chance to communicate. Today is the most embarrassing day for me. You don't even have to die together. As long as you, Mithraea, hold on to the power of the Miko for a few more seconds, you will disappear. Life and death depended on Mithraea's thoughts, but Mithraea actually stopped his hand and wanted to dedicate his body to himself. The monster couldn't figure it out. But Mithraea figured everything out the moment he saw the demon. Since the demon is not dead, it can only mean that Luo Sha secretly kept his hand, and the scene in the prophecy can also be explained. The sprites will occupy Cheyenne's body and serve Luo Sha. It's ridiculous to say that a monster whose mission is to destroy the world would actually obey Luo Sha. Is this being beaten into submission by Luo Sha? The demon was angry, and he felt the contempt in Mithraea's eyes. As a sprite that absorbs negative energy and wakes up, it is very sensitive to this emotion. Yes, I failed miserably this time, but how could it be your turn to be contemptuous of Mithraea? If Luo Sha were even 1 minute late, I would have killed you, and Ziyuan wouldn't be able to escape. However, things were so abnormal that there must be something going on. The monster stood up and said, Maithreya, you should also know that although you and your daughter are both witches, the power of witches will gradually disappear as the child grows. Why should I choose you instead of your daughter? Maithreya's face turned cold. Spirit, I'm not negotiating with you. Since you plan to reject me, then we will die together and kill you. That future will come too late. The power of the witch burst out from her body again. The demon was burned and fell to the ground. The demon was angry. If I had known, I would not stand up. Although it's just the body you control, Maithreya, are you teasing me? Rarely, the demon ate his own negative energy. However, the demon still caught the words in Maithreya's words. The future? So it's a picture of the future. So I succeeded? I succeeded in possessing your daughter and resurrected her? The demon suddenly figured it out and laughed. She understood the witch's ability better than anyone else. Since Maithreya predicted such a future, it would definitely happen. The future self will return with success and full of blood. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter if you kill him now. The monster really gave up its resistance and emerged from the soldier's body, allowing Maithreya's witch power to dissolve. However, Maithreya stopped. Even though she was unwilling to do so, she couldn't let the demon die like this. Oh? Why did you stop? It seems that I was right. I am destined to be resurrected in your daughter. As a Miko, you should know your abilities better than anyone else, so why do you stop me? That is destined what's going to happen. Naruto clenched his fists. Even if something is destined to happen, I want it to happen later. Ziyuan immediately stopped and said, No, that is my future, and there is no need for Mother to intervene. Come on, monsters, and I will devour them for you, but you have to promise me that you will follow Lord Kazekage out of the country of ghosts, and you will never do anything to your mother or ghosts. Will the country take action again? Leave? I will leave, of course, but why with Luo Sha? Oh. It seems that in the future, I have not only restored my strength, but also successfully avenged today's revenge and accepted Luo Sha as my subordinate? It is really a wonderful future. I am starting to long for that day to come. Cheyenne and Miroku looked at each other. No matter how you look in the picture, you are surrendering to Luo Sha. Don't think too highly of yourself. But sprites are clearly getting carried away. Very good. Now that I have Luo Sha as my subordinate, I may not have a chance to regain the power I once had. He looked at Maithreya and Ziyuan with some resentment. Miko, you never believe my words. Do you know that we are one and the same? If you Mikas have awakened long ago, why do we have to wait until today to have a chance to regain our power? Maithreya said helplessly, If you say that you and I are one, what kind of ancient goddess? Don't say these words. At this time, Luo Sha's figure suddenly appeared, flashing between Maithreya and the demon. Excuse me, I want to hear this story. End of this chapter. Chapter 96, The Three Holy Lands are worthy of calling themselves immortals. Chapter 96, The Three Holy Places are worthy of calling themselves immortals, 3K. Luo Sha, who had been watching the show, couldn't help but show up. Luo Sha looked around with his golden eye, and based on the performance of several people, Luo Sha roughly guessed the reason. It should be that Maithreya and Ziyuan, mother and daughter, saw their own future. Ziyuan would merge with the monsters and have a relationship with them. So each of them came to beg me to let him go? I was moved by this series of painful dramas. So why don't you take the initiative to ask me? It was not good to be so subjective in casting me as the villain, so Luo Sha felt it was necessary to revise the script. For people like me, hero scripts are suitable. Until the monster started to tell the ancient secrets, Maithreya, who obviously knew but didn't believe it, stopped him. If he didn't dedicate himself, it would probably be a scene where the mother dedicates herself to her daughter and the daughter dedicates herself to her mother. Forget it, it's better to listen to the stories told by sprites. Monsters that came from another world thousands of years ago, almost destroyed the world. It's ridiculous. He can't even defeat himself, let alone the Sage of Six Paths, Indra, Azura, and the demons from Kaguya's era 1,000 years ago. their strength is not enough to deliver food. Sure enough, there is something hidden. The ancient goddesses have come out. Luosha gestured to the demon to tell him quickly that he wanted to eat the melon. As expected, Mithraea thought so, and Luosha had been watching. What Ziyuan thinks is that as long as she takes the initiative to follow Luosha, she will be able to save her mother. The demon floated in front of Luosha and looked back and forth. Luosha was speechless. Aren't you going to tell a story? Look what I'm doing. Didn't you get beaten enough just now? The demon didn't mind this time. Seeing that you will surrender to me in the future, I won't care about your offense. With the prophecies of Mithraea and Ziyuan as the basis, the demon is already convinced that Luosha will be one of his own sooner or later, just like Huang Quan. Since he is one of his own, he must believe that he is moved by what he said, so he naturally wants to talk about it. I will definitely tell you, and I believe you will make the right choice after listening. Mithraea interjected, Lord Luosha, the sprite's words cannot be trusted, don't be fooled by her. The sprite said angrily, shut up. You can obviously merge with me and become a goddess, but you treat me as a monster. It's simply ridiculous. Luosha blinked. I have my own judgment, you can say it. The demon organized some words. Do you know how the world was born, how ninjas were born, and how chakra was born? No need to ask, isn't it the ninja sect founded by Rokudo sage who spread the method of chakra cultivation throughout the ninja world? Chakra was born from the sacred tree planted by Rokudo sage's mother. Nonsense. Chakra is originally a force that exists in the world. How could it be born just by that woman planting a tree? On the contrary, the sacred tree will not only not give birth to chakra, but will also plunder the chakra of this world. That woman Kaguya, he's just a robber. Although it has no form, the sound emitted by the black mist is still filled with hatred. So, you and Kaguya are from the same era? No, I existed earlier than Kaguya. People say that I am a monster from another world. It is obvious that the woman Kaguya came here from another planet. Have you ever thought about what happened when Kaguya came to this place? Before the planet, this planet actually had its own gods? I am one of the 3 gods born independently of the planet's consciousness, the goddess who controls the mind and emotions. The planet's native god? This had never occurred to Ferosa. He knew that the demon was by no means a monster from another dimension, but it turned out to be the original god of this planet. Yes, a total of 3 gods were born on this planet. I am in charge of the soul and emotion, another is in charge of life and death, and the last one is in charge of war. We protect human beings until the arrival of Kaguya. Kaguya has no less power than us. Once we start a war, this planet will be destroyed, so we acquiesce in Kaguya's existence. It was really peaceful at the beginning, and Kaguya was just planting trees on her own, so we neglected, but I didn't expect that tree to be the Ten-Tails. The sacred tree bore fruit. After Kaguya swallowed the fruit, his power surpassed us. With the help of the Ten-Tails, even if the 3 of us joined forces, we were no match for Kaguya. We were defeated by him one by one. If I had known that he would have been there from the beginning. If we work hard, we might be able to drive Kaguya away. Luosha's eyes lit up, and this made sense. In the plot, with Kaguya's strength, it should be a sideways existence on the earth. Why do you fight every day? Humans at that time didn't even know ninjutsu. What would you use to fight Kaguya? It turns out to be the former god of He Planet. He is indeed qualified to be Kaguya's opponent. The goddess who controls the soul, the god who controls life and death, and the god who controls war. So it's Kaguya's fault that you transformed from a goddess to a demon? A deeper hatred flashed through the demon's voice. No, Kaguya who defeated us no longer takes us seriously. We were born from the consciousness of the planet, so we are immortal, and Kaguya cannot be killed, but the recovery time is quite long, even if we are resurrected. Now that we are Kaguya's opponent, there is someone else who seals and stigmatizes us. So there is someone who doesn't want you to recover. Is that the Sage of 6 Paths? Although I don't want to admit it, the attitude of the Sage of 6 Paths towards us is similar to that of Kaguya. So, as gods, don't you feel ashamed to get mixed up like this? No one treats you as a rival. Do you think we don't have the majesty of God? What do you know? It's not that we don't live up to expectations. We originally had a backup plan, but we really didn't expect to be betrayed by our most trusted subordinates. Otherwise, we who own the Holy Land will be dead as long as we are resurrected. He has the strength equivalent to the junior level of 6 paths. Holy Land? Are they the 3 Holy Lands? So it was the 3 immortals who betrayed you? What is your relationship? Immortals? That's ridiculous. They are just the pets we had originally, slugs, toads and white snakes. The monster spoke with overwhelming hatred that was about to turn into reality. When the 3 gods fought against Kaguya, they had a backup plan. They also knew that Kaguya, who had eaten the fruit of the sacred tree and possessed the 10 tails, was no match for him. The strength of the 3 gods is at the intermediate level of the 6 paths. Kaguya, who swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree, is already at the advanced level of the 6 paths, and is assisted by the 10 tails, who is also at the advanced level of the 6 paths. At the beginning, we could have protected ourselves by hiding in the 3 holy places, but Kaguya unscrupulously transformed humans into a monster called White Zetsu. As gods, we couldn't sit idly by and ignore it, so we joined forces to take action and prepared the plan for the future. Even if you die in battle, you can be resurrected in the Holy Land. As the origin of the birth of the 3 gods, the 3 Holy Lands are blessed by the 3 gods, at least they can maintain their invincibility against Kaguya. As gods, they couldn't sit back and watch Kaguya kill people unscrupulously, so they took action. I just didn't expect that the pets we raised by ourselves, gave them the method of practice, and helped them to have high strength. The ones we trusted the most would betray us together. The slug, toad and white snake were fighting against Kaguya when we left the Holy Land. Seizing control of the Holy Land, making it impossible for us to return to the Holy Land and resurrect after death. Hui doesn't care about us who are weak, but the 3 beasts who betrayed the master are always afraid that we will go back to them to settle accounts. They constantly stigmatize us, erase the traces of our existence, and study the original us to teach them. He gave the world Senjutsu as his own, relied on the Sage of 6 Paths to fight against Kaguya, and promoted chakra to the ninja world to replace natural energy, without giving us a chance at all. 3 beasts actually call themselves immortals. Have they done anything for mankind? The demon became angrier and angrier as he talked, and black air kept coming out of his body. I finally vented the pent-up resentment in my heart. It has been thousands of years, and it is clear that what I told is the truth, but no one believes it. It was only today that I told it completely. Turning to the Maitreya mother and daughter. Do you know what is the most disgusting thing about these 3 beasts? They separated our souls from our bodies, stigmatized us one by one as monsters, gods of death and evil spirits, making the world fear us. Forget us. Our souls are sealed, the physical body is constantly reincarnated into humans, and only when the spirit and flesh come together can we return to a complete form. They, the Miko clan, are clearly my physical reincarnation, but none of them believe that we are one. They seal me in themselves one by one at the risk of their lives. Do you think they are evil? Miller sighed. Master Kazekage, although I know it's useless to persuade you, I really can't believe what the monster says. Since the future scene has been clearly shown, Luosha naturally believed what the monster said, but Maitreya still couldn't help but speak out to stop it. The sprite's words have been said for thousands of years, and the witches have also doubted and tried to merge, but without exception, they failed, and they exploded to death. However, the Luosha in front of him should succeed. After all, Ziyuan in the picture has successfully fused with the sprites. Since Ziyuan can succeed, he should be able to do it too. I said, I have my own judgment. Luosha has already believed that the ancient secret may be reserved, but the truth is probably like this. After all, the ninja world in the plot is just the tip of the iceberg. It makes no sense that such a big planet does not have its own gods, not to mention that the god of death and the god of evil are real. The god of death has shown his face, but the god of evil has not, but he has given heightened immortality. This ability to transcend ninjutsu just shows that they are true gods. And the monster in front of me. The 3 holy places were stolen. No wonder they were immortals. none of them came out of danger of annihilation. Anyway, they were not affected by hiding in the holy places. Very good, Luosha, as long as you help me regain my strength, I will definitely help you unify the ninja world. Don't worry, the Sage of Six Paths transforms himself into planetary consciousness and cannot interfere with the present world at will. Oh, so the Immortal of Six Paths is just a voyeur? It's just that he can't do it easily, it's not that he can't do it completely, and he can still come to the world after all. Now, help me get my body back. There is a prophecy, and the demon has no doubt about Luosha's loyalty. Staring at Cheyenne, if she no longer had a body, she would disappear. Maitreya stood in front of Ziyuan. Master Luosha, I know I can't stop you, but let me be the body of the demon. If you refuse, I will immediately report your collusion with the demon to Master Slug. I will try to save a chapter today and another chapter tomorrow, and try to resume morning updates in September. I am really in a hurry at night and there is no time to polish the plot in detail. A lot of things could have been written better. I don't know if everyone is interested in the report about the author. There is a new follow-up today. I thought we would continue the conversation today, but the other party got scared and apologized to me and the boss, asking if it was her who made the complaint and it was in the cafeteria. Speak and be heard, several people saw her going there by herself, and the big boss also said it was her, but being able to deny it without blushing or heartbeat is also a skill. I guess I've thought about it for a while. When the incident happened yesterday, everyone was immediately on guard against her. Mainly because they didn't expect to involve the leader. Our leader resigned at the end of the year and now he hates her. They said they were going to treat us, but no one came. It doesn't matter, just be a stranger from now on. I heard that he went to the senior leader to transfer, but was rejected. Or give up the additional benefits, but I have a long memory, don't test human nature, no one wishes you well. End of this chapter. Chapter 97. So you play too much with yourselves. Chapter 97. So you play too much with yourselves. Maitreya's witch power emerged from his body, warning Luosha. I know you have believed what the sprite said, but Lord Luosha, for thousands of years, witches have believed it and tried to fuse with the sprite. It was indeed possible to fuse at the beginning, but after a period of time, due to the power of the sprite and the conflict between the power of the Miko caused the body to explode and die. Even if it is just for the perfect implementation of your plan, you should test it on me first. The demon echoed from the side, that's right, Luosha, let's test Maitreya first. I also remembered that for some reason the soul and body will eventually collapse after merging, but I can feel that Ziyuan's body is very suitable for me. It can be perfectly integrated. But it's not bad to experiment with Maitreya first to be sure, and there are alternatives to failure. Ziyuan shook her head repeatedly. No, Lord Luosha, the picture I saw was that I had become the host body of the demon, not my mother. If you hurt your mother, I will not cooperate. So, why am I being treated as a villain? Did I do something? I just saved your lives, okay? And Sprite, do I know you very well? Make me do things. Can you let me say a word? You are all rushing to contribute, rushing to let me do it, but the question is, what do I want to do? Who can give me the answer? It is you who came to me inexplicably one by one, is it okay? But I'm curious, what kind of future do you mother and daughter see? Each of you is so determined that I will be her subordinate in the future? Even though I believe she is the goddess of the earth, is the goddess amazing? The reverse is more or less the case. Luosha just wanted to listen to melons, and didn't intend to be melons. Everyone is right about everything. Moroku and Cheyenne were also stunned for a moment before they realized that what they saw was only a picture of the future, not what was about to happen. Now Luosha is still the great benefactor who saved their lives. I was so anxious that I lost my mind. Ziyuan was too afraid of such a future and was too young. She suddenly lost the ability to think and only wanted to protect her mother, so she hurriedly came to Luosha for a showdown. Maitreya also regretted that his impression of the 5 major kingdoms was too bad. He always felt that Luosha was eager to take possession of the power of the monsters. Later, he felt that Luosha was deceived by the monsters and, like Huang Quan, joined forces with the monsters to overthrow him. World, take back the power. But even if it is true, everything has not happened yet, and it can be stabilized and taken slowly. Now that everything is on the bright side, the back road is blocked by himself. There's really no way around it. Maitreya gritted his teeth and said, Lord Luosha, you know it anyway, so we, mother and daughter, have no way out. Yes, in the scene we mother and daughter saw, you successfully let the sprites occupy Ziyuan's body, and the sprites took over Ziyuan's body. The sprite seems to obey your orders. Although I don't know how you did it, the sprite cannot live alone outside. You need to find a body for the sprite immediately. I am willing to donate it. If it succeeds, please let it go. Aster. Listen to me, monster. That's pretty much it. Luosha was satisfied and said how could he be someone else's subordinate, not even a goddess, but it would be good for a goddess to be my subordinate. Then he criticized, didn't I say that even if you can predict the future, it is impossible to change? Besides, you just saw a picture, how do you know that I helped the sprites occupy Ziyuan's body? Destiny, the future, it's really vulgar. Luosha snorted. Predicting the future sounds nice, but the future is constantly changing. If you really want to believe in fate, just go to Konoha and kneel down to Naruto. Maitreya firmly believed. Everyone's fate cannot be changed. Master Luosha may not believe our prophecy, but everyone's fate is arranged from birth. Even if it did exist, it changed the moment I came into this world. Without me, Konoha would have sent troops long ago, you would have sealed the sprite with death, and your daughter would give birth to Naruto in 10 years. The demon's power continued to dissipate, and he couldn't help it anymore and said, Luosha, since you believe that I am a goddess, no matter what your attitude is now, you must protect me first. I must find a new body, otherwise the soul is about to dissipate and it will take who knows how many years to resurrect. Although Maitreya said that in the picture he saw, he would take orders from Luosha, but the monster did not believe that as a goddess, she would take orders from humans. Although Luosha's strength is good, the relationship is at best a cooperative one. The most important thing is to find the physical body as soon as possible, the soul power can hardly be maintained. Maitreya, I agree with you, quickly let me occupy your body, I promise I won't touch Cheyenne until the last moment. No. Get on top of me. I'll let you take over. Ziyuan rushed directly to the sprites, not giving her mother a chance to fight. The demon is not polite either. He is more interested in Ziyuan and wants to get into Ziyuan's body immediately. Maitreya couldn't see it, and the power of the witch exploded, preparing to completely purify the monsters, and protect Cheyenne even in the face of Luosha's wrath. But the next moment, Luosha dodged and took Ziyuan away, forming a seal with one hand with the other hand. Private gold seal. The black mud-like monster was sealed in a golden ball, and the outside was covered with patterns to prevent it from being taken away by Maitreya's witch power. Lord Luosha, are you going to take action yourself? As I said, if you force the sprites to devour Ziyuan, then I will tell Master Slug the news now. With the hostile relationship between Mr. Slug and the sprites, Sand Hidden Village, there will definitely be a war with Konoha. Do you really want to do that? First of all, you think too highly of yourself. The next moment, a big hand of placer gold emerged from the ground and grabbed Maitreya tightly, making Maitreya unable to make any movement. Secondly, you think too highly of Slug's status in Konoha, and you think too highly of Konoha. As the former pet of the sprite, the slug definitely didn't want the sprite to be resurrected, but its main body was in the Shigi Bone Forest, and the clone it channeled was not enough for Luosha. The other three great immortals should all have the strength of the 6 paths level, but as the demon just said, once the strength reaches the 6 paths level, it will be limited, and the 6 paths immortals hide in the Pure Land all day long. The Toad Immortal, the White Snake Immortal, and the Slug have never left the Holy Land. At most, they are targeted by the 3 holy places, but the spokesperson of the 3 holy places is Konoha. What can Konoha use to fight against itself now? I really thought the Slug was Konoha's king. Or look for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, it's the same as delivering food. But in the absence of exposure, naturally the sooner the better. Put Aster down. Inside the placer gold ball, the demon's voice came out, Luosha, I know you don't believe it yet, but the ability to predict comes from the gift of the goddess, and she will not lie. If you kill me now, you will regret it. Since sooner or later we will cooperate, wouldn't it be better to do it sooner? Luosha blew out a breath from her nose. The seal pattern on the gold dust ball is denser, which isolates the sprite's voice. Then he looked at Ziyuan and said, "Shut up, I won't do anything to your mother. You are too superstitious about the pictures you see. The future is in your own hands and you cannot passively wait for it to happen. Besides, what you see is not necessarily true." Luo Sha was originally just curious about the origin of the sprites that slugs worry about. Unexpectedly, I accidentally learned the secrets of ancient times. The stigmatized goddess, the god of death and the god of evil. The immortals in the three holy places were just the pets of the three gods. They betrayed the gods and took away the holy places. All gods have their bodies and souls separated. The body of the goddess is Ziyuan. When Ziyuan seals the monsters, she will transform into a holy winged form. The same goes for the god of death and the god of evil. Raza suddenly thought of Yugo and Haydn. Could it be that Yugo's complete curse seal transformation and Haydn's immortal body are the original forms of gods? He looked at Ziyuan and said, "To be honest, I had no clue at first, but since you mother and daughter have seen that scene, you have given me some clues." Waving to let go of Miroku, Miroku immediately ran over and hugged Cheyenne. "What do you want, Master Kazekage? Do you believe that your Miko clan is the reincarnation of a goddess?" Maitreya opened his mouth and said in confusion, "Maybe, because the power of a witch is not acquired through cultivation. It will automatically increase with age, and when sealing monsters, they will awaken a god's posture, but..." "Stop it." Luo Sha grabbed the placer gold ball. "Honestly, I believe it." "You said you witches tried it? In the end, they all exploded and died?" Maitreya said, "Yes, if you don't believe it, you can let me try it." Luo Sha thought for a while and touched her chin with her right hand. "You don't have to rush to death, so monsters devour you every time?" Maitreya nodded in confusion. Now she and Ziyuan have no ability to resist Luo Sha. Luo Sha snapped his fingers and said, "So, why don't you try to devour monsters?" Maitreya was shocked by Luo Sha's idea. Could he still do this? Indeed, no one has thought about it, because the power of the monster is much stronger than that of the witch, and the witch has never been allowed to take the lead in the fusion. No one has really tried it, but Master Luo Sha, the power of the sprite is higher than that of the witch. Even now, although I can easily kill the sprite, the essence of the power is that the sprite is higher than me. The monsters won't cooperate. In the process of fusion, who occupies the home field and who will be the dominant one after the fusion? How could a sprite allow a witch to take the dominant position in consciousness? If she doesn't cooperate, let her cooperate. Did I ask her opinion? To be honest, even if the soul of the goddess, the demon has been resurrected by absorbing negative emotions for so many years, can really successfully fuse with Ziyuan, I can't believe her, so even if I intend to resurrect the goddess, and I also let you witches take the lead. Since you all believe that it will definitely happen in the future, why doesn't Cheyenne control the power of the demons? Miroku and Cheyenne were a little dumbfounded. Is that right? There didn't seem to be anything wrong. What they saw was just a scene. Ziyuan, who had obtained the power of the demon, was respectful to Luo Sha. If it was Luo Sha who helped Ziyuan master the power of the sprites, it could be regarded as a complete solution to the sprites crisis, which seems to make sense, but is this possible? Maitreya hesitated and said, "Lord Luo Sha, how do you want the monsters to cooperate?" Luo Sha said, "We really need to find a helper." Gaara asked Shikaku to come out. In the room, Gaara and Kaoru walked out. With such a big movement, the two ninjas had already woken up, but Luo Sha did not let the two people come out, and the two people did not move. Even when Miroku and Cheyenne framed their father, Gaara impulsively wanted to explain themselves several times. "What kind of foreknowledge? My father would never do such a thing." As he came closer, his eyes turned into money eyes, and Shikaku was also digesting it. Although he was born in the Ten Tails, he has no memory of before the Ten Tails, so he is following suit today. Looking at Cheyenne again made me curious. The reincarnation of a goddess is almost the same as an ordinary person. Luo Sha, it's useless for you to call me uncle for such a godly thing. I'm going to seal the sprite into Ziyuan's body in the form of a tailed beast, and let Ziyuan gradually absorb the sprite's power. Please help me keep an eye on it. Can you still do this? Tailed beasts are aggregates of chakra, and monsters are also aggregates of chakra. I think it's okay. So Miroku and Cheyenne, what do you think? Do you want me to give it a try and see what the future you see is? How it happened. Very novel way. They had also heard of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Could they still be used to seal sprites? Moreover, Luosha didn't even need to ask the two for their opinions. She could obviously take action directly, even helping the demon to occupy Ziyuan's body. Maitreya was still worried and said, "How about I try first?" Luosha refused. "Even I can feel your Miko power passing away and sealing it into your body." However, only Cheyenne can repeat the situation where the monsters occupy the Miko's body. Ziyuan immediately said, "Mom, I believe Master Luosha." This time he didn't die. I don't know why, but after Luosha said this method, Ziyuan felt faintly excited in her heart, as if she was about to become her complete self. Maitreya also knew that what Luosha said was right, so he didn't stop him anymore. As long as a Miko gives birth to a child, the Miko's power will be transferred to the child. Now Cheyenne's Miko power is actually no less than her own. And Master Luosha is already so sincere. He stepped forward and took off the pearl jewelry from Ziyuan's chest, threw it to the ground and smashed it. The pearl fell into pieces, and then the power of the witch crazily overflowed from it, and the shining light gathered into Ziyuan's body. Maitreya said, "Lord Luosha, I trust you, please do it." Luosha unsealed the seal of the placer gold ball, and the monster was released again, and immediately saw Ziyuan shining with the power of a witch. He immediately smiled and said, "Luosha, have you finally figured it out? Don't worry, I won't treat you badly." But the next moment, she was pressed by Shikaka's big hand on Cheyenne's belly, and the Rasha seal was formed, and the Ye seal, familiarity in the chakra, was activated to the maximum extent. Sealing technique, seal of the gods. Luosha's hand passed through the demon and pressed on Ziyuan's belly. The demon was locked into Ziyuan's body. A seal pattern appeared on Ziyuan's belly, and the demon completely disappeared between heaven and earth. The next moment, Ziyuan, who had obtained the power of the demon, slowly flew up, and her body changed in midair. End of this chapter. Chapter 98, The Goddess's Awakening. Chapter 98, The Goddess's Awakening. A halo representing God grew on his head. Wings sprouted from his back, and his whole person exuded holy power. This is the first fusion that focuses on the power of a witch, not a forced fusion by monsters. Ziyuan's aura climbed rapidly, rising from ordinary person to shadow level in a moment, and then stabilized. Ziyuan opened her eyes, and her eyes were filled with brilliance. The whole person gives people an inviolable and sacred feeling. Looking at Luosha, Ziyuan in the goddess form landed on the ground and said sincerely, "Luosha, thank you." Luosha still felt a little unreal, but the Chi goddess fan was quite strong and looked intimidating, but she was not very powerful. "Are you a goddess? Or Cheyenne?" Maitreya's heart clenched at the side. The moment the goddess appeared, she knew that what the sprite said was true. The witch clan was the physical reincarnation of the goddess. But will the revived goddess still be his daughter? The goddess sighed. "The goddess died 1,000 years ago. You don't have to guard against me. My strength is not enough to threaten you. I never thought that I would be able to recover one day. I was betrayed by the slugs and the others. My soul and body divided, the soul is filled with the darkness of the human heart, and the body retains the pure kindness. No matter how many times, as long as the soul is dominant, the fusion will collapse. This time, fortunately, it was you who allowed me, the kind-hearted person, to retain my consciousness." Different from the Jinchuriki technique, Raza's seal of seal seals the consciousness of the demon when it is sealed into Cheyenne's body, which means that the demon will unintentionally absorb negative energy and then provide it to Cheyenne, forming perfect cycle. Another aspect allows Ziyuan to achieve the unity of soul and body, and is dominated by Ziyuan. Let the character closest to the goddess awaken. So everything the monster said is true. Kaguya endlessly transforms civilians into white Zetsu. As gods born on the planet, we naturally cannot ignore it. It's a pity that if Kaguya had stopped her when she first arrived, what happened next would not have happened. It's okay. Kaguya didn't succeed later. His son stopped her. Now it's sealed inside the moon. The goddess suddenly smiled playfully. why do you think his two sons stopped her? Luo Sha ate melon again. What did you do? We are gods after all. Although we are weaker than her, we are all at the level of the 6 paths and are not irreversible. Kaguya swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree, received the blessing, and became pregnant with a child. We took the opportunity to bless his 2 children with the consciousness of the earth. A child, so why do you think 6 Paths Sage is so considerate of humans? Because he is already bound to the earth like us. It's a pity that we have considered everything except the betrayal of the 3 of them. Otherwise, if we cooperate internally and externally, we can kill Kaguya. The goddess looked full of regret. Actually, they plotted against us, took away the Holy Land, and separated our souls and bodies. We don't blame them. But they controlled the Holy Land and accepted the blessings of the planet, but did not perform what gods should do. This is their biggest problem. Wrong. Although they are not human beings, they are creatures of the earth. They have been hiding in holy places for thousands of years, plundering natural energy and allowing chakra to spread unbridled, which is the cause of everything. Although I have just woken up, I have already felt the fear of the earth. Originally, if they were obedient and spread the natural energy cultivation method widely, neutralizing chakra and forming fairy chakra, then the earth could still hide itself, but they control the nature. The energy and chakra have reached the entire earth, and have attracted the attention of Kaguya's mother clan, the Otsutsuki clan. They are coming across the galaxy, and they will reach the earth in a few years at most. At that time, the earth will usher in the real disaster. Raza, you don't know, the Otsutsuki clan was born from chakra fruit, and the original chakra ninjutsu has little effect on them. Luo Sha said, I know this. After all, Otsutsuki Momoshiki absorbed it later, and chakra ninjutsu had no effect at all. He had to rely on taijutsu or narusa at the 6 path level to resist. Look, this is like what a goddess does, worrying about the survival of the earth all the time. So how can I help you find slugs and take back your holy land? The goddess shook her head gently. It's unrealistic. I have just recovered and I have already felt their gaze. Now they are no longer something I can defeat. Their strength has reached the level of the 6th path. Even if they have just entered the 6th path level, they will not be able to defeat them. With the blessing of the Holy Land, we will not be weaker than we were before. When the Otsutsuki clan comes, they will definitely close the entrance to the Holy Land and stay alone. The goddess looked at Luo Sha with burning eyes and said, So Luo Sha, I have something to ask you. Luo Sha was a little depressed. She originally thought that the final villain would be the 6 Paths Immortal and the Otsutsuki clan, but it turned out that 3 hidden copies, the immortals of the 3 holy places, and the blessing of the terrain were revealed. It was simply cheating. Actually, you don't have to worry about them. They dare not leave the Holy Land easily. Their behavior has aroused the resistance of the Earth's consciousness. As long as they leave the Holy Land, they will fall under the 6 paths and they will not be invincible. Under the 6 paths is the Super Shadow level. With his current Shadow level strength, it is no problem to escape. If he strengthens again, it is not impossible to kill him. That's really nothing to be afraid of. Goddess, what do you want to ask me for? I want to entrust the future of the Earth to you. Although the coordinates of the Earth have been completely exposed, there is still time. I will tell you the cultivation method of Senjutsu. As long as you promote the cultivation method of Senjutsu to the entire ninja world, then everyone who practices Senjutsu chakra will at least be able to fight against the people of Otsutsuki. If Senjutsu chakra had been made public 1,000 years ago, people would not have been turned into white zetsu without any backhand. You gave it to me before I asked for it, Luo Sha said sternly. Don't worry, everyone is responsible for saving the ninja world. I will definitely spread the cultivation method of Senjutsu to the entire ninja world. After thinking for a while, he asked, by the way, this magic has no side effects. Nyamo Mountain will turn into stone, Longdi Cave will become insane, and the Shirgu Forest will turn into slugs. The goddess frowned when she heard this. Impossible, they must have made changes. The original method of practicing immortality does not have such side effects. But Luo Sha, you must be prepared. Once the cultivation method of immortality is promoted, you will plunder the nature with the Holy Land. Energy, they will still find you when the time comes. It's okay. I still have a headache at the 6th path level. It's impossible to kill me at the 6th path level. The goddess smiled and said, in that case, I'm relieved. Only then did Luosha react. The goddess has said so much, what are you going to do? The goddess felt everything with nostalgia. I can't stay. I can feel that they already know about my resurrection. Only a dead goddess can reassure them. Luosha, I will leave the seeds to Ziyuan. From now on, there will only be Ziyuan in the world, not there will be another goddess. One day when you are strong enough to lead Cheyenne to the Wetbone Forest, she will gain true power. The goddess raised her hand and a ball of white light penetrated Luosha's mind. You have received the perfect natural energy magic cultivation method taught by the Earth Goddess. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to master it? End of this chapter. Chapter 99 The rich people in the village have become the rich people in the world? Chapter 99 The rich people in the village have become the rich people in the world? 4K. Goddess. In the 3 holy places, Ziyuan was sensed by the 3 immortals as soon as she transformed into the goddess form. Niaomu Mountain. The great toad immortal, who had been pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He was no longer as enigmatic as usual, and there was a coldness in his eyes. The 2 little toads Fukasaku and Shima who were accompanying him jumped to the big toad sage worriedly. Fukasaku said, Big toad immortal, what's wrong with you? Did you dream of some terrible future? Jijian said, do you want to ask Xiao Zilai to come too? Hiding his inadvertently revealed true nature, the great toad immortal said calmly, I just sensed something, it's not that serious. I'll confirm it again. Please step back first. Fukasaku and Shima didn't think too much and retreated as they were told. It was just that the big toad sage gave the 2 toads the same feeling just now. It was so scary and evil. How could this kind of feeling appear on the great toad immortal? It must be that he felt wrong. Dragon Cave. The white snake immortal took 2 puffs from his pipe, exhaled a large puff of white smoke, and transformed into the form of an old woman. The temperature in Lungdi Cave dropped suddenly, causing the cold-blooded snakes to almost hibernate. Tianqin Shenheim, Ichikajima Heim, and Ruzenheim immediately flew close. Tian Xin Shenji said, White Snake Immortal, what happened? White Snake Sage sneered, it's okay, it's interesting. I want to see how they turn around. I'm happy today. I asked Orochimaru to offer 100 sacrifices to me. I haven't tasted the sacrifices for a long time. The 3 of them were ordered to inform Orochimaru that the White Snake Immortal wanted to enjoy the sacrifice for a long time, and he really envied those who were selected. Wetbone Forest. With the familiar master's aura, even Slug, who was already at the 6th level, couldn't help but tremble with guilt. Why, not appropriate? After making so many preparations, even if she is resurrected, it will not be normal. It has been like this for thousands of years. Swallowed by negative emotions, he exploded and died in the conflict. How can it be resurrected? Luosha, it must be his business. If he had known it, he would have asked Konoha to go there by force. Together with Toad and White Snake, he didn't believe that Konoha would dare to disobey. A small slug emerged from the huge body and came to a stone table. On the stone table was a crystal ball. As the slug's chakra was injected into it, the appearance of the great toad immortal and the white snake immortal slowly appeared on the crystal ball. Slug said anxiously, I feel her awakening, what should I do? The white snake sage said indifferently, why panic? Even if they all wake up, are they our opponents now? She is just her, so there is no need to make a fuss? Her strength is at the shadow level at most. Can't you just let your disciple Tsunade handle it? Slug said awkwardly, Tsunade suffers from hemophobia. Besides, he is not Orochimaru. Even if he doesn't have hemophobia, he won't be able to do whatever I say. She rejected me when it came to the Uzumaki clan. The great toad immortal said, it's okay. Just like White Snake said, even if she is resurrected, she will not be our opponent. Don't panic. Didn't you contact the witch? The slug fairy shook his head, no, I will contact you immediately after I sensed her aura, and she has been resurrected. The priestess who was a physical body must have become one with her. Big Toad Sage, then you didn't contact Tsunade? Did you ask Tsunade to take a look? Slug was stunned for a moment. I forgot, she is my master after all. I'm a little panicked. The White Snake Immortal was disdainful. What a waste. We are trembling with fear at the smallest thing. You must know that we are no weaker than they were back then. What are you afraid of? Rather than being afraid of her resurrection, I am curious about how she was resurrected. The strength of the witch can suppress it. The strength of the soul? I don't believe that the soul full of negative emotions will be willing to sacrifice, so this time, Slug, what did you do? Slug Sage defended, I didn't want to either. The people from Konoha were about to leave, but Iwagakure village gave the Oni country to Sunagakure village, so it was delayed. I have already sent Tsunade, but thinking that Luosha had to be together, something unexpected happened. The Great Toad Sage frowned. Luosha, this person has appeared repeatedly in my recent dreams and always gives me a bad premonition. He seems to bring great changes to the ninja world. I can't tell whether it is good or bad. So, he wanted to learn Senjutsu from me through Jiraiya, but I rejected him, and so did you too. White Snake Sage nodded. A few days ago, Orochimaru wanted to learn celestial arts from me, but I rejected him. Since he is so unstable, why don't I send Orochimaru to kill him? Slug Immortal also said, a few days ago, I sent Tsunade to find him to solve the problem of monsters. He also told me that he wanted to learn immortal skills, but I also refused, so Luosha helped her wake up? Do you think Luosha is like this? Do you know something if you persistently want to learn the magic of immortality? The Great Toad Immortal denied, it's impossible. Even the Six Paths don't know what happened 1,000 years ago. How could Luosha know about it? But now that she's awake, I'm afraid Luosha will believe it. The White Snake Immortal sneered, so what if you believe it? Luosha wants to be the second kingdom of Whirlpool? Then help him. Back then, the kingdom of Whirlpool believed in the god of death, which led to the destruction of his own country. Since Luosha has taken refuge in her, Sand Hidden Village has also been destroyed. Speaking of which, we can't do it ourselves, otherwise there would be no such trouble. This is not the first time that a god has awakened. The first one to awaken was not the goddess, but the god of death. The god of death unexpectedly gained the trust of the kingdom of Whirlpool. With the help of the kingdom of Whirlpool, he secretly accumulated strength and prepared to counterattack when he was strong enough. However, the three great immortals have long known about Death's awakening, but they are disgusted by the consciousness of the earth and cannot take action. So the power of God was secretly mobilized to bless the kingdom of Whirlpool, so that the people of the kingdom of Whirlpool would have strong bloodlines and continuously awaken the power of various bloodlines. Physical healing, Vajra chains, natural Jinchuriki, sealing a tribute chakra combined with sealing techniques, and the seal scrolls made to make money make all countries crazy. In the end, a group of people attacked them, leading to the complete destruction of the kingdom of Whirlpool. Naturally, the god of death was also destroyed along with the kingdom of Whirlpool. The Great Toad Immortal wondered, it's difficult, Hidden Sand Village is not the country of Uzumaki. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Luosha has defeated 3 generations of Hokage and Tukage successively, and his strength is already at the peak of Kage level. Hidden Sand Village is not like the Uzumaki clan. In that way, the blessing will awaken the blood, and the resources of Hidden Sand Village will not be given to other ninja villages for free. Besides, we haven't yet determined whether Luosha has colluded with the goddess, have we? The White Snake Immortal said disdainfully, you two are always like this. You would rather kill the wrong one than let it go. Haven't you suffered enough from the god of death? You should have learned from me from the beginning. You see, the god of war has been polluted by the evil god's belief. The soul is crazy, the reincarnation of the body is also crazy, and there will never be a chance to wake up. The White Snake Immortal said with a proud look on his face. The Great Toad Immortal and the Slug Immortal did not refute. Compared to their methods, the White Snake Immortal did play with his master and degenerated into an evil god of war. I am afraid he will never wake up. Slug Immortal was a little worried and said, however, the 6 paths have expressed dissatisfaction with the matter of the Whirlpool Kingdom. If we go to Sand Hidden Village again, will the Six Paths also get involved? Whitesnake Immortal sneered. In the beginning, he was dissatisfied with the Whirlpool Kingdom because it was his bloodline. Now he is too lazy to care about Hidden Sand Village. When those three hometowns forcibly blessed half of the Earth's consciousness, the Six Paths only care about the survival of the Earth. Isn't the reincarnation of Indra and Asura in Konoha? As long as we don't move these two people, Six Paths will not care how we mess with them. Slug Immortal said, speaking of the survival of the Earth, are we really not going to help this time? The consciousness of the Earth is asking me for help all the time. The enemies who come this time are not weaker than the original Kaguya. There are several big tubes Muplan. If the Earth really perishes, what will we do? The White Snake Immortal laughed and said, you are so great, why did you agree to rebel? Follow the goddess to save the world. They plunder the energy of the planet at most, and then you can close the entrance to the Holy Land. Isn't it important to save the world? Are there 6 ways? When will it be our turn to worry? You should worry about the goddess settling accounts with you. Immortal Slug stopped talking and the Great Toad Immortal said, okay, we are in the same camp after all. I will guide Asura when it comes to saving the world, and White Snake will also guide Indra. After all, the Six Paths have already expressed their dissatisfaction, and they have to give face no matter what. I still want to give him face. Let's talk about the goddess. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the goddess aura completely disappear at the same time. The 3 creatures glared at each other. Don't understand what's going on. The Slug Immortal murmured, the goddess has annihilated herself. God cannot be killed, but can annihilate itself, returning power to the earth itself. The 3 creatures clearly felt the message conveyed by the goddess. I will be completely wiped out. I hope you can help the earth resist the coming Otsutsuki clan. 3 creatures? Immortal White Snake was the first to disdain. She is really a goddess, as noble as she was 1,000 years ago. Immortal Toad remained silent. Immortal Slug felt a trace of regret for a moment. The White Snake Immortal sneered, I said you two were moved, right? You are welcome to help the Six Paths, but don't call me. The Great Toad Immortal said calmly, some things have no turning back. What about you, Slug? Slug had no opinion to begin with, so he could only say, I listen to you. The Great Toad Immortal said, since the goddess is self-extinguished, there is no need to worry about the goddess affairs. But I agree with the White Snake that the variable of Luosha should be erased, and use the same method as the country of the vortex. Each will be blessed. Give it to Hidden Sand Village, so that the land of winds will start to be rich, the citizens will be enlightened, and the strength of ninjas will increase. If we don't need to take action in a few years, other countries will not tolerate the existence of Hidden Sand Village. Immortal Slug couldn't help but said, the goddess has died, do we still have to do this? The White Snake Immortal hates iron and steel, whether you like to do it or not. Luosha may have contacted the goddess. Whether he has contacted the secret of God or not, he must get rid of it. But there is no goddess here, so let's take it easy. The Great Toad Sage agreed, I will also say hello to the Six Paths and fully cooperate with the growth of the reincarnations of Indra and Asura so that they can stop the coming Otsutsuki clan, so that everything will be safe. Then he said to Slug Immortal, Luosha still needs your help. White Snake and I have already rejected him, but didn't you agree to let him practice celestial arts after you promised him to solve the witch's matter? You will contact Tsunade later, and he signed a psychic contract and taught him the magic of immortality. If it's his true form, kill him directly. If he's not his true form, teach him the magic of magic and let him indulge in the power of the magic and ignore his own growth. Otherwise, I'm afraid of Luosha. If his strength grows, he will become the second Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and then even the siege by the ninja world will be a joke. I know. Slug agreed with resignation. With 3 people on one front, it was impossible to stay out of the situation. It also guided Senju Hashirama many years ago. Luosha only blames you for knowing too much. Luosha watched as the goddess turned into little bits of light and dissipated, completely disappearing between heaven and earth. She took away the demon, leaving only the purest divine power seeds for Ziyuan. As long as Ziyuan slowly improves and accumulates strength, she will become a new goddess. Even if the three inhuman creatures call themselves immortals, they will not understand the dedication of giving up their main consciousness that was born for thousands of years and allowing their physical bodies to reincarnate and grow again. In this way, we can say that the goddess is dead, but the goddess is not dead either. As gods born on earth, they will only make choices that are beneficial to the development of the world. However, the goddess originally wanted to paralyze the three betrayers with her death, but apparently she did not expect that the three inhuman creatures were driven to death. If it weren't for the resistance of the Earth's consciousness and the tracking of the six paths immortals, they would most likely appear directly to kill Luo Sha. However, the death of the goddess still relaxed the vigilance of the three of them. Luo Sha felt that sense of prying eyes disappear in an instant. Being spied on by the immortals of six paths and the three holy lands one after another made Luo Sha a little angry. There would be no end to it, right? Peeping is an invasion of personal privacy, don't you know? Wait for me one by one. I have obtained the cultivation method of natural energy magic, which is still the most primitive version without side effects. Let's see how I can deal with you after I have cultivated to the 6th level. A group of pets that have betrayed their owners, hiding in the Holy Land and not daring to come out. However, remembering the goddess's instructions, Raza had another headache. She spread the method of practicing senjutsu widely, promoted the improvement of the ninja world, and gained the ability to resist Otsutsuki and Kaguya. It's easier said than done. Nowadays, chakra cultivation is the mainstream. Although the most primitive senjutsu cultivation method has no side effects, it consumes far more time and energy than chakra. National promotion is not that simple. It is impossible for him to spread the word to the whole world that Kaguya will be resurrected and Otsutsuki will invade. And most importantly, his script inexplicably turned into a savior, and the main mission changed from enriching the village and strengthening the people to enriching the people and strengthening the ball. But think about the battle with Kaguya. Changing from PvP to group fight version of PvP is not bad, and there is Otsutsuki brother 3 in the back. After all, there are too many ants to kill the elephant. With Senjutsu Chakra, you can resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. Resistance becomes Baiju. In a world-level crisis like this, everyone should take action. As for Luo Sha himself, it seems good to quietly be a savior respected by thousands of people. Just as I was thinking about it, the system flashed several prompts in succession. Sunagakure village received the blessing of Mtinyamu, and the system points increased by 10,000. Sha'in village received the blessing of Longdi cave, and the system points increased by 10,000. Sha'in village received the blessing of the Shigyu forest, and the system points increased by 10,000. End of this chapter. Chapter 100 Scorpion, God assists me. Chapter 100 Scorpion, God assists me, 4K. Ziyuan, do you know what blessing means? Luo Sha asked Ziyuan. The consciousness as a goddess disappeared, but the knowledge of the goddess was still preserved to Ziyuan, who immediately gave an explanation. Lord Luo Sha, blessing is one of the powers of the original three gods. It can consume the power of the earth and natural energy of the Holy Land to bless a country, make a country smooth, the people enlightened, and receive special care from the earth consciousness. The whole country, the luck of the country is rising, and the effect of blessing once is 3 to 5 years. How did you know about the blessing, Lord Luo Sha? Such a good thing, then what if the 3 holy places continuously grant blessings? The effects of blessings can be superimposed. Then this country will be recognized by the earth itself, and it will leave other countries behind in a few years. The citizens of this country will practice twice as much, and the talents born will be far away. Far surpassing other countries, the entire country will produce many resources out of thin air. To put it simply, it will cause an imbalance of luck. Even in ancient times, the 3 gods would not bless a country at the same time. Cheyenne explained again. So, praise and kill. Luo Sha instantly saw through the calculations of the 3 holy places. A sand-hidden village that far surpasses other countries will definitely be attacked by other ninja villages, just like Konoha, Senju Hashirama, and Uchihamadara once bullied all countries. The end was that after Uchihamadara left and Senju Hashirama died, the first ninja war broke out instantly. The 4 major ninja villages teamed up to besiege Konoha. But your wishful thinking seems to be in the wrong place. Luo Sha tried not to laugh out loud. What I awakened was the system of making the village rich and the people strong. This is a divine assist, okay? With continuous blessings, Sand Hidden Village will reach unprecedented prosperity. I regard myself as that idiot Senju Hashirama and pursue a peace policy. When I gain strength, I will beat anyone who disobeys. He happily touched Ziyuan's head. Ziyuan, how do you feel now? Ziyuan suddenly still felt that it was so unreal. He turned out to be the physical reincarnation of the goddess, and the witch's mission of sealing the monsters for thousands of years turned out to be the Slug Immortal's plan, causing the goddess's body and soul to constantly kill each other. Not only that, they also betrayed the goddess who fought for the earth thousands of years ago and stole the goddess's power and divine power, which is simply unforgivable. Now the goddess has eliminated herself, taking away the soul monsters with problems, and only Cheyenne is left alive. Although Cheyenne is still human in appearance, he is already a god in essence. Lack is strength. Although it is a shadow-level power now, to reach the 6th level, the goddess needs huge natural power, and natural power is controlled by the 3 holy places. Slow cultivation may take thousands of years. Unless he can go to the 3 holy places to practice, or go to Shirgu Forest to retrieve his own holy land, he can return to the 6th level strength in a few years. Obviously it is impossible for Ziyuan to go to the 3 holy places. Ziyuan has only one way to practice slowly. But I have to thank Master Luo Sha. If Master Luo Sha hadn't accidentally allowed himself to take the lead in swallowing the sprites and awakening the complete goddess consciousness, then the fate of the witch and the sprites would have continued without an end. Thank you, Lord Luo Sha, I feel very good. But before the goddess disappears, please let me assist you, Lord Luo Sha. I can feel the fear of the earth. Those Otsutsuki tribesmen will arrive in a few years, and there will also be those in the moon. Kaguya is also ready to move, and the body of the Ten Tails has been summoned. Whether it's me or the goddess, all we bring you is trouble. I'm really sorry for dragging you into such a big trouble. Luo Sha waved her hand. What are you saying? Everyone has the responsibility to protect the ninja world. How can you learn from those 3 beasts? If the ninja world is destroyed, who can be alone? Fully accepting the inheritance of the goddess, Ziyuan is the new goddess. Although her consciousness is still Ziyuan's consciousness, her way of thinking is already from the perspective of the goddess. In fact, Ziyuan was also scared. Luo Sha can completely ignore it. Saving the world should not be the responsibility of one person. Because the goddess foresaw a world-changing scene in Luo Sha, she chose to believe in Luo Sha. But for this kind of achievement, all the goddess can give is a complete way of practicing natural energy magic. It seems to be a reward, but it also has to be targeted by the 3 holy places. More like a nuisance. Therefore, both the goddess and Ziyuan at this moment sincerely apologized to Luo Sha. Even if Luo Sha stood by and watched, they would have nothing to say. But he didn't expect that Luo Sha could actually say the words that everyone has the responsibility to protect the ninja world. Cheyenne couldn't help but feel ashamed. He actually thought about temptation and moral kidnapping. Luo Sha's consciousness was no less than his own. Lord Luo Sha, if you were in ancient times, you would be more suitable to become a god than us. You just said that the body of the Ten Tails was channeled? Shikaku on the side came closer, his face solemn. Rasha, I have to tell you something. Our tailed beasts come from the Ten Tails. If the body of the Ten Tails is channeled by someone, then sooner or later they will find us and swallow us back. Shikaku was so worried that he couldn't even speak my old man's idioms. Don't say such serious things to Gaara's face. Is it possible for me to just sit back and do nothing? Shikaku continued, you don't understand. We who were born from the Ten Tails cannot resist the attraction of the Ten Tails. This is not a problem that can be solved by being strong. Luo Sha smiled and said, so, wouldn't it be nice if it didn't attract you? It's attracted because your chakras are from the same source. The goddess just passed on the cultivation method of immortality to me. I'll teach you. If you convert your own chakra into Senjutsu chakra, the Ten Tails should not be able to absorb you. Even in the early stages of conversion, your strength should drop significantly. Ha! Luo-sa, you are too powerful, aren't you? A decrease in strength is nothing. It is true to get rid of the control of the ten tails. I will never find trouble with you in the future. I admit that you are stronger. The tailed beast turned into a fairy beast. Even if the 10 tails could be sucked by then, they would definitely not be able to fully absorb it and Gaara would not die as a result. Luo-sha felt that as her intelligence improved, her thoughts became more and more changeable, and the time had come to transform into a hexagonal warrior. Since he knew that the immortal of 6 paths could not appear easily, he naturally accumulated strength quickly. The enemies are all at the 6th path level, and the peak shadow level is obviously not enough. But now, even if I turn on the Sage mode, I will reach the shadow level. Coupled with the blessing of national luck, I don't know who is stronger or weaker than the normal Uchiha Madara. Because he learned it systematically, Luo-sha had mastered the method of absorbing natural energy, but then sadly discovered that there was too little natural energy in the world. Based on his own absorption speed, it would take at least about a month to transform into an immortal. There is no way, almost all the natural energy in the world flows into the 3 holy places. If you want more natural energy, you must spread the cultivation method of immortality, take advantage of the number of people, and compete with the 3 holy places for natural energy. Luo-sha used her brain and immediately thought of a method. System, whether the return of life can be integrated with the cultivation method of immortality, so that the return of life can have the effect of absorbing natural energy. To deduce the life-returning magic version, you need to spend 5,000 points. Do you want to deduce it? Deduced immediately. Because of Raza's lack of defense, return of life has been stolen by spies from various countries. It is mastered as a must-learn ninjutsu in every ninja village. Isn't this a mass base? Aren't all the villages eagerly looking forward to the follow-up of Return of Life? As long as it is done well, it can bring a wave of resources to Sunagakure village. This trip to the land of ghosts is worth it. When Xia returned home, she accepted the lesson, but Luo-sha didn't forget that she ran out secretly and Xia didn't allow herself to be in danger. In perception, Tsunade's chakra went from far to near. Luo-sha immediately said, "Everyone, please pay attention. Tsunade is here." Most likely it was Slug who asked her to inquire about the situation. Pay attention to your words. The crowd nodded. After a while, Tsunade arrived with Shizune. Luo-sha took the initiative and said, "Tsunade, why are you here?" Tsunade said helplessly, "Slug-sama sensed the sprite's aura and asked me to come over and confirm." Monsters? She must be a goddess, Luo-sha said without changing her expression. Indeed, the demon is not completely dead. I just tried to sneak attack Ziyuan, but I have already completely killed her. At this time, a mini slug appeared on Tsunade's shoulder, sensing something, and then said, "Lord Luo-sha, is it just a monster?" Nothing else appeared? Luo-sha remained calm. Yes, I didn't have time to stop it. The monster rushed into Ziyuan's body in an instant. Then the power of the witch in Ziyuan's body exploded, and she became like a goddess, growing wings. Then the monster screamed, "Cheyenne has also returned to her original appearance." The slug explored it more carefully, its tentacles constantly smelling something in the air. Turning to Mithraea, is this really the case? Mithraea suppressed the anger in his heart. The slug in front of him was the initiator of the tragedy of the Shrine Maiden lineage for thousands of years. He almost couldn't hold it back several times. It was hard to suppress his anger. Just like what Master Luo-sha said, the monster attacked Ziyuan, and Ziyuan's power as a witch suddenly burst out, and then she transformed into the appearance of a goddess for an instant, and then recovered. Luo-sha said with some displeasure, "Master Slug, do you mean you don't believe me?" "No, I'm just confirming. Just a moment ago, I noticed the power of the complete monster. I was afraid that you would be deceived, so I asked Tsunade to confirm." "Don't believe the nonsense," the monster said, "especially what goddess or something." Mithraea had already adjusted his mood and said, "She has been saying these words for thousands of years. I believe that the witch lineage has long believed it. Master Slug is too worried." Slug thought about it. Thinking of the instructions from the Great Toad Immortal, he added, "Lord Luo-sha helped the ninja world eliminate the monsters. I carefully considered Lord Luosha's suggestion and felt that Lord Luosha should be qualified to practice immortal arts. In return, I would like to teach him. I'll give Master Luosha how to practice immortality, but to practice immortality, you need to go to Shirgu Forest with me. I don't know when Master Luosha will have time. Luosha would definitely go a few days ago, but now that he knows that the Holy Land is your base camp, it's strange that he would go. However, a hasty refusal seems to arouse suspicion. Just as he was about to refuse, a chakra full of resentment galloped towards Luosha, and Xie came to Luosha with a blank face. Lord Luosha, where do you want to go? Luosha almost hugged the scorpion. It came just in time. Why, Scorpion, the work can't be done in an instant. Didn't I keep a gold dust clone? It's necessary for me to come to the kingdom of ghosts this time to prevent the monsters from destroying the world. If you don't believe me, ask other people. Xie said, the monster destroyed the world? Why didn't you say that Uchiha Madara was resurrected? Now come back to the village with me. As punishment, you need to work overtime to deal with the official duties that have accumulated in the past few days. Scorpion, you have to believe in yourself. Don't worry if I let you handle it. Besides, I'm here, so I have to finish the matter in the kingdom of ghosts. You see, Immortal Slug has promised to teach me how to practice magic. I am planning to go to Shirgu Forest. Xie sternly refused. No, the three holy places are closely related to Konoha. How can you personally take risks? What if you go to Shigulan Forest to be ambushed by slugs? I don't agree. If you have to go. Xie took out the core again and handed it to Luosha. You kill me before you go. Luosha turned to Slug and spread her hands helplessly. Master Slug, you have seen it. Don't think about the original body. How about my clone going with you? Slug's body trembled, seeing that everything was successful. This person came out to mix in something, but now he couldn't say anything, lest Luosha arouse suspicion. Plan seems to be unexecutable. Then Luosha can only be addicted to the power of immortality. It's not impossible to be a clone, it's just that it's difficult to practice immortality. I'm afraid it won't be easy to succeed in the clone practice. Xie immediately said, I would say that your strength is not weak anymore, and there is no need to practice immortal magic. Since immortal magic is so dangerous, you can't learn it. Slug. Actually, it shouldn't be a problem as long as I'm here to take care of you. Why don't you go try it first, Luosha? Luosha secretly praised Xie's assist crazily, so why did he do it? Master Slug said so, at least give him some face. It's a holy land after all, so I can go there alone. Although Scorpio is still unwilling, there is no good reason. Then, we must go separately. Luosha created a sand gold clone. Slug was afraid that Scorpion would regret it, so he immediately took out the psychic scroll of Shirgu Forest, asked Luosha to sign it, and then used the counter-spiritual technique to bring Luosha's clone back to Shirgu Forest. Endless rock forest, a huge slug body that is too huge to be complete, and natural energy that is so dense that it is almost substantial. Luosha almost couldn't help but wanted to absorb it, but she still held it back forcibly. After all, she probably didn't know the magic yet. The little slug brought Luosha to a place where strong winds gathered, but that was not wind, but real natural energy. Slug taught Luosha how to practice immortal arts, and then said, Lord Luosha, you can try to absorb scattered natural energy from the periphery now. Although immortal arts are powerful, they are not easy to master. Senjo Hashirama was only 3 months old at the time. Got it. Slug Immortal teaches you the Celestial Chakra training method, Pseudo. Should you spend 1,000 points to learn it? Who can learn from pirated copies if they have genuine copies? In the surprised eyes of the slug, he came to the center where the strong wind gathered and absorbed it crazily. Slug was just dumbfounded. Master it directly in 1 minute? How can it be? Sorry, although there is one chapter saved, I am accustomed to posting both chapters together. The update time will be adjusted in the next 2 days. End of this chapter.